The Thinking Tackle Podcast.
Welcome to the Thinking Tackle Podcast. Now, I don't use the term legend too flippantly, but today's guest most certainly is. Back in 1984, he caught what was at the time the country's second largest ever carp caught, but that doesn't even begin to tip the iceberg. Joining him in the studio is someone that's helped him back after a near 30-year absence from carp fishing. It's with pleasure that I welcome Ritchie McDonald.
Thank you.
And Damian Clarke onto what will be my last ever Thinking Tackle podcast.
We'll miss you, mate.
Oh, I'll be sorry to hear that.
At least you won't have to sit through 20 takes.
How many takes was that?
To be fair, that was good for you. That was about 7.
Yeah, it's pretty good, wasn't it? Ritchie, how are you?
I'm good, mate. Don't take me 7 takes. I only need 1.
You're off. Let's get going.
It.
Well, he's been saying let's get going, hasn't he? He's been a bit impatient with this, hasn't he?
Well, I'm getting old.
It's a pleasure to have you on the podcast.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Simon.
Yeah, it's great. And Damo, he's a bit of a fan of yours, isn't he, over your carp fishing life?
A fan of Richie's, yeah, definitely.
And I'm a fan of Damo's as well. What Damo does today, I done yesterday, but vice versa.
Yeah.
I've been so impressed with his attitude to fishing, the way he goes about his fishing, the way he's helped me with my future fishing.
Yeah.
It's been a wonderful little road that I'm taking at the moment.
Yeah. Well, everyone's sort of helped each other a little bit
absolutely.
here, haven't they?
Yeah.
We've come a fair way, haven't we, Rich, in the last 12 months?
Yeah, a long, long way. Thanks to you, Damien, without a doubt. And there's other people I will mention throughout this film that have helped me along the way. My sister, of course, very helpful. But hopefully we'll come to these people as we go through this film, and they'll be shown in a good light as what this kind of person that have helped me along this way. Because it's been a hard road, but Damien, yourself and Simon and other people have made this road a lot easier for me with the help that they've given me. And for now, that's all I want to talk about. Let's get on to catching fish.
Well, let's get on to the start of the show, where we always ask our guests to. You can see that I've been out of this for a while, can't you? I'm a little bit dry, aren't I? We always ask the guests for a gift at the start of the show. Rich, have you got anything nice for us?
Yeah, I've got a couple of bite indicators.
Right. Okay.
My first bite indicator was obviously a piece of bread. But I haven't
got those here, haven't we?
Yeah. Right. Well, that's not the first one. The first one was a bit of bread. Then it was a silver paper, and then it went to the penny on the spool with a bail arm and open, and you used to hear that, and that was your run. And then you got up, struck your rod, and there was your fish. That's why, where the camera is, you can see all the dents in there. That's from pennies. The second best indicator was the Dick Walker one, which used to come with a little lead and a little box about so big. And my father, Johnny Walker, his son-in-law devised a lead that went into a buzzer box that he made with 4 little lights on it, with a Fiedland buzzer, so it blew your brains out when it went off. And of course, Jerry Giles altered the indicator, so you actually put the rod on.
Yeah.
And then it was already on behind the whatever you call it, the antenna.
The antenna, yeah. And they made that sound. It was like, do you remember Operation, that game Operation? It was just like that, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. There's a lot of variations of those indicators, isn't there? Lots of people made their own alterations, didn't they, to make them better?
When I first met Johnny Allen at Longfield, he was a bricklayer, and being in a building game, he had these what they call Fiedland buzzers, which were on a door. They were so loud and vibrating. Fishing Longfield was a serious lake, and we used to have them in a Tupperware box with sponge in the bottom of the box, so they wouldn't vibrate the ground. That's how loud they were. Basically, we didn't have bed chairs like you got today. Our bed chairs were garden chairs, and your bum was virtually touching the buzzer box. And when it went off, you got the vibration, and so you didn't have to hear the sounds. You just knew that you get a bite. But they bream mainly at that time.
Yeah. So how long was it before you actually sort of moved on to a standard bite alarm then? How long were you kind of using this type of primitive stuff for?
That was back in the 60s and 70s, and that went into the early 70s, and then after that the Optonics came out, and then the Bamford's conversions came out, and the Stevie Nevilles, and so on and so on and so on, until I just disappeared. And when I saw Damien's closet the other day, I said, how many different buzzers are in the world today? So as a conglomerate, can't get it right out. The conglomerate amount of buzzers that are made today is totally different than what I know.
But these, because you like collecting bite alarms, don't you? Yeah. And these were like the first bite alarms, really, weren't they?
Yeah, they were.
Commercially,
they were the very first sort of commercial alarm. But I think Jerry Birth Jones might have invented the first heron, did he? Or the first
Well, it was in that
alarm.
period.
Yeah, not heron, the first electronic alarm down at Redmire. But yeah, there's loads of different variations. But
Did you use these as well?
no.
I had the B-Tech version of those.
Did you? No, I was straight in with compact optonics, which was barely here.
Yeah,
So,
until Bamford came along.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember having those, right? So I mean, they were cheaper. The B-Tech was the cheaper version of those, and I remember taking those tench fishing with me once. I have one of them, but I cast it out and I had the rod at like right angles, like I was quiver tip fishing, and I was sat there and it was like flat calm, and all of a sudden the rod started to, it was like bending around. And I thought, I'm not going to strike until the alarm goes off. But the antenna arm was so stiff. It was set so it literally needed to be, the rod needed to be poured into the lake before.
This sounds pretty familiar, Simon, to recent years, pretty much, isn't it?
Yeah,
Nothing's
it's pretty
really
much the
changed,
same.
has it?
Nothing changes. Yeah. But no, anyway, thanks very much for that, Rich.
Well,
I mean, it's
I'm going to have to jump in there because that's not all for gifts, I'm afraid.
right. Okay.
Well, so with it obviously being your last show,
Oh God.
and you've received so many gifts from multitude of guests, we've got a gift for you.
Oh, right.
Right. Okay. Oh, that sounds that's different.
Well, so I didn't
Puts you
know
on the back
about.
foot a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks for that, Toby.
I thought we were going to just cruise through this podcast normally.
Doesn't look
actually.
like it
No,
to
no,
me.
we had to mark the occasion somehow.
Oh, wow.
Box as well.
Oh, wow. So what? Oh my
You
God.
just have to open the lid and have a look at it. But don't touch it.
Don't touch it. What is it? A snake or something?
Actually come with gloves that you've got.
Yeah. Don't drop it, Simon.
Sorry about the pause. Okay, we're coming back. I'm just opening this. Oh my God.
So what we've done is we've got Simon's set of earphones.
I've just
And
thrown
we-
it on screen for
and we-
everyone.
Oh,
We
right.
put them in a
Okay.
case.
Well, all right, viewers. I didn't know nothing about this, and that's why I am surprised. I didn't know nothing about this, honestly.
No, yeah. So that's for everybody on screen. That is Simon Pitt's headphones from episodes 1 all the way to 65. So, the headphones that you've got on today, they're a fresh pair out the cupboard.
Oh, no.
So we expect to see them on eBay later on then?
Yeah.
Well done, mate.
Side the
I
box
mean,
and
it's to
everything.
generate some cash. Yeah. No, I don't think it. No. Thanks very much.
I hope you like them.
That's
Okay.
great. That's great.
A couple more pictures for everyone.
Yeah. 65 podcasts.
Well, there you go, mate.
Doesn't
Thanks
seem
for
that
it.
long, does it?
It goes really fast.
Last
Yeah,
one I did was the second one, wasn't it?
It was.
We didn't even have any interior design in there at all.
Well,
did
no,
we?
actually, the last one you done was Regan's podcast.
Oh yeah, of course it was. Yeah.
But
sorry.
yeah, from your podcast up until then, it's just seen that evolution, haven't we?
we
With
have,
it,
yeah, it's been good. It's been a ride.
it has been. It's been a great ride.
Roller
It's
coaster
definitely
ride.
Always,
been a ride, isn't it?
This one might be bumpy.
Yeah, no, this is this is special.
Okay, yeah.
You know, we wanted a special, obviously a special guest for the
Thank
last
you.
show, Rich. Thanks very much for that.
You're welcome.
Okay. Shall we just talk a little bit about well, you've just come back to carp fishing this year, Rich, and you know, it's been a probably a long 30 years for you. Damo, do you want to talk about how you came into this at the start of the year?
Yeah, I mean, for me, as a 12, 13-year-old boy, my dad used to buy me the Angling Times every week. And I remember sitting at our breakfast bar with my cornflakes, and my dad's got the Angling Times. I've opened the Angling Times up. Oh, look at it. There's a picture of Keith the Tooth with the big one from Harrow on the front cover, and it says there's an even bigger one inside. You open it up, and there's a picture of Rich with Bazil 40, you know, that really iconic image that I've got on my wall in my office. £45, 12 ounces. It's absolutely blown me away. As a kid, you're looking at it thinking, oh my God, that is massive. You know, we were used to catching, you know, sticklebacks and that sort of thing, wanted to catch carp. And that sort of, seeing that, and then, I mean, I was catching carp, but seeing that made you think, I want to catch big carp, you know, and that from my generation, that's been spoken about a lot. That photograph and that paper has sent a lot of people down the road of fishing for big carp. You know, it's just, it's one of them moments in history that defines where you go. You either go down that path or you go down that path, and that's a lot of us went down that path and wanted to sort of catch what Ritchie was catching.
Well, that picture as well. It was just I don't know if we got the picture or not, but it's that holding that massive fish with that still tranquil lake behind you, and just thinking, whoa, something that big.
You got it in tow. It's the Angling Times, Bazil.
Oh yeah.
Something that big can actually live. Something like that is living, swimming around in a. It just looked too big at the time, didn't it?
Yeah, it was
That's
huge.
the one, yeah.
So
That's the one, yeah.
that's it. So the title in the Angling Times is the Carp Trailblazers, and there's Ritchie with Bazil.
That's right, because Zen caught the harrowfish the day after the tooth, and he's in this little advert here. So Zen was our local hero in Essex. And so it was 3 40-pounders in a week.
And these were 40-pounders. There was only about 5 or 6 in the whole country.
So
and you
rare.
got 3 in a week.
I know.
It's crazy.
But that's a massive influence, isn't it?
It was a big influence for a lot of us of my generation. And I sort of become friends with Simon Hartop. And I knew that Simon was sort of in contact with Ritchie, when Ritchie was drinking and all that sort of thing and trying to help him. And then it basically, in a conversation, he said, Rich has done a sipography, and I watched that and I thought, well, if Richie wants to come back to carp fishing, I'll speak to Simon and say, if Rich wants to come back, I'll sort him out some terminal tackle and help him out. So one thing led to another, and I ended up going with Simon around to Richie's house. I brought him some rigs, ready tie rigs, and I was sitting in Richie's front room looking at, and Rich was telling me the story about how the drinking and how he'd given up drinking on Christmas Day. And you think, this, if I can help him, being as he sort of helped me down a path, and I'll talk some of the things Richie wrote about back in the day, they're things that sort of stuck with me for a long time. And I've told him this before, but one of the things Rich wrote was always have the best fishing tackle you can have. So the only thing that can let you down is yourself. Whether that's your line, your rods, everything has got to be the best it can be. And I've lived by that mantra my whole fishing life. And a few weeks later, after Rich caught Bazil, there was a series I think Greg Menahan did, and he was like crouching down by your rods, Rich. And there was big pictures of Rich with these. You had your Joe Jarman set up. Do you know the stainless bank?
The first ones.
That's right, and he made them for you, Clive, and Malcolm.
That's right.
And himself. I think it was Joe's brother made them for you.
Yeah, and he had a car showroom shop, and our goal was I just saw myself, I've got to have them.
Yeah.
They're the best I've ever seen. And of course, he made them for us.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. So you see this picture with this like fishing tackle that's been dropped from a spaceship.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Richie looks the business like this is carp fishing, and that's what we wanted. I wanted to be. I wanted to do that. But obviously, I was very young. So it sent me down a path of going, I want to fish for big carp. So I went to fish a local Lake Garrison and caught the biggest fish in the lake the first time I went there. And that sort of, you G'd up, you read Hutchie's book and Richie's in there. Richie's got the knack. That's what Rod said. Read about Richie changing his elastics in his catapult so the bait didn't drop short and didn't waste his bait when he was baiting up and stuff. So he has been a bit of an influence, sort of in the background. But obviously he dropped out of fishing after catching those 240s from Yateley, about the same time that I caught the Snake Pit Common, because I'd spent 3 days on the gate waiting for the gate to open to get the first swim, and that was the big carp that had just come out. So that was the only thing I had to read. I must have read it 3,000 times in that 3 days. But then when I caught the Snake Pit fish, that was the same weight as Bazil when Ritchie caught it. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, it was like meant to be. Do you know what I mean?
Full circle.
Yeah. So I ended up going around to Richie's house with Simon, took him around some terminal tackle, and Rich got his old fishing rods out and was showing me, and I was like, this ain't Ritchie McDonald that I know. This isn't right. Do you know what I mean? I want to get him fishing. He's so keen. And when you speak to Rich on a one-to-one, and you can feel and see and hear the real angler in him, whether you're talking about trotting a float or carp fishing or whatever that is. And that passion that he had, I thought, well, if me and Simon can get that out on the bank and get him fishing, then the trouble that he's had is going to be much easier to look after if he's fishing and he's got something to live for. Do you know what I mean? So driving back with Simon in the van, I just said to him, mate, we've got to get him some fishing tackle, me. So I'm in a very fortunate position that, the carp fishing community is fairly small. And despite the other people in the carp fishing companies being competitors, when I ring up, the product development director at Fox and say, can I have some bite alarms for Ritchie McDonald on a bed chair? He went, yeah, no problem. Just send them to me. Rung up Dave Elliott at Drennan. Can I get some rods for Rich? Because I want to get him full Duplon like he used to have. Yeah, no problem, mate. I'll send him to you. Jim at Jag, Mainline. They just all, without question, Ritchie McDonald can have whatever he wants.
Yeah.
And that's the respect that he had from what he caught and what he did back in the day. So I'll give Rich quite a lot of my old tackle. I've got lots of tackle from, testing and all that sort of thing. And actually, as it turns out, him and Regan are two of the best field testers I've got, because if I give him anything and it lasts more than 5 minutes, we can sell it.
Yeah.
I've gone through a few landings, I'm afraid to say.
Yeah. What about you then, Rich, at the start of the year? Obviously, so you done topography at the start of this year, rolled round, and then these guys started showing an interest. Did you know that you needed to get back into carp fishing? This is what you needed to
I didn't
rejuvenate yourself.
As Damian's just mentioned, Simon Hartop has been behind me for a lot of years. John Merritt's been another one. They used to ring me up quite often, and I'd be drunk and I'd be cussing them off and stuff like that, And Simon's got me out a few times, but I've been afraid to see people because I used to be famous. I didn't want people to see me in that state. And I've been on the rivers a few times, but I just didn't have the...
You needed the motivation from someone
anymore.
Yeah.
And when Damian came to the house, as he said, and I didn't know what was coming, what he just said, I didn't know all this. And that's the truth. And when he came to the house, he inspired me again. And it was when Simon next came, and when Lee Jackson turned up, and then when they took me on to Windles, and comments were started being made. I thought at that time, before this time, that everybody hated me and I hated everybody else. And that's how I was living my life for 25 plus years. And when Damian came to my house that day, and then Simon rang me the next day and told me what Damian had said, and I can tell you exactly what he said. He turned around to Simon driving and he said, we better get Ritchie some fishing tackle. And that set me on this road. And as Damian has just said, the amount of respect that I've got back that I thought I'd lost has been amazing. And it sent me, look, I've been fishing all these waters that Danny and Embryo have been kind enough to let me go and fish and do my own thing and get back on track the way I want to be fishing, the way I used to fish. And without you lot, I wouldn't be where I am today, and that's a fact. And I've been, in my little place, I've been very successful in what I've done this year. I'm very pleased with how the year's gone. And every day, every week, every month just gets better and better and better. My last phone call with Damian was, how'd you fancy Norton Disney? And Danny Fairbrass came out to fish at Balkin. He said, how you doing? Well, and I said, well, I wrote everything down on a calendar, right, from my experience from Iris to Balkin and to where I am now at Norton. And when he was leaving, he came round and we didn't have a cup of tea, but we had a long chat. And I got out showing him what fish I was caught. So I've had over 10:30. He said, I know you've done ever so well. And he said, I'll tell you what, that'll be worth a few quid one day. I said, I'll tell you what, Danny, it's yours. As soon as this calendar's written, it's yours. He said, do you know what, Richie? I'll be honoured with that and I'll put it on. And that made me so proud. For someone like Danny Fairbrass to say, be honoured about some bit of paper that I'm going to give him. And that made me really proud. And another step on the way.
You started on Gordon's and Iris's, didn't you? I mean, did it take a lot of motivation to, I mean, what did it feel like coming back into carp fishing after all that time?
It was very humbling. It was very, can I do this? Although I'm sober, can I do what I used to do? No, I cannot. I'm basically camping now. And if I catch a carp, I'm carping. But don't forget, that's my first time back where I'm going to meet people that know of me or knew me. And am I going to handle it? Am I going to turn back to drink? No, everything's been good. So yeah, it was a bit of hard work getting to the swim because of my gammy foot. But in the end, I actually drove to the swim with allowances from the bailiff.
Did you? I mean, he doesn't go half measures either, does he?
No,
if he starts fishing.
You mentioned Lee Jackson then. So in the beginning, when I spoke to Simon, I said to make it clear to Rich that I'm offering to give you some terminal or to help you out with no strings attached. Right. So it wasn't like we were trying to get Ritchie McDonald back on board and have him as we're doing it for the right reasons. Well, I was doing it for the right reasons to make sure that Rich could go fishing, and because it's an expensive sport, isn't it? And that's what we did. So when, I picked Lee Jackson up. We were, Lee's a recovering alcoholic, and we spoke about it on the podcast. And Lee said to me he was worried about Rich, whether he'd stick it. And do you know what I said to him? I thought, Richie's always all in or all out. You're either all in fishing or you're all out. Whatever Rich does is 100%. And you can see that even in his bathroom, everything's lined up tight, neat and tidy. Yeah. It's, I really thought, I felt good that he was gonna go in the right direction. And I think I'm so proud of you, Rich, for what you've done in the last year, because when you watch that first typography and you see the second one, you can see the difference. You can see, you're a bit twitchy in the first or second one. You're laying back. You're very relaxed. And now, we just had my birthday party the weekend. You was there. Si was there. Everybody was there. Mate, it was just, I was honoured to have you there,
Put some
mate.
video out there, Tobe, actually.
I was going to say, Richie was definitely there. Should we have a look at this?
Oh no!
Here we go. He's not just a carp angler, is he?
No.
Look at that.
That's
Oh my God!
He's back.
Let's start that from the beginning again. I could watch this a few times, actually.
He started doing a page for free girl, didn't you?
You don't mess about, Richie.
There was a page 3 girl there, actually. When I turned out, she was on the way out with Richie. He must have been.
I saw that. I thought, hang on, where you go?
All right, come on, man.
I thought I was going to see some breakdancing, Rich.
I nearly did because I hurt my foot again.
I tell you what, you got a good break dancing story, actually, haven't you? At the time when you were doing the caterpillar in front of those people, Rich.
Well, yeah, it was an accident. And again, I was drinking, I was on drugs. I don't mind admitting that. This is back in the day. I was at a stag do. And I was a good dancer. There weren't no doubt about it. I used to be able to do moves that most people couldn't do. But they were karate moves and kung fu moves and stuff like that I used to practice anyway. And we were at this stag do. We're in this club, giving it large. And I slipped and fell over. There used to be a dance called a caterpillar, and I just waffled my way across the floor until I hit something solid and stood up. And when I stood up, I was going, whoa! And I didn't know I fell over.
Yeah. But like you say, if he goes into something, he does go in. He's 100%, isn't he?
Yes, and he has been, absolutely clean as a whistle, isn't you, Rich?
Yes, and I'm very, very proud to have people like you as my friends and supporters. There's not been one time. There's been one time in this last year that I might have had a drink, and that's when I had an argument with my son, and my friend was round the house, and he had a bottle of scotch with him. And after the argument, I thought, shall I? And I thought, no, I've got too much to lose. I can't lose what you lot have given me. It's impossible. If I have a drink now, I'm dead the next day. There's no doubt about it. Never again. All the people that you've just named, there's a few more to be named as well, that have been supporting me for a long time behind the scenes. And I will not let these people down, especially my sister.
What do you think it is? Do you just have to flick a switch on and just you can, once you've got something else to occupy your mind, you can just
my sister
take your focus away from drink?
No, I was with this party all weekend. There'd been drink all around me. Didn't even fancy one. So it's not a problem. I've been to you in a couple of occasions where there's been drink around me. Turned up at Yateley, they were all half cut at 11 o'clock in the daytime. I only got offered a drink twice, and it was refused, and no one's. And thank you, folks, for the people that do know that I'm on the wang, for not offering me drinks wherever you see me. That's a great big appreciation from me to you. Because when we went with you to the 40th Carp anniversary, banned for Bazil, all my old friends, and they knew that I was on the wagon, and not one of them offered me a drink. And that to me is really thank you.
So it's a process, isn't it, that you're sort of going through?
Yeah, it's not been easy, but Damian, yourself, and other people, Simon, my sister, you're all making this road a little bit easier than what it could be.
We know that Ritchie likes catching big carp, don't we? And it wasn't long before he caught, what was it, like the late record as well?
I think it was the biggest fish in irises. And then you caught quite a few out there. Then we moved you over to Bulking, which was in the water park. And I think your first bite was a £30, wasn't it?
Yeah, they sent me up the Bulking. Right. I'm on Iris. Damon said, right, go down there, enjoy your fishing like you used to. So I'm thinking, right, that's it. A couple of years here will do me. I've got a nice swim, bait up. Anyway, so I was catching fish, everything's great. And then I'm in my bivvy, Dougal the bailiff is there, and George, and they're sitting outside the bivvy talking, and I'm talking, and Danny Fairbrass turns up. And I know it's Danny because I can hear him, but he can't see me and I can't see him. And anyway, he said, I don't want the idea of like getting like filos with vans parked behind swimmers, all that. Anyway, I stuck my head out. He said, oh, hello, Richie. And it was in the day of the fist pumping, so we've had a fist pump. And anyway, I didn't know, and I don't think Damian knew, that you were only supposed to do 72 hours.
Not 72 weeks.
So, so he said, how long you been here, Rich? I said, about a couple of weeks now. He never said a word. God bless him. He didn't ring me up. He come all the way from Bazil to Denham to say, here, Rich, you can't really be here long. You're only allowed 72 hours. I said, oh, I can't move every 72 hours. He said, don't worry, I've got another water for you, but it's only got doubles and 20s in. I don't care how big they are, I just want to enjoy my carp fishing. I mean, I'm more happy in a bivvy than I am in my own flat. So I went there, I've gone, bump, that'll do, bump, that'll do, bump, that'll do, 3 clean leads, bump. First fish, 32.8. I'm like, hey. I'm not going to say what I said. Are you taking the mick out of me? There's 30s in here. And of course, after a couple of weeks, Danny talking to Simon Pitt, I said, his record is brilliant. And by now I've finished there now. I had 10 30s, quite a few 20s up to 26, 27 pound and 60 odd doubles. I've had over 100 fish and I've really enjoyed myself.
Do you know we called that first 30 pounder Bugsy?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah,
No.
I didn't know.
Yeah, because I actually used to call you Bugsy Malone, didn't it?
That's right, yeah, little Bugsy. Yeah, no, not little Bugsy, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't have many people knew about that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was nice. Oh, we didn't mention that.
No, I didn't know about this.
But I mean, he made that lake his home, didn't he, for most of this year? And you've and other anglers were coming and going during the summer as well. And it's a new water that no one's had the chance to sort of fish yet.
Yeah.
So that must have been a good experience.
It was very good, and it was good for the people coming out. And some people come out, they were overwhelmed that I was there. And I think they were told, look, Ritchie McDonald's here, go and see him before you sat and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that was mentioned once or twice. But I've enjoyed every angler that's been out there. They've all been good anglers, and I've seen some incredible fishing. I mean, that Stokesy geezer, mate. I mean, I've never seen him peep. And he's got a spod there that just don't land. You know, all you hear is whoosh, and then, well, where's that going in? And you're looking from one end of the lake to the other to see where it's gone.
Yeah.
In one of them conversations that Richie's about modern carp fishing, because Rich is showing me his rig pouch, which has got 6 pound maximum on it.
Oh.
And it's like, I mean, I used to use 6 pound mainline and stuff, back in the 80s, because the reels were tiny and that's what you had to, but I'm trying to explain to him we're using 15 pound line and we're using size 4 hooks and we're doing this and that, and it's like, it took some changing, Rich, didn't it?
Oh, a lot, yeah.
And a lot of convincing that your rod wouldn't get pulled in if you didn't have your...
Yeah, that was a terrible thing.
Well, it's like, I mean, it is literally like, was it 93 when you stopped?
Yeah, thereabouts.
To 2001, it's literally like you've been
after Horton.
Yeah, it was after Horton.
Yeah. It is. I mean, you've essentially.
Well, actually, after Richmond Park.
Richmond Park.
Yeah, it was after Richmond Park. After my last 40.
Packed all the gear away after that session, which we'll talk about later in the show. And you disappeared from carp fishing for almost 30 years and didn't really know anything about it. To come back into it now, I mean, we've mentioned distance sticks to him, sparring and stuff like that. I mean, there are so many things now that we take for granted that you
Rich,
just...
Well, sorry, Rich, but like, you're talking to Rich about big carp, right? So I'm not being disrespectful to people, right? Because, a big carp for us is a 35 pounder or a 40 pounder, right? That's what we're fishing for. But Rich is like talking to me about 20 pounders like they're massive, and I'm like, Rich, they ain't big anymore. There's lots of 40 pounders about. I mean, when I caught my first 40, I think there was 7 40 pounders in the whole country. Yeah, 6, 7 maybe. Right. So I've seen how things have changed completely, and Rich is like been plucked out of the
totally
and come back again. And what Rich he caught in your entire big fish period, 15, 35 pounders. You can catch that in a couple of weeks, mate, can't you?
Catch it in a couple of hours.
Yeah,
I
remember, right, I came over to photograph a 25 pounder for you, and you said, I bet there ain't too many people that are catching 25-pounders like this today. It's like we're not in 1984 now. But I mean, but that's nice, and it's so interesting to see that, because I mean, you know, the comparisons with now is. So everybody has got access to information and tackle that you never had access to. So it's like, on the one hand, it's like you're naive to it, but then you see the differences between how you had to go carp fishing in your day compared to how people would start.
Yeah,
now.
I think the other thing is observing from an outsider, observing Rich and Regan, because they're both fishing in a very similar way with boilies, you know, at ranges that they're comfortable at. And they're using the bait as an advantage, as an edge or a weapon. And them always, they just work. You know, that Regan has caught a ridiculous number of big fish in the last 2 years. And Rich has gone straight down there and he's had 10 30s.
Yeah.
But no one fishes like that anymore. You know, it's like some of the old tackle, they did it like that because it worked, and actually that is the best way of doing it. But you could make it out of, you know, more space age, more technical materials, but that what they're doing just works, mate. And if you're a carp angler and you've got watercraft like Rich, or you know, like any angler, it builds up over a period of time, you're always going to catch them.
I think also, to add to that, Damien, if you're comfortable with what you're doing, it will make you more successful than if you're uncomfortable.
Absolutely. If you're confident in what you're doing.
And that word as well. Because basically, when I cast out at 60 yards, I'm comfortable. If I try and cast 100 yards, I'm uncomfortable because I can't get my hook bait, my free baits out there. I ain't that far good with a throwing stick, and I can't cast a spod yet. I might do one day, but not yet. I'm quite happy with the way I'm fishing, and I'm quite happy with the results I'm getting. I've just been on Norton Disney for 3 weeks. I've had one fish. And I said to the lads on there, when I got there 3 weeks ago, the wind was southwest. I'm in a bay in the northeast. And I said to them on there, the minute that wind changes and hit me in the face, I'll have fish. And the day that wind changes, which was last Thursday at 11:30 p.m, I had an 18-pounder straight away. And then I had to leave the next day to come to Damian's.
Unfortunate, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't unfortunate at all, because I'm going to go back, and then as long as that wind has stayed there for a day or two, plus I've had a little trick. I've got one of the bailiffs to put a bit of bait out for me while I'm not there.
Yeah, he was.
They are the little edges that you get that other people don't know about.
Is there so? Is there anything in particular that does really stand out that you're seeing people do now that you know you think, you know, that's a big edge over what I used to be doing? Or
Everything.
Yeah.
I mean, everything is massively different than what I used to do. You know, everyone can cast a lot further than what I even thought possible. I mean, as I've just said, I see these spots going out. It's not just Stokesy or Dovey that can do it. There's lots of anglers that can cast these things. I mean, I watched a geezer on the point opposite where I am, and he's been taking casting lessons, or he is a casting teacher, because he's got all the strokes and everything. And he was doing that without a rod in his hand, so he's practicing. And then when he actually did cast out, where's it going to stop?
I said to him when like, first meeting, we're spodding at 120 yards, and he went,
you know what I mean?
Fuck off. It's like, nah, like you just wouldn't believe, wouldn't have it.
I casted a PVA bag out in front of him once. He went, that's the biggest cast I've never seen anything go that far in all my life.
So I haven't.
He ain't seen many fishing.
He hasn't, has he? But I mean, but actually seeing him fish, because he has got this resolve. He knows what he's doing, and he's not gonna change. You know that I mean, at Balkan, you know you were going to catch the bigger fish by doing that. And as the whole year unfolded, nobody else caught a 30-pounder on there, did they?
I don't know.
No one else got a 30-pounder.
I know that Damien was very impressed after my third or fourth one. He said his record of fish is such an achievement.
Without a doubt.
And I was impressed that Damien would say such a thing. And I mean,
Danny, you're talking about. Yeah.
Listen, sorry, Danny. Listen, I'm a new boy in the block here. I mean, I'm an old man, but as far as fishing is concerned, this carp fishing, I am new. I'm watching other people very intently. You don't know I'm watching, but I'm watching. Because
don't watch too much, Rich.
No.
Especially certain people.
When I get up a tree, there's 3 reasons for climbing trees. 1, observe the carp. 2, observe anglers. 3, fall out of them. They're the 3 times you climb trees for. All right? Now, back in my day, other good anglers, as good as me, would observe other good anglers. They wouldn't necessarily observe a bad angler, because they think they learn nothing off them. That's their first mistake. When you talked about 100%, I give 110%. All the other top anglers around me at the time used to give 100%. Where they'd lose out would be they wouldn't climb a tree as many times as me, and also they wouldn't observe the bad anglers like I did. Because that bad angler making a mistake might put a carp on the bank. That bad angler wouldn't fish where you would fish and catches a carp, puts you in intelligence.
I think the other thing is, going back on that confidence thing, my impression of you, Rich, back in the day, was that you was so confident, it was almost cocky confidence that you had.
I was.
And you knew that you was, if I sit in that swim or I fish this lake, I'm going to catch that big one.
Yeah.
If you, I mean, you told me you'd done whole year blanks at Longfield.
Oh, I did in the early days.
With no problem, just water for
absolutely no problem at all. I mean, I've been on this water now for 3 weeks. I've had one fish.
He's exactly the same.
And I don't care about it because I said to the boys, when that wind changes into me, I'll catch fish. And of course, I've come away, but I did catch a fish before I come.
Yeah.
And when I get back there, I'll be catching fish. I don't care because I'm there for as long as I want to be.
Motivation and confidence, isn't it?
Confidence is
everything in life, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
if you know you're going to catch them before you get to the lake, you're going to catch them.
Yeah.
You know, and that's just what
Well,
happens.
there's only one person ever said that about me, and he's written about it. He said, when Ritchie McDonald, before he leaves the house, he's caught the fish he's fishing for. And that's what Chris Ball said many years ago.
Actually, we should thank Chris. He's supplied quite a few pictures for this podcast. But, I mean, just talking about some of your bulking trips, I mean, we've... Adrian Smith came up. But he wasn't called Adrian, was he, when Adrian Smith from Iron Maiden?
Yeah, all right, I know.
Yeah.
What was he
But
called?
listen, this ain't my fault. I've done this with several people, right? Now, at the end of the day, if you take me somewhere and you introduce me as John, and then you start calling me Albert, I'm going to say straight away, oh, sorry, mate, my name's John. But no, Adrian Smith, he waits until, he don't even say nothing. It's the next day, Simon said, his name's really Adrian, you know.
He was calling him Graham. He's calling him Graham for 24
Why
hours.
didn't he just turn around and say, look, my name's Adrian?
It's like, yeah, why are you calling him Graham?
I didn't know, I forgot that. It's like your mate Jim, I'm calling him Jack.
We'll have to call him Trigger now.
He was calling my school friend came up to the lake and he'd never caught a 20 pounder before. And there was a story there as well, Rich, wasn't there?
Oh, yeah.
So my friend comes up, he's never caught a 20 before. He comes up and at the best days fishing that he's ever had, carp fishing. And you're calling him Jack the whole day, right? It's like Jim.
Yeah.
And but anyway, Jim didn't catch the 20 pounder, did he? That he was hoping.
Well,
for.
we was all praying that he would, obviously.
Yeah, the biggest one he caught was 18 3/4 pound, I think. Then I go back there the following week and I catch this fish, don't I? And I come and get you, and I said, "This looks like a decent sized fish." So I weigh it.
Oh,
It looked like an upper 20, and it was like 22 pound on the scales, and it was like, oh, crikey. I mean, I haven't caught many carp recently, so it was like, and you went, that ain't 22 pounds. I'm going to go and get my digital scales. So he goes marching back, gets his digital, and I'm thinking, we're just wasting our time. We put him on the scales, and the fish weighed 26 pounds.
I said it weighed over 23 pounds.
So I think my mate might have actually caught a 20 pounder. He might have actually just caught his
You
first
were on
20
your
pounder
scale.
and not realised it.
Fancy having a best mate like that, eh?
Yeah. But no, that was great, and like I say, you've seen a lot of different people come and go on there.
Yeah, all nice, good people as well,
Yeah.
good anglers as well. I ain't seen a bad angler yet,
Yeah.
Well done
so I ain't
about that,
learning
Rich.
very much.
Jesus.
But the other thing that happened to me on bulking, in your swim, I was talking to you, and you said, "Look," and we looked over in my swim, and where did the rainbow end?
We need to put that picture up.
I didn't know we had a picture of it.
That was on the same session. We'll put this picture up, Tobe, actually. So we're fishing, and it peed it down for like an hour or so, didn't it? And this double rainbow came up. I did do an Instagram post on it. This double rainbow came up. We were opposite Rich, and the end of the flipping rainbow was in his bivvy.
That's because they thought it was a leprechaun.
How did you know?
Yeah, see.
Yeah, and basically it was a pot of gold because I caught most of the 30s I caught out of there were a bit spawny.
Yeah.
I've caught 2 natural 30s there, which
Yeah.
was after spawning.
Yeah.
And of course the first one I caught was where this rainbow ended.
Right, cool.
So it was a pot of gold.
Yeah. No, but it's great to see you back on those. Like, shall we rewind back to the start of your carp fishing? Because
Let's go.
well, because I mean, you essentially started fishing for carp, didn't you? You weren't fishing for very long for other species before you got straight into carp fishing.
Yeah. What happened? Mr. Taylor lived on the 4th floor. My mum won. She was an avid bingo player, right? And she won a fishing kit at bingo. I was 11 or 12 years of age, right? And I didn't have a clue about fishing. Anyway, the young lad upstairs, Tony, used to knock about for sometimes, but he used to go fishing on a Sunday with his dad, Mr. Taylor. Tony Taylor was his name. Mr. Taylor said, would I like to go after my mum won this fishing kit? So I went, and we went on a canal. I've never fished a canal since. He gave me this massive float, which was like a pike float. It was just a little bobble float thing. Anyway, I caught a roach, but it went over the garden as I struck, because he said strike it hard. Anyway, the roach lived, because I climbed up the fence and the guy was mowing his lawn. And I said, can I have my fish back, please? Anyway, he gave me the fish back, I put it back in. And the next time we went fishing, they took me to a lake. And there was a guy fishing there with his rods high over some lily pads. And he had a keep net in the water. And I said, have you caught anything, mate? And he said, yeah, I've caught a carp. I said, oh, can I have a look at it? Anyway, the carp weighed 6 pounds. And it's still today the biggest fish I've ever seen. And from that day on, that was my life. And that's when I started carp fishing. And then as I was going through carp fishing, I bumped into other specimen hunters throughout my time. And I went chub fishing, barbel fishing, and they're the species of fish that I fish for.
How long did it take you to catch your first double then? Your double-figure carp?
Well, a lot of years. I was driving then, I was about 19.
Yeah.
And that was caught from Broadwater, got them in. I think it was about 15 pounds.
Yeah. Were you persistent then? I mean, was it flat out fishing all the time from the first time you
not
started?
as a teenager. No, I had other things to do. I like teenagers do. But once I got settled, then it was where my carp fishing changed into serious carp fishing was when I got into Ashlea Pool, and I started playing them with the big boys. And then once I caught lucky at 32, I had no whatsoever wanted any publication. We was against the British Carp Study Group. When I say against it, we didn't want to join it. We was asked to join it by Mike Starkey at first, and then Chris Ball. And then later on, when we went to a meeting...
That's it, isn't it, Rich?
That's lucky, yeah, that's 32.12 there. And by the way, people, that is not the way to hold a fish today, without a doubt. This is when I was a young man and didn't know a lot better.
So going back a bit, Rich, with Ashlea Pool, because they were stocked, weren't they? As big ones?
Yeah.
So how did you get to know about that?
Do you know what? I joined it in 1976, and it was a CAA magazine. And Bob Burchett is one of the best photographs I've ever seen. He had his rod up high like that, and he had the hide beside him.
Right.
He used to have hides built into the
I know,
bank.
yeah.
And I thought I'd love to fish that place.
Yeah.
And I knew Bob Burchett because he used to fish Cut Mill now and again. And basically I said, there's any chance of joining it. But you had to be a BCSG member to get anywhere near Ashlea Pool. Anyway. So me and Johnny Walker, if I refer to him as the old man, he's like my dad, but he weren't my real dad. And so if I refer to him in any future, it'd be the old man, it will be John Walker. Anyway, so we went to this meeting where we saw Jack Hilton, Tom Mintram, Bill Quinlan, my hero, Len Arbery, and all the big boys.
Of the time.
They were the
big
boys.
Time, yeah.
And of course, they were sporting BCSG badges. Hands up, let's join. So we joined virtually straight away.
It was easy to get in then, was it, for you?
It was easy for us because we'd been invited, but it weren't easy. I mean, I've just put a guy forward now, who's a great angler, but he's had to go through a load of paraphernalia, what he's called, what he ain't called. So it's still not an easy organisation to get involved with. But, so when I joined, that gave me access to Peter Moen and so forth and so on, and he was a syndicate leader of Ashlea Pool. Right. First fished there in 1976, it was a year of a drought. Nothing happening. I went up and down there a couple of times. It was there 1 week there, 1 week not. And so nothing was caught that year, to my knowledge. I certainly didn't catch nothing. And the following close season, Tim Paisley wrote about this, which I quite admired. After I'd caught the fish, I'm going to jumping too far ahead. I was going up there in the close season of 1977, baiting up. Now, while I was going up there, Mr. Perry, who owned the lake, was doing a bit of digging, making the lake a bit bigger. Now, a carp, you open up anywhere on any lake, a carp has got to go and have a look and see what's going on. So that was my spot. So I didn't bait anywhere else in the lake. I just put the bait in where Mr. Perry was making the lake a bit bigger. So, of course, I got up there June the 15th. I've got my swim right where I wanted it. Jeff Booth was fishing alongside, and Vic Gillings. And of course, that night I caught 32.12, and then the next day I caught a 20-pound mirror, and so on and so forth. Well, it was the 5th biggest fish caught in the country at the time, and so it was quite hot news. I was still Secret Service, if you like, and Peter Moan rang me up and said, I want you to put that in the paper, Angling Times or Angling Mail, whichever one it was. And I was against it. He said, well, he made it quite clear that if I didn't put it in, I wouldn't be in the syndicate.
Right.
So that was my first foot on the ladder to fame.
Yeah. So for context of how big that fish was at the time, I know you said it was the 5th biggest fish being caught at the time. How many 30-pounders do you think were available to fish for?
Oh,
not many.
Well, I mean, you go back in history, there was only a handful in the country most times. I mean, I remember a 35 coming out of Peterborough Cut. I remember, obviously, Dick Walker's 40.
Redmire Pool would have still been doing.
Redmire Pool.
So it's very, very few.
Yeah, very few.
Less than 20?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, less than 10.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to put that into context, don't you? Because it was so.
I mean, you couldn't put it. You couldn't look at today's fishing.
No, but to realise how difficult it is to catch a carp of that size when there is very few available,
especially when it's the only one in the lake.
Yeah.
I mean, although the lake was only an acre and a bit.
Yeah.
But you had other fish in there. And
was it for that fish that you went there, or was it just the lake?
Any lake I've fished after that was only for the biggest fish in the lake.
The theme was always just the one fish that you wanted
was that
to catch.
the spark that ignited the fire for just going for the big ones?
And that's why even now, even by today's standards, each lake I've fished so far, except for this one, I've caught the record of the lake. But it's been beaten every time, but on bulking it still ain't been beaten yet.
Yeah.
And so I'm hoping to catch the record on this lake also, and then I'm hoping to catch some bigger fish next year.
Before Ashlea Pool, you were fishing cut meal as well, weren't you? And that must have given you quite a decent grounding before you went into somewhere like Ashlea Pool in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you learn your water skills from other good anglers. It's where you start learning your watercraft, because it's a small lake. You can observe fish a lot easier how they move around. It was also a good winter water. And back in the day, it was Jerry Savage, Jim Gimmonson, and people such like Bob Morris that fished waters down like Darren, which was quite a shallow lake, where the winter fishing was good. So Johnny Walker and myself, the old man, we decided we'd try cut mill, and it was quite successful. And people use a variety of baits. We were still catching fish on luncheon meat. And again, we're jumping back. This is before the BCSG, because this is when we met Mike Starkey, Chris Ball, and people of the like. And I mean, my first carp was caught on a boiled potato. Well, no, sorry, my first carp was caught on bread when I was there were only 3 pounders. But my first big carp was caught on a boiled potato, which was a double. And after that, things got better with cat food. I used to make baits with cat food, polony, and luncheon meat, mixed all up together with a bit of breadcrumb. And Godalming, for example, the fish, I didn't realise at the time, it was only later in life. I used to open my bail arm and the balls were that big because I was catching so many small fish. I thought the bigger the bait, the bigger the fish, which was stupid. Yeah. And I used to open the bail arm, which not many people have done, and ball it out. Because it was only going out about 10 yards or 10 yards. And all of a sudden, within an hour, you get a run. It'd be a 10-pounder or a 5-pounder or something like that. How did they get so far? Not realising what they did. So many fish nibbling there, and all of a sudden there's a bare hook. Bang, someone's at it. And that's what used to happen.
Do you think you've got a certain knack for catching big fish then? I mean, were you doing stuff back in those days that other people weren't necessarily doing?
Yeah, I do a lot of things that other people don't do. Observation being the most important. As I've said earlier, I observe every single angler. I don't like to put binoculars on anglers, but if I know they can't see me, then I will. Because observation of every angler, I don't care whether you're a good angler or a bad angler, is important to me. That's one thing I do that not a lot of people do. The other thing is, when I go onto a lake, I assume that I'm going to catch the biggest fish in there. I actually want to catch the biggest fish in there. I don't fish, I'm not a match angler, I don't fish for a lot of fish. I'm only fishing for the biggest one in any lake I ever go on. And Rod Hutchinson had it in one word: you got the knack. Chris Yates had the knack. And it's in his book, I've got the knack. And I think that's what I put it down to. Luck as well, because on bulking, there were people coming on there that were good anglers. And I'd been in there swimming with a cup of tea, and they'd bring a bait back. Oh, smell that. And one guy on there was plumbing, and he brought his lead back black. Well, I've never had none of that. And I've cast out blind several times on this lake now. First cast, clean. All around me, there's weed, and there's clear areas like the size of that. And I ain't kidding. I've not brought one bit of weed back on my hook bait. The only bit of weed I brought back is on the market float when I've been depth finding. And I've cast into one spot, brought back a bit of weed about that.
But did you notice back in those days as well that you had like a different focus compared to everybody else?
Oh, absolutely.
They just wanted to catch
But
carp.
was there a different method to catching big fish? Because, you know, from your era, I suppose, you've got people like Pete Springate, Kenny Odder, Johnny Holt. You know, they especially John and Pete.
Yeah.
I don't know Ken at all, so I don't know. I know he's caught a few. You know, he's caught
Yeah.
lots of big fish, but they have got the knack. Steve Alcott.
Yeah, all had the same approach, in my opinion. I mean, Steve Alcott was a magical angler. I mean, there's lots of anglers back in my day that had the same approach as I did and caught as good as I did, without a doubt. And some of them are not even known, without a doubt. John LeBeau caught loads of big fish. I mean, he's the first geezer I knew who used a 4-ounce lead. And the only reason I knew that is like, boss, what was that? And John, what size lead do you have? 4 ounce, mate. You know what I mean? These were anglers, these were innovators as well.
Yeah.
And of course, we learned. I remember this is before the hair rig came out, because we were fishing weedy waters. Now, because I became a tackle consultant in so much as I worked in tackle shops, I had my shed was like a miniature tackle shop. I had loads of bits and pieces, and I used to have a vice and a bench, and I used to have a set of scales at one end of the vice, and that's how I used to test my line. When I go on the lake and tell you my line breaks at £10, it breaks at £10 because I've tested it. I ain't had no one on the lake trying to test it. I've tested it myself. And someone came up with the idea, because we were fishing Longfield and it was weedy, of putting 10 strands of £1 line together. And I'll tell you what, it worked. Because basically I thought, all right, the only time it won't work is if you get the strands not exactly right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And this is what attention to detail means then. Not what it means now. Attention to detail now.
I've done that multi-strand.
Yeah.
and
Much more
caught some
critical
big fish
today.
on that. Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, Rich, you talk about tackle. You've caught all your big fish, haven't you, on £10 main line, £10 maximum,
Eight main
£8,
line, £6 hook.
£6.
You were always famous for fishing light, weren't you? It was light. It was quite finesse the way you would fish then.
Yeah.
So
I think he's got it right. Do you know what I mean? Me and Davey had a conversation. We're all fish too heavy, but saying that, I'm fishing super heavy at the moment because I'm using very stiff, short rigs, which I've shown Rich. But you know, we all do something very, very similar. You don't see anybody fishing really finesse.
Well, I think you have to fish heavier these days, Damien, because I have experienced now these fish that we're catching. You're talking about 40-pound fish here that may be 5 years old. You're not fighting a fish now that's 30 years old. There's a big difference. You're fighting the stamina of a fish. Because a fish weighs 40 pounds, don't mean it's going to fight like a 40-pounder. If that's 40 pounds and it's only 3 years old, mate, you have got a row. And you ain't going to land this on 6 pound line quite easy, unless you've got a lot of room for it to run around in. If it's a 40-pounder and it's 30 years old, you're going to get a bump, bump, bump. And I've caught some big fish, and they've been mostly bump, bump. I've caught 30-pounders now, and I tell you what, I would not like to catch one of these 30s that I've caught on 6 pound or 8 pound line, because it's an arm bender with 12-pound line and a 2 3/4 rod. My rods, I don't mess about. I still strike. I mean, most of you people just pick the rod up. I still strike. It's a habit. And I still bend the rod. And I tell you what, it's But I've got back to playing them on the clutch again because the back winding was just too much. These are fit young fish. They're not old 20-pounders. It's like back in the day when you were catching like 10-pounders. They fought like mad. They run like mad. You knew the difference between a 10-pounder and a 20-pounder before you picked the rod up because they were a different age group. But on these waters now, you're putting fish in that are putting on £10 a year.
it's interesting, isn't it? It's true, isn't it? And the tackle that we use nowadays, we use heavier rods and everything nowadays.
yeah,
That's why,
but-
don't we? So we're gearing ourselves up.
We are
for
gearing
that.
ourselves up, but in these days, lakes are full of weed, aren't they? You know, there's lots of other things, factors that come into play why you've got to use heavier line and heavier hooks and stuff. But I think that the lighter you can fish, if you went back to basics and fish with a 6 pound maximum hook length, I think you get more chances. But on the flip side, you know, you've got with the stiffer rigs, you've got rigs that reset themselves all the time, so they're always fishing. They're more effective. I think it's something to think about.
Did you
Definitely.
lose a lot of fish back then?
Well, back in the day?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. That's a question I didn't even anticipate answering.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I lost. I lost the 40 at what do you call it? That's down to bad angling.
Which one was that?
That's at Stansted Abbott's. Someone come out, I was working at Arnold Rods and Tackle, and someone come in with a £40 a pick. I said, where'd you catch that? Stansted Abbott's. Well, I'll have some of that. And I went up there, and Bob Buteau was fishing there for the Tench. Al Fingers was fishing there. Another known angler who's passed now was, I can't think of it. I think it was David a bit. I just can't think of his name. He used to fish with pike down at Yateley. A load of you people out there will know he was.
The doctor?
No, he only passed about 10 years ago, 50 years ago. He was well known for pike angling. Keith Sullivan's mate. A Polish guy.
Terry
Terry Gleb.
Glebiowski.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And he was fishing there as well. Anyway, I was fishing where Bob Buteau was fishing for the tench, because basically tench fishing to me is like carp fishing. The carp will always come and push the tench out. There's no doubt about that in my mind. So I set up there to start with, and Bob would come. I'd be fishing Sunday to Wednesday, and Bob would be fishing at weekends, sort of thing. Anyway, I'm having a stroll round one day, and I had my dog with me, Savay, the little Staffy, and I've seen these carp in these lily pads, and it's right in a little bay, which very, very people took no view of. And the gap was that wide. I've got 2 rods in there, and I've got my bed chair, and I've got my dog, and I've got my cooker, and that's all. And I knew this big one was in there. So, bit of baiting, cast out, bed chair, sleeping bag, rained all night long. Open the bag, steam everywhere, sat on the edge of the bed, dog sat down, put the kettle on. As the kettle on, I could see the water rippling like that, where the towel was underneath feet. And I thought, bang, it's in. There was a branch just like this, hanging out. And instead of letting it have line, I tightened up and it went over the branch, and the line just broke. Don't forget, this is £8 line, £6 hook length. And the line hit the branch and it just broke away. Sorry. It just broke away. And that was the end of that. I never went back after.
You thought that was a really, really big fish. Could that have been,
It was the 40. I saw it on the day.
Yeah.
Because it left the water. I see a picture of it. It was basically a similar colour as the leather at 32.
Yeah.
From Ashlea Pool.
Yeah.
And that upset me a little bit. And the other thing as well is the sleeping bag weighed 80 pounds. And Vic Gibson, that used to work for ET at the time, he actually helped me back to this, and he took it home and put it in or took it to a laundrette and put it in a drying machine.
Yeah, yeah. But you didn't lose too many then, did you? I mean, if you like, big uns, I mean, that was...
I missed Chris Yates's fish
at
50. The reason being, I was standing on a branch that big with my arm around like that with a Mitchell 300, and I'd cast a bit of sweet corn out to it. Dave Short was on the bank and he could see the fish, but I couldn't, because it was coming into this hole that I'd baited with corn. And he said, it's going over your bait. And I looked down at my reel and the line had got behind the flyer. So I pulled the bait out of the way. And then the fish just ate the bit of corn that was there and then wandered on.
Sorry, was that the Bishop? The one that Chris caught?
I didn't know it was called a name at that time, to be honest. Yeah, it was the one that Chris Yates had caught at 51.
Yeah, wow.
So I missed an opportunity there. I didn't hook the fish, I missed it.
Just going back to Ashlea Pool then. So you caught lucky then. Was that it for Ashlea Pool?
No, I caught the 20 the next morning. And then I still went back a couple of times, and I had one of my bad falls at Ashlea Pool at the time. I was directing Jeff Booth to Lucky. Yeah. And I was so excited up this tree. I had waders on, I had my hat on, I had a jacket on, and the tree where it had been felled, it was up like that. And so the main part of the tree was on the lake. And as I was directing, I was getting excited and walking out, and all I heard was snap. And I'm snapping brides all the way out, and I ended up in the water with my hat floating across the water.
So the same sort of hat that you're wearing today?
Yeah, it's very similar, And when I got out of the water, I couldn't get out. And Jeff Boo was at least 120 yards away. By the time I got to the surface, my hat was miles away, and I could just see it, and I couldn't move. And Jeff Boo was at the swim to give me a hand out, and he pulled me out, and I said, me back. And he basically whipped my jacket off, and there was no mark on me at all. It just hurt a little bit. How I didn't break my back, I don't know.
He's Teflon, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got so many war wounds, hasn't he?
He's more like Uncle Albert.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I could just imagine seeing that cap floating on the surface. But Ashlea Pool, so that forced you into sort of publicising captures.
Yeah,
then,
and it got me
So-
on the ladder to fame, if you like. You know,
Yeah.
because after that, once people started coming up and saying, this, that, and the other, and I've always been free with my information. You know, back in before them days, and even just shortly up until the 80s, people were a little bit secretive. But I've never been that secretive. I mean, back in the 70s and late 60s, you didn't even know what people were doing. I mean, obviously in them days, I didn't have a bivvy or nothing, so they weren't hiding away. I remember when I first got the hair rig, I got that in 1979, 1980, I think it was. And Colin Swade and Dennis Davis had come to Longfield. They knew I was on fish, but they were catching them. And they felt so bad about me being on fish, but not catching. They come around and showed me the hair rig, and I thought, wow. I knew straight away. And then after that, that's when my whole world set alight.
Did you know they were using something different?
I just thought they had a better bait. I didn't know anything like that at all. But once I saw it, I knew. And then they said, you can't tell anybody. And I was stood down from Redmire that year. And so I'd had an argument with someone, and basically they didn't let me back in. But I had the hair rig to go there the following year, which I didn't know about. So that I would have smashed it. Pete went in that year and smashed it.
Pete Springate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And anyway, that following season when I had it, I had an audience around me nearly every time I caught a fish. And I caught a couple of fish, and I had this 25-pound common. And I could see the bait outside its mouth as I'm netting it. But no one's clocking. I've got Vic Gillings there and a couple of other lads. But no one's noticed the bait. So I've quickly gone down, whipped the bait off the hair, and then got the fish out and then unhooked the fish, right? And so I've gone into the bivvy, put the bait on the hair. I've come out. This is how nonchalant I was, if that's the right word. I didn't make any fuss. I just got as if you would do normally.
Yeah.
And I just go, Vic said, oi, that bait ain't on that hook. And I thought, how'd you see that? So I said, of course it is. What's the matter with you? And he said, no, it ain't. I know it ain't. Man, Vic Gillings was a good friend of mine.
Yeah,
We used to fish Ashley together. So he said, I don't believe it. I had to reel it in. Of course, that's when it got out from my point of view.
Yeah.
To some of the
This was at
general
Longfield,
public.
was it?
Yeah.
So what difference did it make to your fishing, Rich, in terms
Oh,
of
massive.
percentages of
Oh,
fish?
100%.
100%.
100%, maybe 110. You know, listen, the amount of times, I mean, there'll be some photos here somewhere with my setup where I used to have little papers on a stick.
Yeah.
The amount of times when I've been fishing and it's gone, that was a fish, mate. But we just thought it was a line bite. But they were all takes. At Redmire, I done my head in because I knew I was getting takes. I mean, at one point, I had my rod stuck in the silt. There got to be. And again, that was bad angling because I did get a run eventually. And then basically, because I strike and I brought that's back in the day. And I brought the rod up too hard and the fish was on the top and it just come away.
Yeah.
So Rich, when we're talking about the original hair rig, we're talking about a running lead, are we?
Yes.
Running lead, a hook length, what, 2 foot?
Yeah, 6. No, then we shortened our hook lengths
Right,
because
okay.
of the hair rig.
Right,
It'd
okay.
be about a foot.
About a foot. And how long was the hair? So the
The hair was about an inch and a half.
coming off the bend of the
Coming
hook.
off the bend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what hooks were you using then, do you reckon?
Leon Dior's.
Yeah.
Because I could do the whipping knot in the dark. Don't
Right.
forget, today, on any lake you go on, it's like going to Wembley because everyone's got headlight and they can't even walk along the bank. I'm not being rude to you people, but I can walk along the bank in the dark.
Yeah.
If you put a headlight behind me, I can't see where I'm going.
No.
All right? And there's nothing to be worried about because we were, back in the day, in the 60s and 70s, especially then, you bream anglers come on Oakham and we'd shout you down, oi, turn that light out. And
Yeah.
obviously things have changed that much. We used to think, stupidly, that carp were frightened of the light.
We said that with carp fever, didn't we? It was part of the recommendation that you didn't even turn a light on.
My mates go out in a boat and lamp them to find them.
Yeah, you know
I
what I mean?
know.
Yeah.
I know.
But sorry, going back to the hair rig, just so the people understand how it's set up. I know the hair rig I've got downstairs. Have you seen the picture?
Yes, I have, yeah.
So
Lenny Middleton.
Lenny Middleton, and Len was putting his hair, so he had the line coming off the bend, and he was getting a needle and stitching it on a couple of times through the bait
Right,
to stop it coming off, rather than having a loop and pulling it through.
right,
He just put it through and then through again, so that the bait didn't come off.
Right.
right. Well, that was obviously the first one because
Yeah.
Lenny came up with the design.
Yeah.
But obviously, when I got hold of the hair, it was designed differently.
Right.
It was coming off the bend.
Yep.
But you had a little loop in it.
You did have a loop
So
on
you
it.
had
Bit of hair stop and stuff on
And
it.
then Clive, after I think it was after a season,
Clive
Dietrich and Malcolm had designed a D-rig.
Right.
So instead of the hair, because we used to do the whipping knot,
Yeah.
so you would do the whipping knot and you'd have a long strand of hair.
Yeah.
So rather than tie it on the thing, Clive decided to bring the hair around and make the loop.
Oh, okay.
And that was the first D-rig.
Right.
But then you would tie the hair onto the rig. Like,
Yeah.
But basically like one of your rigs today from Korda.
Yeah.
That was designed a long time ago.
Yeah. Nothing to do.
But the loop on itself would have been good enough if we had your technology.
Yeah.
But the hair come and it worked. It was called a pattern oyster rig.
Right.
Because the boilie actually came down level with the hook instead of away from it.
Sounds like John Harry's rig, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Still
Well,
using it.
basically, it might still be using it.
He is, yeah.
What about bites and stuff then, Rich? So you went from like just twitches to full scale.
Well, not to the scale that the runs I've been getting on these lakes. Lakes, boom. But yeah, I mean, from listen, a carp run in the day used to be dun 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 dun, dun and you could just here we go. And I ain't joking. You used to hit the rod spool without closing the bail arm. This is what Jack Hilton taught me: is you don't shut the bail arm. You cut the spool, wait until it tightens up on the bottom of your hand, and then whack it. And that's what we used to do.
Yeah.
But of course,
But Rich, like a lot of the people listening now won't have even understand that you'd fish with open bail arms and with the monkey climber was near the near the reel in front of it. So the monkey would come up, the line would come off, and it would go down up and down. Or with the paper, it's just going up to the rod, isn't it? And
yeah, I mean, some of the amazing. I mean, unfortunately, there's no filming about it, but there's pictures of it. There's a picture on here somewhere where you'll see my needles out the ground like that with the cups on it.
Yeah.
And when I got onto the cons for the first time, we were getting 4 runs at once because I had the Red Devil. No one else had bait like it. And
that's Robin Red, wasn't it?
yeah, Robin Red. And basically, these cups were hitting the butt ring so hard they would just shatter.
Yeah.
And the runs would be, you know, you never had runs like it. They would just, and of course after that, even the big carp, the old carp, you'd still get, but not quite as fast. I mean, these carp that we're catching now, that I'm catching now, they're young and they're fit, and there's none of this trickly bits. It's just, and even when you hit them, it's just none of this backwinding. Like I used to backwind my early days in Durham first time, and it was easier to backwind. But you're talking about backwinding on fish that are 20-odd-year-old. They go a bit slower. But when you backwind on them bulking fish, well, that's why I stopped doing it. Because my end was going around like that.
Well, the way you play fish as well, because you said as well, you move the rod in different directions when you hook a fish as well, which is something that you just don't see anybody else
I make the
doing.
fish go where I want it to go, not where it wants to go.
Do you want to explain that? So what was your thinking behind
Well,
that?
whatever way you pull a fish, it will go the opposite way. So
Yeah.
if you want it to come towards you, let it go in front of you. I remember fishing at Savay and getting a run, and I had 2 young uns around me, and it was going towards the island, and I couldn't stop it. So I just opened the bail arm, and the kids went, "Do you believe this?" I said, "Watch it will stop." You don't think for 1 minute, once you lose the carp, it still runs around like a lunatic, yeah? No. Loosen the line and it will stop. If you want a fish to go that way, pull it that way. If you want a fish to go that way, pull it that way. Whatever way you pull a fish, it will go the opposite way.
So when you hook a fish, you pull it one way, it starts to move the opposite way.
And then turn.
But so by moving the rod in different directions, you're sort of destabilising the fish, and it starts to come more towards you.
When I've caught fish in lily pads, if I've only got a gap of 6 foot, which I've had, the only way to get that fish from 10 foot beyond the lily pads to you is to do that. That's the way I've found. Other people might do it differently.
Well, to get it come straight towards you.
And it comes straight in towards you. But you've got to keep, it's not just doing that, you've got to keep pressure on it as well as you're doing it.
Because you said as well, don't you? He's anticipating, when he starts to pull it, he's anticipating the fish is about to turn its head the other way. And when it starts to turn him, then he moves the rod the other way.
If you're floater, I've been, pellet waggler fishing with the Guru boys. Like every day you're fishing on the surface, pretty much. They say, because you've got a deep margin, you're standing on your box. If you strike, you start winding, you put the rod under the water and you just wind, they just come straight towards you.
Okay, well, I've never known that method, to be
tips
fair.
under there. I do pretty much the same as you, Rich. I mean, Dan always says I sort of trick him in the net, really.
Oh,
but if you put them too hard,
that's the way.
they're going in the other way,
When people have wrote about me in the past saying it's like playing, like walking a dog on a lead or something like that.
That's it, yeah. It's not
Well,
playing. You got not play them too hard, haven't you?
No,
If you give them too much,
you've got to play them hard when you have to.
Yeah.
I never give line freely. An angler I met this year, he's a very, very good angler. But what he didn't realise was he was hooking fish that were only a couple of 3 years old, and they're 25-pounders. And there ain't no way, I don't care what you've got on, if you're hooking a fish as far away from me and you away in shallow water, that's 25 pound and it's only 3 years old, you ain't stopping it. None of this rubbish about they got soft mouths. You just are not stopping it. You will pull out of it. It's as simple as that. And I'm not going to say his name, but I had a word with him. I said, what you want to do is let it go a little bit and get it in the deeper water and then fight it. Because I'm not saying let it go, let it fight, but don't try and land them that quick. Let them get out in the deeper water, then fight them. And wait till you get that bumpity. And then when you get them on the top, I mean, Dave Campbell came out to visit me on Balkan, and I've always netted my fish. If you don't net a fish in a match, it don't count. So I net my own fish. And other people have tried to net my fish, even when I'm struggling. I say, no, I'll do it. And a certain fish on Balkan, Dave was there, and I was embarrassed because I was struggling. And Dave in the end said, shall I net that for you? I said, no, I'll do it. And I was struggling. But in the end, I did get it. And the reason I was struggling, because it wasn't ready, and I will say, I weren't skilled enough to know that it weren't ready at this time.
Yeah.
But I will net my own fish, no matter what it takes.
Can we go back to, it was Cuttle Mill, wasn't it? What come after Cuttle Mill? Cut Mill, sorry. When did Longfield turn up?
Longfield turned up when it was not Longfield, it was Staines.
Right.
It became Longfield after Staines.
Is that because of the fish who went in from Yateley?
No, that was long before then.
Right.
Yeah, this was back in the late 60s.
Right.
This is when Bill Quillen fished at Jack Hilton, and Bill Quillen was using sultanas. Bill Quillen was using sultanas.
Right.
And I got to hear about it because he was my fishing hero, and Jack Hilton. And I was hoping that I would meet them. I never did. And I think, I can't remember exactly, but it was either Roger Smith or Tom Minchin had caught a big 20 out of there. And then when I got in there, Tom had moved on to Yateley.
Right.
And I don't know what he caught out of Yateley. But that's when I met Johnny Allen on Longfield, Staines at the time. And then it became Longfield. And that's when me and Johnny Allen and other members struggled for months on end without a bite. My first 20 didn't come in the first season or the second. I think it was maybe the third season. I think Pete Springate caught it before me. And I was trying for this fish several times. I nearly caught it by hand once. This was after I'd caught it because it was sitting in a tree. I'd already caught one fish by hand. That was at Gunsbury Park. And I whipped it out on the bank. There ain't many people who've done that. And I tried it again. Vic Gillens was with me. And I found it underneath this tree that I could actually crouch on. And I grabbed hold of my granddad taught me how to tickle a trout by showing me. And I actually went down and done what my granddad told me to underneath the pectoral fin and brought it back to the vent. And I'd done it a couple of times and the fish didn't move until I grabbed hold of the wrist of the tail. And I tell you what, mate, whoa, 20-pound fish will pull you in the water. Make no doubt about it. And that was the end of that story.
So Staines, was that on the leisure sport ticket then?
Yes, it was. Jack Ashford, and he made me head bailiff. And I think when I first met Kenny Odder and Pete Springate, I was a bailiff, and I was the head bailiff. And the old man, Johnny Walker, his favourite swim was the Goose Pool because you didn't have to go far. And basically, we didn't park in the car park; we parked down the track beside the barn.
Right.
So we're getting there, and it's June the 15th, and I could see there was someone in the swim as we pulled up.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is not going to be good. And so we've got out, and Pete Springate had this bivvy that I'd got mine from Alfred Ball, and so did he, but he had a camouflage one, which would made it even worse. This before I even saw him.
Is this the bivvy you just put up, Tope?
Yeah, that one there.
But he had that back up again. Yeah.
He had a camouflage one, right, which made it even worse. I haven't seen him yet, and I've got John and Eileen coming behind me, and I know they got the hump because he can't get in his favourite swim.
There he is.
Right, and that's what I had.
Right.
And he had one all decorated, and it was in triangles, and it was lovely.
So for people listening to this, it's like a 45-inch brolly, wasn't
It's
it?
a 45-inch brolly, and that's the first one without the centre pole in, because I basically...
Oh, you didn't have the... Oh, you had the storm rods.
No, I didn't have storm rods. I had bamboo canes with
that's
spoons
it,
in, so I didn't rip through the canvas.
Right.
Cross-threaded. And anyway, Pete didn't have the same setup as that. He had the bivvy, which was nicely camouflaged. But don't forget, I ain't seen him yet. And so John and Eileen's behind me. And I walked, and the first thing I see is his floppy up with bailiff on it. I thought, all right, here we go. And so, all right, mate, having a chat. And we instantly got on well, without a doubt, although I was upset that he was in the swim. The next real big piss off was Kenny Odder, right? And we're walking down to my favourite swim, which now this is an underarm swim. In them days, he didn't have none of these big casters. I mean, Johnny Carver nearly killed me breaking off with 3-ounce leads or 2-ounce leads sunk in the ground behind me. So this was an underarm casting. The branches were all hanging over. It wasn't a casting swim at all. And as I'm getting closer, I think, here, getting a bit bright here, isn't it? And I've looked up, he's shot about 20 foot a tree down. So he can cast out for bream, not carp, bream. So I turned around, I said, what you done here, mate? He said, I ain't done nothing, there's a fucking axe standing there. But you ain't done nothing. So that was me and Kenny sort of fell out straight away, but we became very good friends after that. And that was my first meeting with Pete and Kenny, Pete Springate and Kenny Odder. And me and John actually fished that. There was not the swim I was fishing at the time, but you can see the buzzers that I've just showed you there. Look,
they were these buzzers, Rich.
They were them buzzers there, but not this particular one.
Yeah,
because this was a later model.
Green lights on that one.
So we've got a Carpy water carrier.
Yeah, painted
green.
black, everything matte black in them.
Some sort of ex-Nazi boots you got here. And that's a springbow net, isn't it?
That's a springbow net.
That is
300 reels.
That is a beautiful net. That's that net I'll give you. That is what that's based on. But that's a modern day version. Reverse taper and all the rest of it. Yeah, that's quite a setup. So could you actually walk underneath your rods?
That was after I'd been to Kent. Now, when you go to Kent, you could walk underneath their rods. So they were low up. Before that, our rods used to be well low.
Yeah.
But don't forget, this is before rig days, and the Kent boys were good at hitting these little twitches.
Right.
And that's why after my Kent visit, that's why
were they Mitchell for?
Because your needles are just at the very bottom of the picture,
you can just
under
make
your
them
reel.
out.
Yeah.
And you can see there, no one else had that kind of setup with the mat there.
Don't blame them, Rich.
Do you not think that setup still looks the nuts?
The thing with Rich's setup, when I was talking about earlier, he's the only one I ever see with a rod mat, a full-length rod mat. And he had Zen's early monkey bar, the old nylon one. I mean, the thing with Rich and me got in common, we both have a straight setup, don't we?
Yeah, it's got to be perfect.
It's got to be.
Go fishing with those two is an absolute nightmare, isn't it? It's horrific.
Well, with you it is, because you're a mess. I mean, listen, Roll Hutchins is one of the greatest angles I've had the pleasure to fish with, but I tell you what, he couldn't find nothing in the day, never mind about at night. Roll Hutchinson's bivvy would be like this table bit here. This is my bivvy here, where it's all, you can see everything. And you're just the same.
Cheers.
No, you come into my bivvy to make up some baits and whatnot, and my bivvy's a mess. It's as simple as that.
We were out last week, and he was just having a nervous breakdown, weren't you?
Yeah, well, you make me like that.
And, I mean,
sorry, Rich, I can relate, mate.
If my bivvy looked like that, it would never look as clean as that. No. But what happened to that landing net then, Rich?
Oh, leave it out. I don't know.
I thought someone had that. I thought someone had that.
No, that's a different landing.
That's a Len Arbery net, that one.
Was
what
it?
he's talking about.
The Len Arbery landing. There's another. Sorry about this, Damien. There's not another one in the world like it. You're nearly like it, but not quite. The reason being is I had a nice big isotope in the spreader block, but I also had isotopes in the arms.
Yeah.
That's the only bit that's missing.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
But hopefully we'll get that rectified this year.
There you go. There's another bit of tackle. So am I right? So did you fish Cut Mill, Longfield, and then you went to Ashlea and then Redmire after?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah. So during your Ashlea season, I mean, Redmire Pool is quite a similar lake to Ashlea in some respects. It's small and intimate, isn't it?
I mean, they were my perfect fishing places, small little lakes. That's what I mean. Gunsbury Park was an acre and a half. Ashlea Pool was an acre and a bit. Redmire was 3 acres. Longfield was 4 acres. When I got into places like Raisbury, Yateley, the Con Club, that was a different eye-opener. It was a different method of fishing.
Totally, yeah.
And even today, if I get on a lake more than 4 acres, I want a wind on it. If I get on a lake under 5 acres, I don't want a wind on it at all. I fish really good on small lakes with no wind, but I only fish well on good lakes with wind. It's like sitting on this lake for 3 weeks. I don't care. I'm waiting for that wind to hit me in the face. Once that does it, the fish are going to hit me. It's as simple as that. That's on a big lake. On a small lake, I don't think it makes a dig.
But Longfield was considered one of the hardest lakes in the country, wasn't it?
At the time it was, yeah.
Even into the 90s it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was
Blimey.
difficult because of the depth, the features,
Yeah.
the angling pressure, because there was a lot of good anglers fishing there, wasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, some of the methods that we use as well, like the zig rig, we used that many years ago, but the difference being with our rigs, we was using, like Fred Wilton brought out the protein base and stuff, we were making floater cakes, and they come up like Polarises. I mean, they seriously did. So we had 12-foot rods, but Rod designed a 13-footer, and we'd have 6-foot leaders. So basically, your hook bait only went 6 foot below the surface, but you're fishing in 18 foot of water, and your lead would go down through the weed, and that would be in the weed, but it'd be strong enough to come out of the weed. I remember Bruce Ashby and Roy Johnson, two top anglers at the time as well. Roy Johnson was the first man to catch 230s on film, and it was a magnificent bit of filming.
That's on YouTube, that.
Oh, was it?
I've seen it, yeah.
If you watch that, if you want to know how to play a fish, that's how you play them, mate. And at the end of the day, they was coming having a cup of tea with me. There's a fish on here somewhere, I think you've got it. And this is back in the day again. This is the Jack Hilton catch. And they was fishing what they call a nollie swim. And there was fish out in front of them, but not in their casting. Anyway, this fish was swirling about. And I put a lump of floater on about the size of a Swan Vesta matchbox. Roy Johnson, top angler. Bruce Ashby, top angler. Having a cup of tea. And all of a sudden, in the case, flopping about like a normal proper run, like you used to get. And I was just gone, boom. Then the line, bang. 24 pounds something on the bank. They just went, did you see that? Did you see what he just done? And the conversation just went, how'd you do that? And this is before rigs, mind.
That must have been one of the first zig rig caught fish, really, mustn't it? I mean,
I don't know. I think suspended floaters and that. There's people.
They went around for a long time. I mean,
do you think the reason why Longfield was so difficult then was just because of the depth? There was the fish
no. Until the Yateley fish went in, there weren't many fish in there for a start. When the Yateley fish got in, I remember that this is where work comes in. I remember Tim Paisley writing about me going to Ashlea Pool baiting up twice a week. Well, that's never faded. I mean, listen, I'm away from the lake. Well, I'll ask someone to bait up for me because there's no one else in that bay anyway, so I'm not interfering with anyone else's fishing. So I do, when fish are there and you know where they're going to be or hopefully be, then you will put bait there. If they're not there, don't put bait there because basically it's no good putting bait out if you're not going to be there for a while. But Johnny Carver said to me, because I've been catching fish on floaters in the past, he said the first word he said to me, you'll never catch a Yateley carp on floater. I'm over there in the closed season banging out floaters, and all of a sudden, one day they just started, right, and bump, 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 and I thought, wait till I get home. This is before mobile phone day.
Yeah.
Otherwise I'd be like, oh, the Facebook, here, have a look at that. But no, I got home. Rang him, here, John, what are you doing tomorrow afternoon? Come out to Longfield if it's a nice day. All right. I said, yeah, look at this. Bump, 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 within 10 float. I don't believe it. I said, they'll take them, mate. And one particular day, Brian McKeown, I'm sorry he's passed now, but he come onto the lake, stalking, no poxy landing there. I'm on the other side. I've got all big carp in front of me. They're all 30s and 35 pluses, and they're taking bits of floater. Mine's out there. And all of a sudden, he's cast out, and he's into one straight away. But he ain't got a land in it. Ritchie, yeah, mate, I've got one, I ain't got no net. Oh. I goes round with my net, and all while I'm round there, and they were going for that long. But no, so that could have been another 35 plus to my bag, but it didn't happen.
Yeah. Did you find that you were you doing things before other people a lot of the time then, or?
I don't know. Sometimes, yeah. I mean, my head ain't that straight that I can think back and think everything I've done. It just ain't. I've forgotten a lot of things I've done. But yeah, I mean, I fished harder than most. I was determined. Nothing put me off. I mean, the lads on the lakes now, because I am getting older now, I do feel the cold quite. And they, are you warm enough? Sometimes I ain't. I mean, I remember speaking to Damian when I was on Iris. I said, oh, a bit chilly last night, don't you? Next one, I got a load of thermal gear turned up. So he's like my dad. I don't have to worry about anything really.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was things that I done. I mean, I was more determined than most people. There's only one person that's been in a tree longer than me. I won't name him, but I'll tell you why. Because when I climbed that tree, there was a bong up there. And that's why the geezer was up there for so long, which is not a problem to me.
That was his little place of like...
I mean, who wouldn't sit in a tree all day long smoking the red off, you know what I mean?
Rich, when did you catch your first 35 pounder then?
Oh, that was in 1981.
What, from Longfield?
Yeah.
And that would have been Jack, would it?
Oh, now, listen, I don't know, because then there was no names on fish back in them days, so I don't really know.
Was it before the Yateley fish went in?
Oh, no, there weren't no fish of that size that I saw.
Right, okay.
Before the Yateley fish.
So when the Yateley fish went in, the big one that Pete caught in the brace from Yateley, that would have been the 40, would it? That went on to become the 40 that Colin Swaden caught and then John caught.
Yeah. Oh, no, hang on a minute. No. You mean no, that brace, hang on.
The brace of carp that Pete caught.
Yeah, he caught one at 38 and one at 37, didn't he?
That's it. One of them went on to grow on to become the 40, didn't it?
I didn't know if they went into...
They went into Longfield, didn't they?
Well, do you know what? I can't remember.
Yeah, they did.
Right. In that case, then one of them did. It would have been the 38 that went on to be the 40.
Right.
And I really can't remember. What I can remember about Yateley, which not many people know, Colin Swale and Dennis Davis were coming to Longfield and they saw a geezer take a fish out of Yateley, right? And they followed the geezer and the geezer put it in his back garden pond.
Right.
When they come to Longfield, they told me about it.
Right.
And I ain't having none of that. So we went round there. And there's three of us, right? We've gone round to his garden pond. And you can see the geezer eating his dinner, right? And he got a Labrador dog sitting by the door. And I used to be a lunatic, I really did. And Colin said, "You going to get us?" Yeah, right, I ain't having half his weight. So I'm in there with the lad in there. Scooped out. We're looking round at this geezer. He's still munching his dinner. The dog's looking up, honestly. And we scooped out, carried it back to Longfield and put it in, £25. Thank you. And if you're watching, mate, hard luck.
I would like to have seen his face the next morning when he turned up.
Well, I would like to see his pond. It was full of lily pads before we got in and destroyed it.
So while you were fishing Ashley then, so Redmire, on your mind then? I mean,
Absolutely.
And you were in
Redmire was on my mind from the minute I first looked at carp. I mean, listen, to be a carp angler, you had to read about it. I ain't no good at reading. But I was good at looking at pictures and I was good at trying to decipher what was being said. My first book was Quest for Carp, and that was bong. You had Quillen's Pits, which I wanted to go and fish for. By the time I got to Redmire, there weren't no such place. It was there, but there was no water in it. And all my famous people. There's a lot of young anglers that might be watching this, won't even know what I'm talking about, but they were the people of the day. Like your Dubbies and your Stokeses are today, and people such as. And... So Redmire was, boss, got to get there. I mean, there we are there, Redmire Pool. There's my best angler in the world on the left.
So we're looking at a picture of four of you there. Yeah. So you're on the, go on.
That's me on the end, right?
Do you know what? I wouldn't have even recognised him there.
No, I was incognito. That's my best angler in the world next to me, Bill Quinlan, and then Jim Martinez, and my other favourite. I call them Uncle Len and Uncle Bill. Len Harbury.
Did you meet these guys only once you'd stopped fishing?
No, I met Uncle Bill and Uncle Len back in the Longfield days.
So when you were fishing Ashley, I mean, how difficult was it to get on Redmire Pool in the sort of late 70s?
The only time lakes got difficult for me is when I became famous. People didn't want me on their waters because they think I'll catch all the fish. And how stupid can you be? I mean, if I had a lake and I had a choice of a good angler or a bad angler, I'd want a good angler all the time because I'm going. That's not to distract from what I said earlier, because you will learn from bad anglers as well, but you'll learn more from a good angler more quickly. And so basically, because one example, one of many, this is one good one. The old man, Johnny Walker, wanted to join the fisheries. And when he went for his interview, they said, you can join on the proviso you'd never bring Ritchie McDonald on this lake. And I don't know no one on there. Why would they want not me on their water? There you go. And they're the only pitfalls I did fall into now and again. Some people just didn't want me on their water.
So when did you see that opportunity to actually, get on Redmire then? Can you remember what sort of, where the opportunity came from for that?
John Carver gave me the opportunity. I think we was at a meeting, because Chris Ball used to hold the best meetings, BCSU. I mean, people like Fred Wilton coming from Kent, you had Chris Yates, you had all good top anglers coming to Staines. And a lot of the times, like means, they'd end up at my house, because I had a fish tank 6 foot long and 2 foot wide with all speed. And I remember Bob James, when my baby had a baby chair, I remember telling him off because he was picking at the plastic. I said, what do you think you're doing? I know I had a crappy old house. I was no good at you coming along picking at things. And so basically, I forgot what I was going to say.
So these guys came round to your house?
After the meetings, but you had everybody there, And John Carver, we became friends when he was at Longfield, and he happened to be in Redmire. And I was actually working for Tom Mintram. I was doing my window cleaning round in London at 4 and 5 in the morning till 12 o'clock midday, and then I was racing over to Epsom to help him build extensions. And do you know what? I've never known a builder ever build an extension out of his own road. He's been working in his road all his life. Every extension down Epsom, Tapnam Corner, where it is, every extension you see down there is what me and Tom built.
And Tom was in charge of the syndicate, wasn't he?
He was.
He was a syndicate.
And it was Tom that threw me out as well, and I've been working for him for over a year.
Did you meet him through the British Carp Study Group? Was that where you first came across him?
No, I met Tom first at Longfield, Yateley. And obviously I was inspired by a 38 that he'd caught. And I had not an argument with somebody, but when Tom caught that fish at 38, it was a male, right, because it was milting. Now, these were not idiots. And then it became a female, because when Chris Yates caught it, it was 3 years spawn. And I looked up a couple of things, and basically fish do change their sex. They can become male or female. But I can't remember exactly how they do that, but they do it. Anyway.
So you were with Tom, so working with Tom must have been pretty handy. I would imagine.
He was really good at work.
The subject of Redmire might have came up a few times.
Yeah,
before.
absolutely. I mean, when I said to John Carver, basically, when I was put forward, John Carver put me forward. That's before I was working with Tom. And then when I went to meet Tom, that's when I said, well, I can do labouring for you and all that. Because he built houses on his own. He's like Roger Smith, master builders. Jack Hilton, master builder, mate. Bill Quinlan, masters. They were all good builders. And that's why they could do things and take a week off here and there. I mean, I done what I wanted as a young'un anyway, but back in their day, you couldn't just take days and weeks off work. I mean, obviously, Dick Walker and people like that, I don't know how they fished. But back in Jack Hilton's day, I mean, they were builders. They couldn't just take a week off here and there, but they did.
So, Redmire, I mean, what's it like when you finally get the call that you're on probably the most famous syndicate out there, Rich?
Well, it was a magic moment, without a doubt. I mean, John Carver said, come on, I'm going to take you to Redmire, you're in. And
that's how it happened?
Yeah, basically, something like that. I can't remember exactly, but I remember when he said I was in, because it was him that put me forward and got me in there, basically. Plus, I ended up working with Tom Mintram as well. And he took me down there that first year in the close season. He said, you're in for this year. And I'll never forget when we got there, we go through the cattle grid.
That must have been so exciting.
Oh man, my heart was just jumping and getting on the Redmire Dam and just looking down the lake, and this is where all the greats fished. I'm coming. And I could not wait until the start of the season. Anyway, the syndicate consisted of Chris Yates, Tom Mintram, obviously, Dave Short.
It was on Rota, wasn't it?
Yeah, Chris Seeger, Brian Mills, or Barry Mills, I can't remember his proper name, and one or two other people. I can't really remember everything. But the bits I do remember that are important to me was that first night. And as we've arrived, the car park was in the evening swim. And I'm straight out of the car, straight in the evening swim. I've looked down at me right as a 25-pound common feeding. Wow. And I ain't said a word. I mean, I'm not devious, I just didn't say nothing. And obviously, because I'm a new boy in the block, they picked their swims. Tom Minton picked the in-willow swim. Dave Short picked, which is now called the stumps, I think. And Chris Seeger picked the style, I think. And of course, that left the evening swim to me. One very pivotal moment for me on that night was, first of all, obviously seeing the fish there. Secondly, putting some bait there. So I knew I would catch that fish, without a doubt, in my heart. The third thing was walking around to Tom Minton, who was opposite me in the evening, in Willow. And I went round for a cup of tea around about 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. And one of the most pleasant things that was ever said to me at that time was, do you know what? You remind me of Bill Quinlan. That to me was magical. You will not believe how magical that was. I felt like 100 years, you know what I mean? And then, of course, 12 o'clock, Tom's give it the old, yep. And it was 12 o'clock. It wasn't like it was like on other lakes where you cast in any time you like. This was a 12 o'clock casting. I've gone, bosh. I ain't been in 10 minutes. Bosh, you know, I go, yeah, it was 25 pound. Yeah, lovely. I think it came in at 24 something. I can't remember exactly. And of course, that was sacked up, and that was photographed next morning, and that was me done. I was happy. And of course, I was catching fish consistently, but I didn't have the air rig then, mind. And as I worked hard, I was up and down trees, I was up and down the lake, and wherever a fish, I was the first one to catch a winter 20 out of there.
Sorry, Rich, was anybody else using the hair rig at that time?
No.
Right.
No.
Right.
No, not at all.
So we got a picture of some of Richie's Redmire fish.
Yeah, no, we have.
Nice,
so you weren't using it, so no one had that advantage because the hair rig
none of us did.
Was around there.
The only advantage,
One there.
if you could call it an advantage, that's a Longfield fish.
That was it?
Yes. The only advantage, if it was an advantage, is I had...
Sorry, Tobe. Last show, I get away with that. Sorry.
Dad labelled that one, mate. Sorry.
Okay, not a problem. It's your last show, you've got to make mistakes, haven't you?
I've been doing it for the last 2 years.
You've got me on the show, surely that must make you nervous. Right, okay, let's get back to where I was, all right?
Yeah.
So, I forgot now.
No, so we were saying with the hair rig, weren't
Yeah.
we? No one else was using it.
Yeah, the only edge I had, if it was an edge, because basically anybody was welcome to my bait. And I had a protein bait. And I can't remember the mix, so please don't ask me. And it was a strawberry flavour, that much I do remember. Now, I remember Chris Yates, before I caught a few fish, when I only caught 1 or 2, he said, I would never use that sort of bait on sweet corn. And after I'd been there a few weeks, Chris one day, you got any of that strawberry protein after tomorrow?
Are we talking paste baits now?
Yeah, basically roll up paste. Yeah, they
paste.
weren't
balls.
balled up, no. And so I was quite successful. I mean, one particular moment, the first rod out was my float rod, and the last rod away was my float rod. And not a lot of carp hangers back in them days had float rods, but I always did. That was another edge that I had. I would catch fish on the float. Now that fish there, we'll have to come to that in a minute because that's poached.
Yeah, we're coming.
We're having a good old run here.
Let's just work our way through this.
I've just seen that come up the side of my eye. We won't get to that fish just yet, please.
That's a lovely carp, that.
Yeah,
I lied
it is.
31.8. I'll never forget the weight of that. And the first person I rang while we're on that fish was Chris Yates. And do you know what he said? Well done, mate. You deserve it.
Did you catch that one twice?
No, only once. That was when I was out throughout. So I went back up there. We might as well finish that story now.
Sorry, I'll put it up for everyone then.
Okay, right.
Sorry,
okay,
Rich.
Dennis Davis introduced me to the hair rig, right? The previous year.
Yeah.
This was the closed season of the new season, which I was thrown out of. This was a week before the season started. And I rang Dennis up, I said, do you fancy going to Redmire? I said, you're joking. I said, no, we're going to poach it. I'll tell you what, don't ever misunderstand or mistake a farmer for not knowing what he's doing. He knows when you're on his field, day or night. So I've parked up on the field side, not gone into Redmire, and we trod down through the fields, and we got into the shallow so we couldn't be seen. Dennis Davis had a 25 pounder within a couple of hours. I had nothing. And then the next morning, all hell let loose. Mr. Davis knew there was someone on the lake. All the farmhands, they're all looking through and all of a sudden, Mr. Davis has come over to Stile. I seen him walking across the dam, and I thought, right, I'll go and front him. So he knew I was in the syndicate the season before. So, all right, Mr. Davis, how you doing? Oh, hello there. Has the season started? Oh yeah, it started last week. So the minute we had a freebie then, so basically I said, right, Dennis, let's move out of here. We'll go around the evening swim, my favourite swim.
Oh, I thought you meant let's get out of here.
No, let's get out of that shallows into the evening swim. So basically, within an hour, I had that on the bank, 31.8.
So that answers your question about how good the hair rig would have potentially
Absolutely.
been. Would anyone else have been using the hair rig?
Not that year.
No, the following year. Do you think anyone?
Yeah, Pete Springate, he annihilated the place.
Did he?
Yeah. And I don't know how long it took for the other people to clock on. I don't really remember that much.
Yeah.
But I know he's run me out and I'm specialist place piece. Yeah, I know you are.
How long was it before they knew that this?
I don't know.
You'd done this.
Oh,
right?
I told them straight away. That was public news, mate. It's in the Redmire. I ain't frightened.
Right.
I don't know whether it's been poached before or not, but I was the only man that's. I've poached Redmire. I caught 31.8. As simple as that. Stick that
it's
up
like digging a grave up or something. That is, isn't it? I mean, you didn't feel it was.
No, I felt justified, and so did everybody else.
We get back to that. So the edge was the bait, and Chris Yates wanted a bit of the action.
Yeah,
as well.
I mean, me and Chris got on ever so well. Like, he's a totally different angler than me. I mean, listen, I've never seen an angling like it. I mean, right, we put an umbrella up. You know, like when you like your centre pole. Right, the centre pole would be standing up like that, your umbrella would be on top. Not each one. The centre pole would be laid back like that, and the umbrella would be slanted. And then you throw the bivvy over the top of that. It wouldn't be pegged down. And then you walk into his bivvy, if you did, if you could find your way in, and he was another Rod Hutchinson. Everything was everywhere. You know, in the middle of the night, Rod Hutchinson, Chris Yates, one of two anglers that I've utmost respect for and had the pleasure to fish alongside, was scruffy. In the middle of the night, they wouldn't know where anything is at all. Yeah, I remember fishing with Rod, and you could hear the cluttering about where he's looking at me saying.
Did you know Rod very well until Redmire?
No, but after Redmire, Rod's heart went out to me because I was really, really deeply upset. And he said, "Look, Richie, you're better than this, mate. Crack on, do your business." And that's when I got into Savay. And basically, because Rod was behind me and giving me an uplift, if you like, I was on the towed rotor. And I wanted
rotor.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Best rotor.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't deny that without a doubt.
He's outnumbered.
I mean, one of the mistakes I made was moving off it. Because I think I'd have been a better angler on Savay than I was, because basically, but I wanted to fish with people that had to give me an uplift.
Were you speaking to Rod while you were at Redmire? I mean, was he helping you out very much with that?
The only time me and Rod spoke was mainly at meetings and the odd phone call. But once we got fishing together, we was on the phone constantly. I mean, one night my missus turned around and said, "It's 11 o'clock at night. You've been on the phone since 7 o'clock or whatever." And that was when the Yateley thing was coming up. I don't want to jump too far ahead of that myself, but we got quite tight with fishing. I mean,
Tope. There's a nice picture of Ritchie and Rod in Savay.
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah, you always said how much you enjoyed fishing with him.
Yeah, he was a good angler, mate. Absolutely.
But not just a good angler, a good company as well.
He was good company, and also, I mean, we done a first
Great
there.
picture of that. There it is.
Yeah, I mean,
That's on the cart. Yeah, I recognise that. Yeah,
See this
that's right. It's a great picture. That is.
I mean, I can't remember the size of it, but they're both over.
So
20.
we're looking at a brace picture now of Rod and Ritchie.
Your signature hat and coat on, Rich?
Absolutely. That coat I've still got. I will not put that coat on again until I've caught a 35.
So mention the hat because Simon Hardtop bought you this hat
he went to great
replicate
lengths.
that one, and it's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, he went to great lengths to get this. This is a Stetson.
Yeah.
Made in Italy with pure silk, mate. This is how good this hat is.
It's done a few nights that.
And Simon Hardtop put a lot of effort in to get this.
Yeah.
He bought me a hat already, a cheese cutter, but I look like a Peaky Blinder. And I said to him straight up, I said, "Simon," I said, "it's a bit loose, mate. This is when I first went to Irish Day."
Yeah.
And I was wearing it. There's some pictures of me somewhere with the hat underneath me hood. Because I had to have the hood on, otherwise with the fish, because I don't look up, I look down, and the hat would fall off. And so I made it quite reasonably clear that I wasn't happy with the hat because it wouldn't, So he went out to great lengths to get this hat.
Yeah.
But not only did he get this hat, which I'm proud of, he got one for himself as well. Because I respect Simon as an angler, without a doubt. He's a top angler. And he went and bought one of these for himself as well.
It's great. You said about Chris as well. I mean, he was a bit of
eccentric.
accentuated. Do you know what? I was going to forget the word there.
Well, I'll put it into you.
Very but you said you learn a lot from everybody, and he was so different to everybody else.
He was he was one of the most different anglers I've ever met. I mean, I was being funny, which I thought I thought it was funny anyway. He come to a Savay with his split cane rod in the North Bay, and he just laid it on the bank. I said, "Here, Chris, what the hell you think you're going to do here with a rod like that?" And he was, I shall get one. Anyway, you know, I mean, he's such a charmer. Listen, right, this is a story I don't think I've spoke about. This is at Redmire. And Chris had come past me. I was in the stile. And he walked past me. He said, "There's 2 birds on the dam." Oh. And so Chris, I looked over, like, next thing I know, Chris is talking to him. And I'd just been to a party up at the house. So I thought, I can't have a chat as well. So I've got we're chatting away there, and blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, Chris said, "I can hear your buzzer." Oh. So I've run back, and of course, these 2 women have come. It's been raining, right? And they've got high heels on.
Oh, right.
By the time they get
by
the time they get there, I've got the fish on the bank. It's a 24-pound mirror, but I would call it leather because it's only got 1 scale. And basically, these 2 females were there in sort of mini skirts in the day with high heels on. And I looked at their shoes. I thought, oh my God, I hope they haven't seen them full of mud. And they didn't even know it. So I'm holding the fish up while Chris is photographed, and they said, "That looks rather slimy." I said, "Yeah, it is." I won't say what else I thought, but there you are. We'll end that there, please.
They were quite well to do, were they?
Oh, absolutely. And, well, we'll go on to the house later on when we get back onto Redmire in another picture, I think.
But seeing Chris fishing, I mean, he
was different than anybody, mate.
Did he catch many fish?
Yeah, I think for the effort that he put in, I think he was very successful. Yeah. I mean, he caught 2 big fish out of Redmire that no one else had caught.
Mm. Yeah.
You know, his way of fishing was different. I mean, listen, the scarecrow business was a bit here and there, you know what I mean? I mean, that was done for a camera. I mean, young kids watching that, he's put a scarecrow out. Let's all go and get a scarecrow and put that in the water. We'll catch more fish. No, you won't. It's as simple as that. That was there just for the camera. I think Hugh Miles, I think it was the cameraman, which is great photography. But scarecrows don't work. It's education, knowing where the fish are. And Chris was pretty good at finding fish.
Do you think his style was quite well adapted to
his style was adapted to Redmire without a doubt, yeah, and lakes of that nature. But any lakes like Savay and I'm not being disrespectful here, and your raspberries, I think would be a bit harder than what he would be used to. He's used to creeping up on fish and stuff like that, and with soft rods and that kind of fishing. I mean, old school fishing, if that's the correct terminology. I don't really know, but he wouldn't be whacking a bait out 100 yards. Well, neither would I, but he wouldn't be whacking a bait out at 60 yards either. And that's it, the type of fishing.
I mean, how tricky was the fishing on Redmire when you joined it? I mean, what would you expect to catch? What would you expect the rotor to catch during a week?
Oh, I can't answer that, so I don't know, mate. I mean, I can't remember what I was catching. I mean, I was catching fish. I suppose before I got in there, the most successful anglers were like, Walkerton and McLeod. I mean, devastated the place they did on Greenbanks. I mean, there's never been captures like that, to my knowledge. I mean, there might have been like after the hair rig, but before the hair rig, these were pre-hair rig days. I mean, they're captures of multiple catches of fish on sweet corn, I believe. Yeah, was absolutely magnificent. And fair play, 100 years old he is today, this year. And they had one of the greatest captures of Redmire that's ever been. And
they're Chris's fish, didn't they? A 40 pound.
Yeah.
I think there was about 5 or 6 fish in that photo.
Yeah.
John was really tall, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Billy's really
and
short.
Billy was like that. Billy, I know Billy, and Billy come up to my chest. John Walkerton was above my head. And not John Walkerton, John McLeod, sorry. He was 6'2" or 3" or something like that. He was Royal Hutchinson size anyway. I mean, Royal Hutchinson and me was like Walkerton and you know what I mean, little and large. If we go back to Rod for a minute, now that I've got it on my mind, after that brace of fish, I was fishing the gate swim and Rod was fishing the birches.
This is Savay, yeah.
Yeah. I just want to go back on that in case I forget. And Rod was very successful on Savay, without a doubt. He knew where the fish were 9 times out of 10. And I'm on the gate swim, which is not far from the birches, and I've gone up for a cup of tea with him. Bang, he's in. I knew the con well, and we were both new members on Arrow Hawthornians, but we thought Arrow Hawthornians wouldn't be difficult. I could fish the con like he could fish Savay. So I just turned and said, "Hey, Rod, what about doing 320s from 3 different waters in a day? It's never been done." "Yeah, all right, what we do?" I said, "We'll go to the con now. I'll definitely get one out of there, or you will. I'll show you exactly where we're fishing, because he's never been there." Straight on, within a couple of hours, bang, I went to one, £25 I think it was. And then Arrow Hawthornians was next. Now Rod, this is where the clever bit comes in. I'm little, so I don't want Rod that side of the lake, because I won't be able to see anything. He'll see it first. And as we're walking through, you've got these row of islands, and he's that side of the lake. And I thought, hang on a minute, this ain't right. So I said, "Hey, Rod, hang on, let me get this side." And as we got past it, I just see one, and he said, "I'll fish here." And we saw this fish just crash on the end of the island. But I beat him to the punch. Now, if I'd have been the other side of him, he would have seen it and he'd have caught it. Instead, I caught it. So we did have 320s in a day.
So was the deal that you caught 320s between you, or
yeah,
one of...
The deal was 320s between us in a day from 3 different lakes.
That's good going, that was then, wasn't it?
That was, it was more like, than good going, mate.
God, blimey, yeah. When you joined Redmire, did you... So you want to catch big fish, right? But did you join there to just fish Redmire, or was there a fish that you did want to catch?
No, just to join Redmire. I mean, Redmire was my ultimate goal from the first moment I saw Quest for Carp by Jack Hilton.
I mean, it done a £50 carp the year that you were fishing there. It done. Was it that year?
No, that was the. It was that year, yeah, because
It was 1980, wasn't it?
1980, yeah, and I got thrown out or asked to stand down. And which I did do. I stood down for virtually a season, and then before I stood down, I had a chance at that same fish. Getting towards the end of the season, and I was standing up a tree, poplar, on a branch about so big, and it was just it's about that fat, and it was about that long, and I had one hand behind the tree, Mitchell 300, with I can't remember what the rod was. And I was using corn, and all a bit of corn in this hollow. Dave Short could see the fish, I couldn't, because it was in this bit of weed. And basically I'd flick the bait out beside the weed bed. I couldn't see it, but he could. He said, "Right, the fish is going over your bait, mate." So I've looked down at my reel, and the line had got behind the flyer. So I pulled the bait away. And then it ate a couple of bits of corn and went off. I never had a chance at it.
Did it surprise you that fish done £50? When you were fishing there at the time, what were actually, as far as you knew, what were you fishing for?
I was just fishing with Redmire carp. I didn't know there was
size-wise,
no, I mean, obviously, I always believed there was massive fish in there because of the past history. I mean, some of the old photographs you see, right? I can't remember what they're called, but there was one there with the size of the boat and stuff like that. And basically, don't forget, I was a young angler and I was still daydreaming. And Redmire was even now. If I'd never fished Redmire, that would still be my ultimate goal, to get in there and fish it. But fortunately, as the years have gone by, unfortunately, I was in my drunken state, and I've been invited to Redmire a couple of 3 times. And I've been in a drunken state, and I shouldn't have ever gone back. But I'll get back there again one day.
Soon, hopefully. Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
So that first night then, so you caught a fish straight away. I mean, that must have been a bit of a surprise.
That opened everybody's eyes as well, because everyone thinks, he's only young, and has he done that straight away?
How did the rest of the week go?
Do you know what? I can't remember. I'll be honest with you. I mean, everything that I've done, I can't remember everything, because I've been in a haze for about 27 years. But I'm not sure if I caught another fish or not. But it weren't shortly afterwards that, as I said, with the float rod, it's the last thing away. And the hardest place to catch a fish, and one of the best pictures I've got, unfortunately I don't think we've got it here, is I've took a picture of Chris Yates kneeling down on the dam. It looks like an oak tree standing up, but he's kneeling down. And he said that's the hardest place to catch a carp from, on the dam. So I was fishing the in willow. Everything's in the motor. And I've gone back from my float rod. It's still got a boilie on it, right? My strawberry protein. So it's still on the hook. So I've gone back. Don't forget, this is pre-rig days. Still on the hook. I've gone past. As I've come over the stile, gone round past the dam. Bubbles. Oh. Back the float in. The float had gone like that, and boom. Oh, bang. £23. That'll do. I still had my suit on, my wetsuit. Not my wetsuit, but my wet clothing suit. That Blinder's thing, whatever it's called. Photographed that, took my suit off, put the fish back. Still some bubbles there. All right, have another cast. Fuck me if I didn't catch another one. And that started Chris Siegel on a bit of a downward stroke to me. Like we fell out after that. We had a bit of an argument.
What, because you were fishing on the dam, or
no? Because I caught fish.
Because you caught.
Because
fish.
I was catching fish regular.
Yeah,
yeah.
And they were catching a lot of them on the float then.
I caught 2 on the float that time. I've caught several fish after that when I took Johnny Walker and Eileen Walker there because I was up and down. John Carp one night was fishing in Walker's. I was fishing in the stile. But I could hear fish on the platform, they call it. It was I don't know what the actual swim is, but they made a platform so you could fish it. I had 3 fish in a night. And I kept going down to John Carter. John, I've got another one. But he was just on the food venture, just laid back. Oh, all right. Yeah. You know what I mean? I can't remember everything that happened, but I was quite successful. And some of the syndicate didn't like it.
Were you? Because you always say you fish at 110%, which I know you did. Was it that extra 10%? Were you just
Absolutely.
more busy around the lake than everybody else?
Absolutely, I was very busy. I mean, I was up and down trees, climb modes, and the yoke next to me was a hard tree to climb. But once you got halfway up it, you could be there. I mean, it used to be like a fairground. When you said the jets flying over, right, and they'd be that low to the ground, I'd be 30 foot up a popular, and when they flew over, mate, it was like being on a big dipper. Whoa, down you go. You had to hang on. If you didn't hang on, you were in the lake. I didn't care. I can swim, but I used to hang on and go down and up, boy, and then you bob about a couple of times. Then you go, well, that was good, and then another one to come over, and you go down again, and that was where I actually could have been killed. These were the days, as Damian spoke about earlier, when you had the needles and the bobbins.
Yeah.
Okay, but the needles used to be above the rods, so I had 3 rods fishing, 3 needles about 6 inches above the rods. All right, I'm about 30 foot up a tree. It forks about 15 foot up and splits. Right, so I'm up one side of it and I lost my footing and I slid down. And if it weren't for the fork, I'd have gone straight on them needles, and that would have been the end of me without a doubt, or maybe.
Yeah, lucky escape.
Very lucky.
I'll tell you what, you were talking about that suit that you were wearing, that wetsuit. You reminded me of that story in Ross on Wye when you had to go in and buy
Oh, right, yeah, okay, that's good. Yeah. I'd been there for a week, it had been raining every day, and I got different clothes every day. Anyway, at the end of the week, I've been baiting up this little area near Quillen's pitch, which is in the shallows. And this big common was coming in there. And again, willows are my worst climbing tree because I always fall out of them. Anyway, I've gone down. This is my last set of clothing. I've got a line up from my car because I was fishing the in willow at the time, the evening pitch, sorry. I've got a line up from my car to a tree. I've got it from the boot of my car to the tree, to the yoke.
Washing line.
Yeah, with all my clothes hanging on it. And it was raining every day, so they weren't drying anyway. Yeah. So, I've got my new set of clothes on. I'm down there, and of course I see the tail, so I'm up the tree. And as it's turning around on the boat, I'm turning around with it. And of course I don't realise I'm walking out on the branch. Down I go, soaking wet. Right, okay, driving to Ross on Wye, in wet clothes. Gets out of the car, goes to a camping shop, says, have you got any wet dry suits? Like, I don't know what you call them. Yeah, I said, do you mind if I changed? Not at all. Changed I get. Got the wet clothes out of me arm, walking through Ross and Wye, and people are going, what are they looking at? I'm fucking bollock naked. They can see straight through the wet clothes. And that was an eye opener. And I ain't got much to look at, but they were all looking.
Was it? So that's because you only fished it for that one season, but was it just magical being at there every
absolutely.
time?
Yeah, it was. I mean,
it's just one of those.
Listen, the only way I can describe it is this. It's quite simple. When Damian said to me, it's in my calendar now. When we go back to later, it's written down already, so I ain't telling no lies. When Damian said to me, "You're going to Norton Disney," on November the 4th, I wrote down, "Moving to heaven." Equalise that with Redmire, and that's what you got.
Oh. Well, that was emotional.
You ever fancy going to Redmire?
Yeah. Well, just to walk around it, not necessarily to fish it. Savay was always my one because it was big. It was just bigger, and it was, but it's mythical, wasn't it? And we knew the stories. I would just like to see the lake, and when he was talking about like, driving down there, it's just driving down that track and just going down the hill to it. I think that would.
It does make your heart skip a beat.
Yeah. What about you?
I never fancied it.
No.
I've got some beautiful photographs of it, which have been passed over to me from when Walker fished there. I mean, it looked like a lovely lake, but the whole thing, it didn't float my boat, because if you go down there, even in the last 20 years, it's full of, wildies and stuff. So I never really got it, but I can understand because I had that same feeling about fishing Savay, like you've read about it, you want to go there, you're sort of, your heroes have fished there. That's, you just want to go there, but not Redmire for me, mate.
Yeah,
you want to keep the soul of the lake, don't you? Because it was the monsters and that used to live in there, and
the myths.
The myths. It's always really, really hard once they go.
Yeah.
They sort of live, don't they? But it just changes. And Savay is an evolving lake all the time, isn't it? It's not, it's big and it's always going through changes. It was just so difficult to replicate Redmire once it just done what it had done, but to actually go there and see it, it's the most sacred carp fishing lake there is, isn't it?
Sacred.
Yeah, well, it was. It was still mythical when I fished it. Obviously, it's not now because it's changed, and people have. It's been there back in the teachers' days and stuff, and so you know roughly what's in there to a point.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when we drained the lake to render the dam. Me and Tom Mintram and I can't remember who else was with us, but we drained the lake to render the dam wall because it was leaking. Yeah, another experience I had there is a little weasel, stoat. They're not a stoat, they're a weasel. They're the most vicious little things in the world, mate. I was walking across the dam and this weasel had young. And it just went, this thing's about that long, that's all. And it stood up at me and I could beat this thing up there. Because it had young, it went mental. And and I was talking to Chris Chase about it, said, don't mess with him. And then another time when I was there, when under Bamford's control, I was walking along and I've got a photograph of it somewhere. I don't think you've got it here. And I've got a little shrew in my hand that I found walking across the dam. Yeah. And so it's magical moments like that. Yeah. And there's a story that you want to know about. I don't know how far down the line we are with what you want.
Yeah, go on.
You want to talk about the ball, don't you? Right, the ball. Right, I've still got it, which Dave Campbell gave me many years ago, because if I want something, I will do my utmost to get it. He had a hammer that I've never seen before, made out of nylon. Weighed about £2. Oh, Dave, let's have that. Oh, and I kept trying. He gave it to me. Right, it weighs about £2, or maybe a bit more. And I've got the bivvy, which is what you saw earlier on, not the big water, like the bivvy, right? And the cows love to come and lick the mezzowax, which used to be a waterproofer for the bivvies, all right? So I've got there one day, there's no one else on the lake. I'll set up, I'm fishing, so I'm laying on the back of the bivvy. Now, basically the wall is there at the bivvy, right? My hammer's just there. Hold on. So I've got the hammer. Wallop! Do that, wouldn't it? Right on the nose. Couldn't miss it. Put the hammer down. Wallop! Do that, right. Done. Were you kidding me? This time I've got on my knees, off the bed. All right, do it again. This time it's full pelt. Right, none of them little slaps, mate. This is a whopper. And it's gone, I've gone, wallop! Whoa, what's going on here? I've got out. It's the ball. You mustn't be in the same place as the ball. It will go for you. So I've jumped in the lake and I'm shouting, Mr. Davis, the ball's out. And I'm up there in water and the ball's going, it ain't give a flying shit.
Oh, that's a great story, isn't it?
It wasn't at the time, mate.
Did it get out very often?
That's the only time I knew it.
And how long did you have to wait in the water for?
Not long, because he was obviously looking for it. And I'll tell you how bad it was. You had to get a chain and you got a ring from its nose.
Yeah,
and all that malarkey.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been out there at night when the cows have come through with their young, and they're buggers and all, you know. You don't want to be walking around there at night. They run at you. They hit you, mate. They'll kill you stone belly dead.
Yeah.
But I never got hit by them. But honestly, the cows used to love the mesowaks.
Yeah.
When you think it's a cow dirt, you would give it a wallop, it'll go.
We were fishing the other week, right? And he tells that story, right? And he goes, "Yeah, I've still got the mallet here." And he pulls the mallet out of his bib. He's got the same mallet.
I was trying to give it back to Dave when he come out to meet me at Bulk, and I said, "Here's your hammer back." So I don't want it.
You see the dents in it probably where you hit the ball. Winter fishing as well, because you were told that you wouldn't catch fish in Redmire during winter
hang
time.
on, jump ahead of me there.
Right.
The first thing I done at Redmire was I asked Tom if I could put floater out.
Right, okay.
All right. And basically, there weren't no weed, there weren't much weed, but by the time I finished floatering, it looked like a weed bed all over the place. And there weren't no clooping, no nothing. Oh, waste of time that was. And I went out on the next row, and there were still bits of floater hanging about. I mean, obviously they've been taken, I imagine, I don't know. But I threw some more floater out, no, nothing.
This is floater cake, Rich, we're talking
Yeah,
about,
this is
isn't it?
cake, yeah.
You,
All right,
you bake
yeah.
in the oven.
Yeah.
And it's...
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically what you do, you make your ingredients up, and then you put a teaspoonful of baking powder so it rises, and it gets its buoyancy from that. And so the worst one you can bake, if you're ever going to do this, do never, ever, if you've got a woman around you, bake trout pellets, because that is horrendously bad. But other than that, pineapples and stuff like that, very nice. Anyway, they come up like torpedoes, as I've said before. Cyruses, whatever that missiles are. Anyway, all of a sudden, I'm in the evening swim. There's bits of floaters scattered about. And all of a sudden, I went, that's a fish. So I've got out. As the tree goes up like that over the water, and it's called Climos. Pete Cranston used to fish it quite a lot. And I've got up this tree, and all of a sudden I said, whoa, that'll do it with me, straight away. Float rod. Float off, floater on, bosh. Wallop! £23. First man ever catch fish out of Redmire on floater.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're getting at first here. First man ever catch a winter fish out of Redmire. No one ever fished it in the winter. And it was really good for me. The only people that fished it was me to start with. I set my bivvy up in the Inn Willow, and that's where it stayed from October to March. And I just went home on a Sunday and come back on a Friday and just opened up the door, put my sleeping bag in there, and away I went. I caught 24, 25. The first winter one I caught was a £20 king tail mirror. I caught that stalking on Greenbanks. The 24 I caught in the hang on to get this right and make sure. I caught it in the Inn Willow, but I photographed it on my own with if you ever see the photograph, it's a 2.25 camera, but I didn't know where I was in focus, so I got a big water carrier and stuck it behind me and photographed. I was like, that'll do, and I went back, got the fish out and give it that. And that was a 24, no pecks. And then the best fish I caught there was a 25, which I've never seen a photograph of. Brian Mills was fishing with me at the time. He fished a few times throughout the winter, but I was the only one that actually caught through the winter. The first one to ever catch winter carp out of Redmire.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, it was exciting.
Yeah.
The fish, the following season when Pete fished there, he was fishing with Maddox, wasn't he? In the same way as Maddox.
Yeah.
I remember seeing the fish, I think they were in the Redmire Pool book, Len Arbery's book, and the commons were just like to die for.
Absolutely.
A scale perfect, black, lovely looking carp.
Yeah, they were. I mean, I caught another carp there, 20. You might even have a slide of that. 27 or 28 pound, but it was bad. This is when me and Chris Seeger were arguing, and I'm not going to talk bad of him because he's not around anymore, but we were arguing, and the scales were bouncing between 28 and 30 pound, and he said, oh, that's 28. I said, oh, 28, rather than having an argument. So it could have been a 30, I don't know, but I don't care because I caught one anyway.
Were there more commons and mirrors in there then at that time, or?
Oh, you know, I asked him something funny questions. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember, but I honestly don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still the original stocking pretty much from the 30s. Do you think that you were catching in there? Or?
That I don't know. What I was catching then, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely, yeah.
What about the Richardson family then? Because you said you've got like you had a bit of a unique relationship with them compared to...
Right. Okay, what's happened? Mr. Richardson's come down with his boys, okay? And they're messing about with my buzzers. So I'm telling them what to go for. All right, okay, right.
We got a nice picture up
Yeah,
here.
keep that on there for a minute.
Yeah.
So they're messing about me buzzers, and I'm sitting there talking to Mr. Richardson, and all of a sudden one goes, really? I said, hey, wait, oh, bonk. So Mr. Shall we go to punt out, Richie? The punt? I said, yeah, all right then. So basically, as you can see, we've all jumped in the punt, and then Mr. Richardson has netted the fish, like, and it's a fish that I caught with Chris Yates, that 24 pounder, it was the same fish. So anyway, after that, here's a slide that you won't see often. So he's gone to me, do you think you can hold it, Richie, while I get my mum?
Yeah.
I said, yeah, of course I can. Yeah, no problem. So the next thing, you know, a little while later, like, I've got the whole family there, and I'm fishing the Willow. So it's just over the stile, and the next slide you see is the family, the Richardson family.
Yeah.
And that's another first. Never has that happened at Redmire, not even Dick Walker's day. And there's another first as well, which I'll come on. That's £29, that one.
We're looking at the kids there looking at the fish. And it's
No,
like,
sorry, that's £24. Yeah, I've jumped ahead of myself there. I had another fish after that, which was 29. I'm pretty sure that's 20. I'm not sure.
Did the Richardson family, so they own the lake, did they get involved a lot with the lake generally when you were fishing there?
Me and Mr. Richardson, I don't even know his first name. He lives in Delham now. For some reason, he took to me. I think it's because I was a little bit wild.
A little bit different,
Bit
Rich.
feral.
Oh, right, feral could be a good word. Yeah. But another first, to my knowledge. Now, Dick Walker, when they used to fish in suits and things like Morris Ingham and all that. They was all smartly dressed, not scruffy like me. This is back in the day when Bamford had it, all right? And this is back in my drunken days as well. And I shouldn't have even been there. And anyway, I was there, and Mrs. Richardson comes down, and we're having a chat. And he said, Richie, we're having a party tonight. Would you like to come to the house? I said, Mr. Richardson, this is what I've got. I ain't got no posh clothes. He said, that's all right. I said, no, it's all right, mate. Anyway, in that same weekend, I was absolutely annoyed with myself because, as I said, it was in my drunken days after I'd stopped fishing, really. I'd only been a couple of times to Redmire because I took someone. And Les was quite kind to me and let me go there, knowing that I would be pissed all the time. Anyway, I didn't even put bivvy up. And I'm laying pissed with the bag over the top of me, like, and I thought it was one of the lads. Yeah. I can't really say what I said on camera, but well, I looked up and saw it was Mr. Richardson. And of course, oh, sorry, he said, don't worry, Richie, you're all right. And not quite like it. It was a bit more posher than that, but yeah, it was him that poked me.
He didn't know what he missed out. He'd have seen them dancing moves.
Leave it out.
No, yeah, what he missed out on there, yeah. That must have been, I mean, you seem to sort of do an awful lot of living in that one season on that lake. It seemed like you were fishing there for a lot longer. But you said as well, I mean, when you weren't invited back on there after the first season, you said how, how devastating that was. Yeah.
I mean, that's when Roger Hutchinson came into play in a big way in my life because he basically took the destroying out of me. He said, listen, Rich, don't let it get you down, mate. You're a good angler. You'll catch fish anywhere you go. And words to that effect. I can't remember exactly, it was so long ago. But he brought me out of I was in a bad... I mean, I left the house crying.
What happened then?
I paid a year to stand down. I was working with Tom Mintram. Barry Mills complained that I'd been shutting my boot lid all night because it was pissing the rain. What am I going to do? Leave my boot lid open all night? Well, I can't close it. It wouldn't close, so I'll keep slamming the lid closed. That was a complaint. Now listen, Barry, if you're watching this, or Brian, noise doesn't affect fish. You can catch them whether you're banging on the bank or not. I'm sorry to be annoyed, but there you are. So that was a complaint. The other complaint was I can't speak the living, but it was true. He wanted me to cut a branch down, and I wouldn't cut it down because you're not allowed to. And why he couldn't cast out underneath it, I don't know, but that's another story. So that was another complaint. And then there might have been several others. But I had John Carver there, Chris Yates there, Tom Minton, who I was working for. I mean, I was setting up to London at 5 o'clock in the morning and getting to his house by midday. And Doris, his wife, would have done dinner for us, and I'd be working with him for the rest of the afternoon. And when I went I stood down for a year, don't forget, £177 it cost me. And I stood down so the arguments could settle, if you like. And I don't know what was involved before, But at the meeting, they said you can't come back, and I actually burst into tears outside the house, and just ruined me. And then obviously, Ashley picked me up after that.
Yeah. And so what did Rod suggest to you? I mean,
he said, "Don't let it get to you, mate. You're a good angler. You'll catch fish wherever you go." And then basically, I got into Savay, and because Rod was such an uplift for me, I wanted to get him fish with him because he was bringing me out of my doldrum. You know, very much like what you do. And so I made a mistake by moving off the Looney Road. I mean, Peter Brock's up and I got on like an house on fire. I mean, an instance that very few people know about. I've got to tell you this while we're talking about Peter. We got on out. I didn't have to go in a season ticket or nothing like that. Once he knew I wanted to get in, he just said, "Come to my house, let me see you."
Bruce got you in, didn't he? Bruce Ashby.
No, I was in before Bruce.
Oh, was you?
Oh yeah, Bruce come in after me. Bruce weren't there when I was there.
Right, okay.
I think, I can't remember who actually spoke to Peter about me, but I remember the phone call saying, "Come and see me." And basically when I met him and his wife, I can't remember her name now, I'm sorry, we clicked straight away. I mean, you could see he was a bruiser if he wanted to be and all that, and we just clicked. And I was in. And then I was on the Toad Road with Dave Campbell, who's an excellent bloke. And
we're still on there now. He's still
a member now. Yeah, I mean, he's been out fishing with me on Balky. As I said, he wouldn't take his hammer back. So I wanted to fish with Rod because I think I could learn some more. Because he was like a carp match angler. I mean, he could hold fish better than any other carp angler I knew at the time. You know, he'd catch more fish in a day than you catch in a week. And I wanted to learn something off him. As I say, I learn off everybody. And so I just said to Peter one night, I said, "Listen, can I move on to Rod's boat?" He said, "Not a problem, mate." Bang, straight in. I mean, I had that sort of charm. And I was straight in there. Anyway, there's a swim called the roach swim. It's called a roach swim for one reason. People go and fish it for roach, not carp. So Bruce Ashby was on the water at the same time. Yeah. So you were probably right there. I couldn't remember. But I don't know whether it's Bruce put me forward.
I think, I'll be honest with you, Rich, I think Bruce was on the first rotor.
Oh, okay.
And I've read in Bruce's book that you had an interest in it, and he just had, if Bruce said to Pete, or Pete said to Bruce, "If it's coming from you, son, you know."
Oh, well, then you will be right then. I honestly, I can't remember.
It's something.
But anyway, Bruce was fishing there with me.
It might have been the other way. You might have got him in.
You might be right, because Bruce came to Longfield with me, and Bruce and Mike Harris, they were two great people. I mean, they took me down to their places and that. Anyway, this particular day, I'm fishing beside the roach, and Bruce is just a little bit down from me. Now, I'm only a little fella, but I can be angry. Bruce is a big fella, and he's not an angry man at all. Anyway, it's about, the season tickets are coming on. I don't know what time of day it was, but I'm laying in my bed chair, and all of a sudden, bang, bang, bang. I looked out. "Here, what are you doing, mate?" "Oh, I'm carp fish." I said, "Here, come here. You see where my rods is out? They're like a snooker's hand, my rods. I don't fish like you do. They're tight. I still fish the same way. My rods go out like that." I said, "Listen, you cast anywhere out there, you're fishing over me." "Oh." I said, "Who are you anyway?" He said, "Oh, tree." I said, "Well, listen, mate, you can't fish there. It's a roach swim." So then his mates started going. I said, "Listen, mate, you can't fish here. It's as simple as that." And then Bruce, "What's the matter, Rich?" I said, "This idiot here thinks he's good." I said, "Listen, mate, I'll tell you now straight. The wind's blowing down to the sluices. There'll be fish down there. Go down there." So off they went. No more about it. I can't actually say what was said on camera, but I can tell you this. Pete Brock's turned up. And, "Cup of tea, Pete?" "Yeah, no, wait." Anyway, he hadn't even had two mouthfuls. I said, "Yeah, been season tickets," said, "proper wankers, and And so he said, "Well, what's up, Rich?" I said, "They got 3 geezers here this morning, banging tent pole, banging a billy pole into the roach swim. And because I said they couldn't fish out, they went off it a little bit." "Oh, did they now?" Down went the tea. Whoa. Well, I'll tell you what, mate. I can't repeat what he said, but you could hear him all over Devon. All over Denham, sorry, not Devon. Anyway, the next thing that happened, these 3 geezers come struggling past me with all their gear. And you can imagine what Peter said to them. But you could hear it everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you immediately fish Savay after? Was it Longfield after you left Redmire?
I fished Longfield, and
Because you said you had the hair rig lined up, and then you went on to Longfield with the hair rig for that.
I got the hair rig the previous winter off from Dennis Davis, Colin Swale, and that's when I took Dennis to Redmire in that close season. And then I started off the season on hair rig. Now, I've already told you about the Vic Gillen saga.
Yeah.
I've told you on camera, so we know about that. And then basically, I was very successful at Longfield. I had several fish out there over 35. I also caught them on floater, bottom base, but obviously because of the Vic Gillen's bit, a few or more people got the hair rig, so other people were catching fish as well.
Yeah. You was using the pucker salmon then? Was that it?
No. At that particular time, the pucker salmon was still on my shelf.
It'd been sat there for a while.
It'd been sat there since 1976. Right. And I didn't know how good it was, or how good it was going to be. That's good. Right, as we're on that, I was using maple and cheese. This is when I was involved with Richworth, Clive and Malcolm. And the summer bait was maple, and we'd start baiting up with cheese September time for the winter. Right. So basically, now that you took me onto the salmon, I'll have to jump on a bit. So now I'm fishing the con, and I'm basically smashing it.
Yeah.
But I'm smashing it on maple. And it's, I don't know, August time. No, it's probably July time, because basically I took Pete Springate there in August, bank holiday. So it was July time. And this, I better explain, this salmon oil I bought in 1976 off a geezer called Dave Powell, who works at Bushbroken Allen, and he bought a load of flavours to Ashlea Pool, or a list. And they were all £1, £1.50 and that, and they were not salmon, they were banana, peach, strawberry, all your average flavours. And then one there was salmon oil, and it was £9. Oh, I'll have that. Plus I bought a strawberry and a couple of other things, but I had this salmon oil, I thought that'd be a bit, when I got it, oh, it smells like beetroot. Ain't no good. So I had a little tackle shop in my shed, because of like being in the tackle trade as a what do you call it, and I just stuck it in the back of the flavours. Leave that there. Anyway, years later, 1981, wasn't it? I'm fishing with maple on the con, and I thought, I'll try a mix of this salmon. So I mixed a bit up like, now this is what I thought. I've cast it out, but I'm casting it onto a baited area with maple, and it's gone straight away. So I immediately think, wow, this salmon's the business. Well, it was a mistake. I'm casting it onto a baited area. It would take a piece of shit, really, without a doubt. And so because it gave me that confidence, I started using it. And to be fair, mate, I've never had a flavour like it ever. It worked in the winter, in the summer, anywhere you went. Every lake I went on, I pulled fish. And the way to sum this particular story up is, in that winter, I was on 30 fish over £20.
Yeah.
Right. And quite a few of them were over 30 and over 35. And on that winter, I wanted to get in.
You had 530s that year.
Yeah, I can't remember, but you've got it down there. But anyway, I wanted the middle swim. And when I got on the lake, it was chock-a-block. So I had the goose pool, which is not a good swim to be in. Because people were fishing all around the lake. Tim Paisley was there, Greg Fletcher. I mean, the lake was jam-packed. And Ian Booker, there were top anglers on there. And Ian Booker was in my swim, the middle swim. And within 2 days, I'd had 2 fish, which is unheard of, even then. And they were all underneath the bush. They was only small, about 8, 9, 10 pound, whatever. And then I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden, like, it's written about, Tim Fraser's wrote about it, Ian Booker's packing up. I hadn't even packed my bivvy down. I just picked it up and walked along the bank. And Tim Posey wrote something like, Ritchie was out of the goose pool into the middle swim, like a rat up a drain pipe or something like that. And then basically, the first fish was £34 something. And then the second fish was my 30th 20 of the season, which was £20 an ounces. And that ended my season.
I mean, at that time, did anyone? 30 20s in a season then was
yeah, I think that was the first.
Was amazing going. Why did the other thing that about Longfield? People said that Ritchie knew Longfield better than anybody else. Did you go around? Were you plumbing the lake a lot as well? Did you know?
Absolutely not. I mean, I'll tell you what. Now I didn't know what the depths was till years later. I mean, what I do now on the lake, I didn't do then. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I didn't put a front plate on Longfield for years.
Do you swim out there though, Rich?
Well, now that's something that I didn't really want to discuss, but yes, there is a difference. I mean, look, I've not done it on none of your waters, I will be honest with you. I've not swum in any waters because Danny said it's not allowed, and I ain't going to break his rule.
You got form for it, haven't you?
Yes. I was swimming nearly every day I fished. I mean, that's how I know what's going down there, didn't it? I mean, I can't help it if I used to be a champion diver and I dive in, and sometimes I fall out of trees on purpose.
So you hear this stuff as well. I didn't realise he was a champion diver.
I was, yeah. I won at the Middlesex dive. I should have been in the 1968 Olympics, but that's another story, you know. And again, because I was a young Herbert, I messed them up. The coach come in, they're all doing press-ups and things on the bank. I'm just off the boards diving. Wait, come here. I said, I ain't doing that crap. They said, well, you're out the team then. So that was it. I should have said, yes, I will do it. And I think I would have won a bronze at least, because I watched them. I mean, I ain't your Tom Daly or anyone like that. They didn't dive like that back in my day. It was jackknives and swallows, you know, not somersaulting all over the place.
He said to me yesterday, because what was that bridge you used to dive off?
Richmond Bridge. I dived off it hundreds of times. Listen, right, this is real. This is real. If I've had hundreds and hundreds of photographs taken of me diving off Richmond, if there's anyone watching this that's took a photograph of me doing over Richmond Bridge, would you please send one to Korda so that I can see myself what I used to do?
I said to him, was it dangerous? And he said, you just had to make sure that there weren't any boats coming behind you.
Which is true. I mean, the first thing when you're diving off a bridge is look behind and make sure there ain't no boat traffic. You don't want to hit a boat.
Is this in your sober days or in your...
No, this is my drunken days. But I was still a good diver. Listen. Right. What happened on this particular day, I had the police after me and everything, right, because they wanted to stop me, right? We're getting off the subject here, but it's a good story. It's a good story, all right? So I'm sitting down having a drink with a few of the lads and my boys, and they know I've dived off Richmond Bridge loads of time. Well, you know what a fillet is? You've got the top of the bridge, and then you've got a fillet about half a metre below it. And these teenagers would... coming over the bridge, standing on the fillet, not even looking behind them to see if there were any boats, and jumping off. And of course, when they were swimming ashore, there was a great big boat in on the edge, and it had a great big rudder on it. It must have been about 4 foot out of the water. And as they were swimming ashore, the old Bill was there, right? What's your name and address? And of course, some of them, when you jump into a lake or dive into a lake, when you go in like that, you go down deep. If you want to go down shallow, as soon as your feet hit the water, you go on your arse, and then you won't go under very far. If you're diving, the minute you elbows, right, you dive like that, the minute your hands touch the water, you start to roll. So as soon as your head hits the water, you roll. You're only going to go max 2 feet underwater. So it don't matter. I've dived off of trees in the paddling pools when I've been drunk at barbecues. These things to do, but please don't do this. So anyway, my boys sitting there, all having a drink. They says, here, Dad, go and show them. Right. Now, these boys are coming out. Where they're jumping in, they're coming out with cut feet. And I'm thinking, yeah, tell you what, that's a bit shallow than what it normally is. So, this is all true. So, don't forget, I mean, I used to be one of the lads, didn't I? So, go on, Dad, show them how to do it. I said, here we go. I said, well, come up, you have to take your clothes, because you can't dive in clothes. So we've gone up on the bridge. I took all my gear off, right? Looked up over the bridge, right? There's nothing coming, right? Up on the bridge. Give it a large one. Everyone's looking up. Bang, 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 bang. And I dive in. As soon as I roll, right? So I swim ashore, and of course, the old Bill there waiting, didn't they? But no, I gets on the run, and I stand there. He said, come on. I said, catch me if you can, cozzer. Or something like that. And I dived in, and I swam across the river onto the other bank. Right, and I didn't realise it was full of mud. So I look like I've been in one of them mud bar fights. I get out on the Richmond Bridge, right, and as I'm going up to the apex, there's people going, "Oh my God, what's going on here?" And I look like a clay man or something. You know what I mean? Anyway, so I've got on the bridge going, but now I'm all black. And I'm diving again, and still people are going click, 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 click. I'm on stage. I've dived in anyway. I've swum ashore. But I've got in between this couple. And the police are looking up and down for me, thinking I'm going to get back out on the boat. Yeah. But no, I've got to the boat and gone underwater. And I've come out with I said, please don't give me away. So I'm sitting there with pants on, don't give me away. And they didn't. Anyway, the police are looking up and down. So they've gone under the bridge now, thinking I've gone under the bridge. So as they've gone under the bridge, I thought, right, here we go again. So I've run down, and as I've got to the bridge, the stairs, they have looked round and seen me, and they've given me chase. I'm running up the stairs, there's a copper at the top. But he's taking someone's details. I'm there in my underpants, but I'm clean now. He's taking someone's details. I've run past him and I've stopped dead on the top of the bridge, right? Now, they've just seen me dive 3 times, mate, right? Now, it's a WPC and a copper, right? And I turned around, this is God's honest truth. Stop or I'll jump. And they stopped dead. And I thought, bloody hell. So what I done, I pulled my pants down, mooned at them and dived in. And then when I got back to shore, I said, that's enough because I will get nicked. And I hope you enjoyed that.
Oh, that was a great
It took us off a beat a bit, but I thought that was worth talking
Those
about.
pictures have got to be out there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm hoping that someone can show me a picture.
If anyone's got a picture, yeah. So what did you see swimming around in Longfield then, Rich?
Weed,
Yeah.
bars that nobody else knew about.
Right.
Because, listen, today, I mean, I just watched a 10-year-old kid last week with his dad and his dad's mates, and I'll tell you what, that's when you were at me, you were taking my attention, but I was interested in this 10-year-old kid, mate. He was plumbing his swim out, and this geezer's going to be a Dovey and a Stokesy, without a doubt about it. And I was so keen, and this is a 10-year-old kid, mate, and basically when I spoke to his dad last night, because I was so pleased about what's happened, he's getting into Korda Academy, I rang his dad out, and I was so pleased about it. His dad's offered me to go down and fish with him. I said, look, I'd like to come down and tutor your boy, like, and I won't be telling him what to do. I will ask him why he's doing it. That's all, like I used to do the junior fishings. And so I was so pleased about that. He was pleased. He invited me down his lake, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. Now, what was we talking about? I've forgotten.
Well, I was mentioning about what you actually saw in the water at Longfield.
Yeah,
but,
sorry. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry I went off there.
But I will say this as well, though, because do you remember what was the guy's name? There was William, wasn't there, at Richmond Park?
That was Richmond Park. That's another story altogether.
And there was another guy that used to come and visit you at Yateley.
Oh,
so
right.
you were good at. You were good with kids, where, like,
Yeah.
you know, if they wanted help and stuff, you would.
Yeah, well, to my knowledge, I'm one of the first, if not the first, to start junior fishing for the Carp Society in the 1980s. And I used to have gangs of kids around me. At that time, I was getting stuff from Richmond, stuff from Nashi, stuff from ET, and Cobra, the throwing stick, and that. And I'd have a party of 5 to 10 kids, and they'd all get a bit of bait and a throwing stick and a bit of this, that, and the other. And my funny bits were, like, if I see a spider, I'd pick it up and eat it. And I remember
that's what you do, innit?
I remember, and they used to go, "Oh, Richie," and I used to think it was great. And I remember one day, one of the funniest ones, where I had a group of kids around me. There was only about 5 of them, and it was at Richmond Park, and we'd all sat down for. I think their mums and dads were there as well, present, but they were in the background. And as we're crouched there, a grasshopper landed on my knee. And I said, here's breakfast. And they went, oh my God. Mum, did you see that? You know, and I thought it was hilarious. I mean, the parents didn't think it was that great, to be honest.
Yeah, I bet those kids, they'd learn off of you as well, didn't they? I mean, I can imagine, didn't you ever used to like, I had that when I was younger, like 15 years old. There'd be a guy fishing on the lake, and I'd cycle down the lake and sit with him all evening.
I used to, over Pitts used to punish the youngers around there. But that was the only way you could learn anything. Some of them were pretty negative, as in, like, don't bother me, but you know, there was a few of them you used to sort of put us in the right direction. Yeah. So that's the only way you learn, isn't it? Can
you imagine Ritchie McDonald? Because Ritchie was he was the biggest name at that time.
I'd have been in your swim every day.
Jesus, wouldn't have left you alone.
Well, that would have been good. I mean, right, you talked about the kids, right? So should I come on to the Yateley bit where the young kid woke me up?
Yeah.
All right. This is what a lot of anglers don't know. Right, one morning, it's about 10 o'clock in the morning, and I've heard this scuffle, and I've woke up. Oh, there's a young kid there. He said, I didn't think you'd be asleep. I said, do you want a cup of tea? I'll tell you why I'm asleep. So he sat down, I made the cup of tea, and I said, right, what time did you go to bed last night? He said, about 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock. I said, what time did Dad go to bed? Oh, I don't know, I was asleep. I said, all right. Well, I'll tell you what I saw last night, shall I? I said, when I saw the little bivvy lights and the little candles, who used candles back in the day? Well, I used to go out, I'd give it an hour, and then I'd start walking up and down the lake. I could hear me buzzes, but I'm seeing things that your family and your mates and whoever is fishing wouldn't see. Now, when I'm asleep in the morning, I can't see what's going on in the lake, but you and your dad and your mates can. So what I do, I go and have my little sleep. I already know what's going on all night because I've been awake, but you don't. So I go around the lake when I woke up, after I had a cup of tea and a bit of breakfast, I go around the lake and I say, how you doing? Any good? See anything? And they say yes or no. If anyone asked me if I saw anything in the night, I would tell them, but they never did. No one ever asked me, did I see anything overnight? Because I didn't know I was walking the lake all night.
No.
And so when I said to him, I'm getting 24/7 notice on what's going on in the water, you ain't. That makes a difference. That's where your 110% comes in.
Yeah, they were good lessons for kids as well, weren't it? You know,
I was always honest.
You got to be on it all the time, you know, and
if you can be.
Yeah, but I'm sure they learnt a lot. It'd be nice to know where some of those kids went, because I remember reading articles and stuff, and I always remember the kids coming down and visiting you on the bike, you know, and sitting with you, and you could just imagine what that would be like, wouldn't you? You know, that would be amazing.
I mean, there's one kid I would like to meet again. I've spoke about him, I've wrote about him, and he was a kid at Richmond Park, and we'll get onto that story later on, because that's a big story.
No, we will do. So
Longfield
anyway. So you we're trying, aren't we?
yeah, okay.
So although you've been out in the lake, I mean, did you learn a lot from what you saw in the water there, or was it just being around the water?
Yeah, I learned that bars are very sharp when you stand on them with bare feet. yeah, not a good thing to do. That's why I've got a diving suit in the van. I can promise you honestly, I've not been in any of your waters, and I'm not going to be, because Danny said I mustn't, and I mustn't. So there you are. But back in the day, every water I went into, I either fell into them or I dived into them to find out what was on the bottom. I wanted to know why fish were there, so I'd dig me out. I mean, when I fished Stansted Abbots for that 40 there, I went out there when I found out about it with a little boat when no one was about. And I took a scaffold pole with me, and I whacked it down, pulled it out on the boat, to see what was there. And in some spots, bloodworm would come up.
I remember reading this. Yeah.
And they're the sort of things you do. But unfortunately, you're not allowed to use boats. So the fishing range, the casting range was well out of my range.
Yeah.
And so they were the sort of things you would do. And I mean, I would get in a boat. Right, I'm going to quickly jump onto this one now that we're talking about it. Terry Petherbridge lived near Sheen Gate. Sheen Gate, from the pond where I fish, is a long walk. It's a moonlit night. We've got a dinghy, walked it right through Richmond Park. It's a moonlit night, and I'm running around the lake with a fish finder to find out where the fish are. Honestly, on a moonlit night, the old Bill could have found me straight away. They've only got to look for mine. Hey, what's that down there? In the silhouette of the rowing boat. But they never did. But that's another story. I just had to get that one in while we're talking on them subjects. Yeah, I mean, I got in virtually every lake. Redmire, that I didn't have to get in there, although I fell in it a couple of times. I didn't have to get in there because it was all written down in the book, and which was like a Bible. You know, it's like, do you remember when we went to Yateley in the year, and that guy had that book there with all the swims? I mean, that's his Bible, and the quest for Carp was mine. And Ashlea Pool, I mean, you could see, you didn't have to get in there. Yeah. You could see what was this and what was that.
So what set you apart on Longfield, do you think, then?
Herring?
Well, the herring, obviously, without a doubt. I mean, obviously...
No other competition, no other one using that on there?
Well, no, after June the 16th, nearly everybody at Fish there was on it, because obviously Vic Gillings caught me with it.
Yeah.
And it sort of just went around, didn't it, obviously. And so what set me apart from other rangs at Longfield at that time, because we all had the air rig, but I knew the water better.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that set us apart. I knew the water better. I didn't know what depth it was.
No.
I can't tell you what depth of fish I caught. I knew it went down to 18 foot in places, because that's when we used the floating crust.
Yeah.
Sorry, not the floating crust, the cakes. Because basically you had a 6 foot leader, and that'd be, well, I didn't know, but someone told me that's 18 foot of water out there. And I honestly didn't know. I didn't plumb it myself. But I took them for their word, and basically I was fishing, some of the fish I caught were 8 foot water. Some of the fish I caught were in 4 foot water, because where the bar comes down. I made, the first good carp run I had there was on a potato underneath a tree, which is the deepest part of the lake at the time, to my knowledge. And it was in the first year I ever fished there, and I fished there in November, and it was freezing cold. And these are what I was fishing with, these, right? Now, you had the fog come down, I had 3 rods out underneath the tree, right? All with potatoes on, little, and Dave, when I was telling this story a long time ago, I said, why didn't you use tin potatoes? I used to parboil them, that's how stupid I was, instead of using tin potatoes. I don't even know if that was about them. But anyway, I had 3 rods up like that. And all of a sudden, beep, 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 like a proper bite. Beep, 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 beep. I'm out. I can see one light gun, but I don't know which one it is. Picked up one rod, nothing. Picked up another rod, nothing. Picked up the other rod, nothing. It spit the bait out. It was the last rod I picked up, and it spit the bait out.
Rich, did you put freebies out when you were fishing with potatoes?
No.
Just pushed a single potato?
Hang on a minute. No, not a Longfield. No, it was just free baits.
Free baits.
Free potatoes, no freebies.
So you think they just picked him up out of curiosity?
I think I was lucky enough to land where they were,
Right,
or it was. I mean, I don't know if there
Did
was.
you catch many on potatoes?
I caught several, not many, because basically after potatoes, it was. I mean, I used potato there. I think I was actually using cat food. I think it was, but I was getting bream, and that's why I went back up. I mean, I'd stopped using potatoes. I was using potatoes in my early days, fishing Broadwater, and then from Broadwater, on Broadwater, I got onto the cat food baits. Basically, because I was fishing lily pads in between, there was only like a hand throw out. So I used to open the bail arm with a big ball of bait, because I think I said this already, like a small fish would come in and bang, bang, bang. But so I went on the boilies, on the potatoes, because I was catching bream on the cat food bait.
But a potato seems like the most ineffective bait. Useless.
You're probably dead right. But
so somebody probably caught one off a laugh.
Oh no! I'll tell you what. In my life's fishing, I've seen two magical things. One was a cast of a Polish person on the road bank of Broadwater Lake back in the 60s, it was back in the 60s. And this is when we were using potatoes. I wasn't, I was using cat food with a big ball. But
so these are free line potatoes?
This is a free line bait, right? The mist was just coming over the water. He'd had a run and missed it. Now, when very few people know how to cast a fireball potato, what you have to do, you put a baiting needle through the potato, put a tube on it, then tie your hook on and put that through the tube through the potato. That takes a little bit of time. He's done all that. And I'm sitting there watching him in the street light with the mist over across the water. And he whacked this potato out and it just never landed. And it's one of the most heaviest casts I've ever seen.
It's because it fucking come off, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
No, it just never stopped. Now, the only thing I've ever seen equal that was Stokesy. Went at Balky.
So using potatoes?
No, but he was using something like it. It's called a spod. And it was white.
Spud.
Spud, yeah. And I tell you what, it was an amazing sight, because he was fishing about 110, 120 yards. And I'm at the other end of the lake. And I've seen him and I was just, wow. I've got to say, fucking hell. And that was another magical moment in my fishing career.
Well, I want to move us on a little bit.
Cool.
We've spun around Longfield for ages, but near Longfield was another little lake called the Crayfish Pool, and that had one of the best looking carp I've ever seen. There's a picture of it in Rod's book, Carp Strikes Back, picture of you holding it, and that I think it says Ritchie's got the knack on the picture, and it's in the sort of in the sunshine. It looks massive. I don't know how big it was, maybe 38 pound, was it?
No, that was 35 then.
35.
That was the first time I caught it. I caught it twice, 35 ounces, and the best I caught it at was 37.12. Right.
Hang on, Toto, we've got a picture of that. haven't we?
Oh,
Yeah, it's in the mirror.
We've got a picture of Rich and a picture of Rod with it.
There we go.
right, that's at 37.12 there. That's on floater.
Yeah.
Right, I want to jump backwards, because when I first caught the fish, this starts with Kenny Otter at Longfield.
Yeah.
Right. So, I've gone to Longfield. It's chock-a-block. There ain't a swim open. So I'm driving out. Kenny's driving in. Find out, Kenny, it's chock-a-block, mate. So he's turned. I said, listen, I've heard of a lake that's got a 35 in it. I said, really? Hey, I know where it is. I said, oh, all right then. Right. So we arrived at this lake, and I don't know where it is, but we've gone down these little lanes. There's a dog place beside it, so you can hear them barking all night. Anyway, walked through these, and all of a sudden, whoa, and it's the back of Big Kingsmead. I didn't even know it was there. Oh, right. So I followed Kenny's. He knows the lake, or knows of it. I didn't know it. Right. So I'm following Kenny. We get the gear out. But instead of walking right on the near bank, he only knows about a fish being caught here. He ain't fished it or nothing, so he says. I said, I follow him around the other bank. So one thing I do know about fishermen, if you know where fish are, you're going to put your rods there. If you don't know where fish are, you'll stagger them. That's what good anglers do. So while we're setting up, I was whack one out to the margins. Sorry, that was wrong. I whacked one out into the margins, and I looked around. Kenny's put all 3 rods in the margins. I thought, yeah, something dodgy here. Well, no, he knows something I don't. So then I whack another one out a little way further and I put one in the middle. Right, I put a tiny bit of bait in the margins, a bit more in the next rod, and a bit more on a little bit more on the middle rod, in the middle. Anyway, I get the first fish. It's in the margin for you, you know. And I said, you've been here before, Ken, haven't you? I said, you come round here, you're straight in the margins. I'm no fool, mate. Anyway, he's sitting there having a cup of tea and it's dark. And I said, are you really sure you ain't fished? I ain't fished before. I said, Ken, you got 3 rods in the margin. Anyway, he wouldn't admit it. So anyway, but he did say, I know there's a big fish in here. I've heard about it. So I said, all right, fair enough. So it's bedtime. So we both wrapped up in bed. And I think it was about 1:30 in the morning. Beep, 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 not like that. And I've got, boom. I said, Ken, that big fish in here, mate, it's on my line. And of course, it came in at 35 ounces. I can't remember. But then I went back this time. I was watching it throughout the close season. It looked like it was going to be a 40. So I basically had the lake under my control. And so I didn't take any guests out there. And Brian Hankins was fishing Big Kingsmead, right? And I was fishing a long way away from here. And I'd had a 24. And there's a picture of it somewhere where I've got a stupid little fag hanging out my mouth. And I'm
You got the picture, actually.
Oh, have you really?
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, we won't put that
anyway,
on.
okay, good.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm sitting there and it's absolutely still. And I can't believe I had this fish. And all of a sudden, I've seen a dorsal come out right in this little bay. Right. So I've gone round it. Wow, they're here. I've run back, floater kit on, boss. And it was then Rod's, I can't remember the name of the bait, but he brought out some floaters and they were sort of elongated type shape. I think they were called salmon, pucker salmon, I think. I'm not sure. And so I, boom, 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 boom. Once they started feeding, no problem, boss. Cast out. Wallop straight away. It's about 18 pounds. I've quickly got that in, unhooked it. The bollocks. Where's the big one? And all of a sudden, here it is. Wallop straight in. Now that's fishing. So anyway, I knew where Brian was. Anyway, he's come over. He's took the photograph. I said, Brian, do yourself a favour. Get your rod in there, mate. Just keep putting bait out. You'll catch them, because I left directly after that. And then, obviously, been in contact with Rod. He said, I said, go and fish it, Rod. And I went out there with him several times.
Yeah.
He lost it at one point. And then I said, Rod, just keep at it, mate. You'll get it. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And eventually he did catch it. I can't remember what weight it was. I think it might have been bigger than what I had.
He caught it twice, didn't he?
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah, he did, yeah. He caught it.
That was in your book, wasn't it?
I think I photographed that. That's the first time, isn't it? No, actually,
That's the second time.
That's the second time, yeah. I don't know whether
He caught it because it was holding spawn the first time. And in his book, he says like spawn was coming out of it. So he didn't know if he'd actually caught a 40-pounder. So I think...
I photographed that one, not the first one.
Right, okay. Well, mate, no, I think that's the first time. And the second time was when it was... Because it's right at the end of the other book. I'm not sure.
That's a nice picture.
Anyway, it's a lovely carp, isn't it?
Yeah, a nice carp.
As I remember it.
It's a big one, that, isn't it, for the time?
Yeah, he bought them suits out, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember those. Yeah. Just going back to Longfield, but before you moved up, because obviously it was drained 1990, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's when I weren't about then.
But you did go on and fish Horton afterwards.
Yes.
There was a fish in there that you didn't catch the lady out of Longfield, but you caught it out of Horton.
I mean, I'd built a swim for the lady on Longfield, right? And she was coming in the close season eating corn, banging the margins, right? Okay. When I started here, June 16th, I fished it for not a couple of weeks straight, but a couple of times.
Yeah.
And I was catching was tench. So I moved round the corner to a little gravelly swim. And there's a quick story about that. Chris Seeger and Dave Short, I think it was, and I think it might have been John Carver, sitting having a cup of tea. I'm fishing right under my feet. Right? This is how close we used to fish. And then Chris Seeger's laying beside me, rods, with a cigarette on, and he's doing that like, and all of a sudden my line floated through the butt rings. Both from me line. You know what I mean? Right, the next thing on that particular swim, I've gone for a pee, right? And this is the days when we used to use the little needles with the cups.
Yeah.
So I've come back and it's gone up the sticks about 4 inches, or a couple of 3 inches, whatever. Anyway, so like a fool, I've picked the rod up, I've looked over, and this common was looking at me like with a bait in its mouth like that. And instead of striking, I just went, oh. And it went, puh. And so that was my first and last time of that. Anyway, so getting back to the lady, I've moved from the swim that I'd built, proper swim, round to this corner area. I thought, well, it's got to come in here. And so I'm sure his name is Bill. And I'll tell you what, he was so stealthy that I took to him straight away. And he was a tench angler. And he approached me, not like a heavy-footed carp hanger at all. And he said, I'm fishing with tench, mate. And of course, I put him in the swim because that's where I've been catching the tench. Comes round about half hour later, so I've just caught a carp. Can you come and photograph it? It's only a fucking lady, wasn't it? So,
Yeah, so put a picture of shoulders up.
All right.
oh, right.
Yeah, we got shoulders as well, haven't we? Yeah. So you had to wait a little bit longer. So with the fish being moved from Longfield to
Horton.
to Horton, what would that feel like to go on to that Horton and try and catch those fish out of there for you? I mean, was that a difficult decision to make?
No, not at all, because
Yeah, mate.
right.
There you go. That's a creature, isn't
I
it?
mean, I didn't know the history of this fish. I mean, this fish is a magical fish. I mean, I caught it, I think it's about 26 pound there or something like that. It was caught before me at a lower weight. But then it went to Horton and be caught. I mean, I didn't catch it at Horton, that's at Longfield. But it's quite a famous fish now. There's been an article about it in one of the magazines that I brought to you. But that fish there, which, I told you a story about Keith Roberts, about me catching, I caught the 38 in front of him, and he went, whoa. He's the one that fished Raisbury in the 1976, and his bivvy was getting further and further away from the rods, and he wouldn't move. The rods were getting moved to the lake. But
Because of the drought,
Yeah. And of course, he was there when I caught that. And on this particular day, although I've got a jacket on, it was a warm day. And this is a one-nighter. Now, back in the day when I was young and fit, I'd do a one-nighter with no bivvy, no nothing. I would just have my bed chair there. And I was in the middle swim, sitting on my bed chair. And all I had was my bed chair, burner, tea, and that's it. And I just looked over like this, patch of bubbles. Because the fish were on the top, out in the middle, and I didn't have no floater with me, I just had my bottom baits in the butt rings, 3 rods in the butt rings. Well, it might have been 2 at that time, I'm not sure, but anyway, they were in the butt rings. So I've just looked over, and as I looked over, Keith Roberts has come along. And bearing in mind, he never caught a fish out of there. And he didn't know about the air rigs or nothing. And I've looked over, and I've noted where the bubbles are. He's come along, I said, well, come see, put the camera. Anyway, I've looked back, bubbles there. And this is no word of a lie. This is effortless. So I've not even got up. I've just picked the rod up, unhooked the bait, flicked it out, put it back on the butt ring, right? And then continued to make the tea. By the time we took a mouthful of tea, I've got that in the net.
Got a lot of fish like that, didn't you?
He was absolutely flabbergasted. Yeah, what are you doing? I said, well,
There's a secret to this, yeah. Watch for bubblers like close in.
Absolutely, mate, yeah. Don't miss nothing.
No.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I wasn't even looking. I just, this is where the luck comes in. I did say earlier, you have got to have luck. You've got to have a gift as well. But you ride it all. When you've got that talent, you use it. And when the luck comes along, you don't know it's luck. You just think it's skill, but a lot of it is luck. As I said earlier, I'm casting out in 3 different spots. I'm bringing back clean leads. Other people fish the same place and bring back dirty leads.
Yeah.
That's the luck bit.
Going back to Horton, Rich, it must have been difficult for all them fish to be moved out of Longfield. And it's been such a big part of your fishing that they've just basically ripped the heart out of the lake.
Yeah, I mean, I
and
couldn't
put
go
them
there.
in a trout fishery.
I couldn't go there. When they drained it, they saw things that I didn't know were there. And I remember Vic Gillins, he said, I said, I don't want to see it. Because it didn't hurt me that bad, but it was upsetting.
Yeah.
And so they went into Horton, and then, as you said, it used to be sort of like a trout, and then it became a top carp fishery.
Yeah.
Now, when we talk about Horton, I went there to hopefully catch a few fish.
Yeah.
Because don't forget, I was still a top rod then. But you had top rods on there that were a syndicate. On a syndicate, if you know what I mean. Yeah, Dave Lane, Chrissy Pearson, I can't remember all of them, but that side of the lake was tied up. 1 in, 1 out. So you never got a chance to get in any of the swims, basically. So because there were slugs there, I was hoping to catch the lady there, and I was up and down trees all the time. And I remember seeing 430s there one day, pretty close together. And Laney had cast out about 30 yards from his swim, which is a good 20 yards from where these fish were hovering, about a foot underwater. And as soon as that led into the water, whoosh, I thought, why, you don't want to be seeing that often. And so, because them fish were there, I decided I would fish this swim on a regular basis because you couldn't get near the fish over there. And I thought I was going to hit it off there because my first day, I'd had an 18-pounder the next morning, boss, straight away, And I thought, this ain't going to be too difficult, but it was, because I was fishing not against the fish, but against a syndicate, in a syndicate. And they were all good anglers. They was all as good as me, and I was as good as them, but they had it all sewn up. And so I made my little salt circle swim, and I visited that regular, and I was privileged to catch the lady. And after that, things went downhill in my life, and I don't think I fished it after that. I can't remember exactly, but that's when things started going wrong.
Yeah, but like you were saying though, it's difficult. We're just looking at a picture of the lady again there now. Yeah, well, you got her in the end, Rich.
I did, yeah.
Yeah,
and she was a bit more weight there. I can't remember the exact weight, but she was 25 when I first won her. She was over that there. I'm not sure.
That's
exactly
a lovely
what it was.
carp. That one.
beautiful fish. Yeah,
that's why she was.
The
called
scales
the
are like
lady.
melted into it, aren't they? Yeah. So you went over to Savay as well then. So how long did you fish Savay for? How many seasons was that?
I think I just had a season on there.
Yeah.
I think basically Rob was going to pay for me the following year because at that time I was working with Hutchison's baits and that, and I was selling some bait from home. And basically Jerry's of Wimbledon got note of it and rung Rod up and said, look, I can't have people selling bait, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
And so Rod stopped me from selling bait, but he said, don't worry about it, I'll sort the syndicate money out. And he forgot.
That's not like him, is it?
Well, and basically they wouldn't let me back in. And it was only a matter of a few weeks when I would have got the money together and said, oh, hang on. But anyway, they didn't let me back in. It wasn't Peter Broxup's fault. It was...
Bob Davis.
I can't remember who it was, to be honest, and if I did, I wouldn't like to speculate, but I didn't get back in anyway. So that was the end of that.
Did you enjoy that season?
Yeah, I did, because we done a first, me and Rod together. We had some fun times. Getting drunk at times and breakdancing in the car park, jumping over 45-gallon drums while they were alight, burning my head.
But Rich, did you catch any carp?
I did, yeah. I caught the first carp. Right. I've been baiting up with Clive and Malcolm throughout the close season. There's a geezer there who's a pike angler. I'm not going to name him. He knows who you are. Anyway, you know who you are. Anyway, he's observed me baiting up. Right now, I'm always first everywhere I go. If I've got to be at work at 8 o'clock, I'm there at 7:45. No matter what I'm doing, I've got to be there first. So I've been baiting up throughout the close season with Clive and Malcolm, and because I was with them, I could go on to Alcatraz. So we're baiting up the reach from there. And of course, this I can't remember his name, but was walking around the lake and he seen me baiting up. Now, back in the day, if you see someone baiting a swim, you leave it alone. Not this geezer. This is what happened. So I've arrived first bloke on the lake, Peter Broxup's at the gate. And me and Pete hit it off straight away, right? It was my first day on the water. So I pulled over so anyone else coming to get by. So this person, he comes straight past, I'm talking to Pete, blah, 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 blah. So when I gets down the lake, he's in me swim. So I ain't happy with that. So I make a swim next door. So I'm still going to fish the area I fucking want. Sorry. Right, so I've whacked out at midnight like all of us, and I had a run the next morning, and it was a galloper. So these are old fish. A galloper. A zoomer, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, a galloper's good.
And basically, I'll give it a load and I'll let it go. And not open the bay alarm, but I let it go on the back wind, and I just give it enough so it keep going, and it went all through his lines. I just let it go. Got the fish back in safe. Unhooked the fish, bit all his lines off. Say, oh mate, there you go. Within an hour he'd moved. The next time he saw me, I was holding a 31.8 or 31.4, whatever it was, which Dave Campbell photographed.
We got a picture of that one, Tobe.
Yeah, it's a lovely fish. I got a nice pair of moccasins on there and all.
Yeah. Didn't you say that you photographed Dave's
Yeah, and if you see Dave's fish, it's exactly the same pose as that.
Yeah.
Side
So he photographed your first 30.
Yeah, and I photographed his first 30
yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty good, though. I mean, it was a good start on there, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't, because the geezer nicked my swim. I would have caught more if he'd have been there.
See, this is what you get from sort of competitive people, and it's never enough, is it? You caught Sally as well.
Yeah, I mean, that again was another story that's got to be told, because basically I'd keep the tooth in my swim and two young anglers, right? And it was the swim that I'd actually made next to the reeds, but it was now a fishable swim.
Yeah.
But it was all gravelly and slopey, right? So I'm fishing there, and I've got the tooth in there, and I've got these two young kids in there, right? And we're chatting away, and all of a sudden, bosh, it's away, and it's a rattler, zoomer, whatever you want to call it.
Galloper.
A galloper as well, yes. That's a new one. And I'm thinking, it's a double. Keith, get the harness out, mate. And I'm literally pretending to go down the bank. Get the harness out, Keith. It's under the bed chair. It's a big one. Get the harness out. And these kids are going, wow. And of course, all of a sudden, I see it. Whoa, hold up. No, hang on. No, it's Sally. And everything changed. Then the Ritchie McDonald came back, not the idiot. And of course, I landed her at 31.8.
Was that the Queen of the Lake then? That was the one. That was the one you all wanted to catch back then, Rich?
Yeah, Sally, Queen of the Valley. Mate.
Queen of the Valley, yeah.
And Roger Smith used to sing that two things that Roger Smith used to do that some people didn't like. One was, Sally, pride of the valley. And the other one was, you can't have mushrooms unless you've had a 30.
Yeah. It worked for him though, didn't it? He caught it quite a few times.
He was a damn good angler. I mean, listen, not a lot of people know this, but he used to wear a 5 pound chub. That was his chub coat, right? And we were drunk one night. And
surprise, isn't it?
yeah, we got back, and I've got in my bed, and I've got a zip up the middle bag, right? And I've got the kettle on. He's got my chair out, and he's put it so close to the lake, it's fell in. I don't know, he can't swim. So I'm sitting there, and he's got all that. So I thought, Jesus Christ. And I can't open my bag. It don't open, so I've had to rip that open. I've got out, and I've just stuck my hand under. I didn't grab hold of him, I've grabbed hold of his 5 pound chub, which weighed about 100 pound at the time, and it's full of water. I dragged him ashore. If I hadn't got out at the time, I don't think he'd have got away.
Just another night on the lake.
Rich, where'd you get that original blue hat from then? What was that about?
Right. Many years ago when I was started off on window cleaning, there was a geezer there that had this cheese cutter at Redmire, right? He was a bit of a gangster, comes from Fulham, and I crazily wanted this hat. And I was getting up on the ladder in the carp world, right? Yeah. I don't know if you know of a lake called Stan Talbot's. He used to be behind the prison. No. He's got 3 little lakes.
Right.
And I'd fish there a couple of times and had fish out there to about 8 or 9 pound. And so he couldn't drive. I could. And I had the van. So I've been after this hat for ages, right? So, because he knew I was catching fish on a regular basis, nothing massive, he said, I'll take us fishing here. He fished for bream when he could get out. So I said, well, I'll tell you what, you give me that hat and I'll take you down to a lake where you catch loads of bream, which there's no fucking bream in there to my knowledge. But I wanted the hat. But I took him fishing. I also took him as a photograph somewhere in the house. But when we get back to my place one day, I'm going to get all my photographs and just give him a call up. Yeah. And you do what you want with me. You'll see pictures. He's standing there with this, not with this hat on, with my old hat on. Yeah. Right. He's got a roll up in his right hat and he's bending over a deck chair. And that's the hat that I originally got. Okay. The sad thing about that hat is after 30 years of neglect, it was in my cupboard, still ready to be worn. Yeah. And after 30 years of, getting on with 30 years, never been worn. And when I started to go back fishing when Simon was taking on the river and that, I went and picked it up and just fell apart.
Disintegrated.
Just went into nothing. And that's when Simon...
Right, okay. Good story.
No, that's a good question.
I thought you was going to tell me you fought him to the death. And you...
No. If it had come to that, I might have tried, but I think he might have beat me to the punch. I was a bit young then.
Yeah. Cool. When I think about the hat and stuff as well, if you could, those sort of legendary pictures, it's like, Yateley and stuff like that. It's, the hat is always like the big sort of prominent thing in those pictures, isn't it?
With Bazil, you weren't wearing it, were you?
No, I was a bit younger and good looking then. But I was wearing the 45 coat.
Yeah.
That coat.
You had the camo coat.
Which I've still got.
He wasn't wearing a hat, was he?
No. It's because it was early in the morning Ashlea was there, and you know, I basically forgot to put it on, if you like. It was it was unreal. I mean, it's the biggest fish in the country. You know, Rod drove from Louth to get there for the mornings. I said, I'm not going to hold the fish, because I caught it at about 7 o'clock at night.
Let's go back to the beginning then, Rich, and tell us about it.
Oh, right, okay. Right, no one had caught at 30, so we're allowed mushrooms. We're in the calf on Savay. And Rod had seen a picture of the 40 out of Yateley, and he looked at me like, I poo-pooed it. Fucking spawned up. I don't want to catch spawned up fish, although I have done. I didn't fancy that. So it weren't very long after he showed me that. I said, oh, yeah, that's worth going for. So we both said, because I regarded Rod as a top carp angler in so much as no one could catch fish the way he was. Also, no one could catch fish the way I was. Yeah. We were both different, but we could really bang off each other. Yeah. Me with the patience, him with the skills of keeping fish in the swim. That's what was needed. Yeah. And so we decided we'd fish it together. So I went down there for a recce. Rod didn't come. I went down there for a recce, and I knew a mate of mine down there, Tricky Dicky, and he had a couple of boys working for him. I went down there, had a look around, and I thought, bang, Christmas tree. That's the spot. Got to be. It's got a great big plateau in front of it, it's like a sand bar, but it's not a bar type. It's just like sand. It's really soft. That'll do for me. I don't know how deep it is. You could see it, but I knew that fish would be there. So I went back to Tricky's. I said, right, you two lads, I'm going to bring you down some bait. I'll take you over the lake. I'll show you where to put the bait. But only put the bait out if no one's fishing. If someone's fishing, don't bait out.
That Christmas tree sort of in the middle of the lake, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not that. It's the bottom end of the lake, but it's about.
Is it off the point?
No, the point's further up.
Oh, okay.
The point is up here, and the Christmas tree's down here. Because I've actually caught her off the point.
Right.
She was making her way to the Christmas tree, going behind the island. Right. So basically, they baited up a couple of times. I got down there. Rod didn't accompany me. And I'll get there and I'm sick. I've got that rucksack on my back, that bag on my back. Sam Fox is in the swim. Oh, bollocks. So I've walked up past him, as I've come down, I might as well do the night. As I've got to the swim, I thought, this looks good. There's an island up there. It's at the other end of the lake. Yeah. I've dropped my bag down. Help! I heard the buzzer go. I didn't take no notice. I thought it was a fucking tench angler. Anyway, he's on the island. And he's got a fish in the net. So, of course, he comes ashore with it, and I help him out of it. And we weigh it is 43 pounds, I think, something like that. And it was ruined my day, because he caught it. So, anyway, I fished the night and I caught 17 pounds, I think it was, and then I left it alone. And I went back, he caught that in, I don't know whether it was June or July, but early in the year. And I went back in late September, early October. And the first fish I caught was a 23. That was off the Christmas tree. And then Tricky Dicky was fishing on the point. And he come round to me after I caught the 23. Because don't forget, then I could move swims in the middle of the night. Not a problem. Impossible now, but then I could. He come round to me the next day after and he said, I heard that big fish, you know. I said, where? He said, up there beyond me. I said, right, why didn't you come tell me? So we sat out for another day and then packed up. But then I changed my mind and moved swims. I didn't fish the Christmas tree after that. I went on to the point. The first fish was 29 pounds. And then I thought, right, that fish, in my opinion, has got to go round the back of that island to go on. I know it goes to the Christmas tree. So I had a rod on the Christmas tree. I could cast there from where on the point, and I had a rod on the back of the island. But that side of it, not this side. Yeah. So it's getting dark. Now, there used to be a couple who used to come and see me quite regular on Horton, on Longfield, Jeff and Wendy Dams. All right? They're actually in the video where Rod is, where we're photographing the fishing and everything, right? So I went to have a wee. So I've got out my bivvy, and I'm thinking, do you know what? I think I'll reel in, and I'll go down and see Tricky Dicky and have a beer. So that's what I was going to do. So as I've finished, I've walked back round onto the path, and Jeff and Wendy have turned, oh, hello. So, cup of tea. Yeah. Went halfway through the cup of tea, and it's away. There's where the luck comes in fishing. If they hadn't turned up, I wouldn't have caught that fish that day.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I would have caught it one day, but not that day. And so they caught the fish with me, you know. And that's the story of that, basically.
Wow.
Blimey. I mean, having him, this guy baiting up for you and helping you with it. I mean, did you know? Did you know what else was in the lake and what was going on?
No,
at
I didn't
that
have a
time,
clue. I
or-
didn't know how many fish were in there or anything.
Right.
I knew that fish had been put in there at 18 or 20 pound, and Pete Springate caught it at 20 odd pound. And then it had been caught at 40 pound by Lampard, I think it was, Terry Lampard. Great anglers. Wenchka.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, Jan Wensker,
Wensker.
yeah.
I can't remember everybody. A few people have caught the fish, but I don't. They wouldn't.
Does it get publicised a lot?
Do you know what? I can't remember.
Yeah.
I mean,
I remember seeing Sam Fox with it in the.
yeah. I actually photographed that.
Yeah.
But to be fair, then weren't like it is today, where you got social media and all that stuff. I mean, you get a fish now. I can catch a fish tomorrow morning. It'll be on all over the world in a day. Back then, you had to ring Angling Times, out Angling Mail. There weren't many publications about, to be honest. And so no, I mean, and don't forget, I ain't no good at reading and writing, and most people that know my history will know that. So any magazine that I got, it was always flicking through. I mean, it's been commented on before by people that have got brains. I'd just flick through and look at the pictures, and it's been said in writing.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Sutton and Home thing as well. So I mean, you think there's a good chance that fish came from there?
It absolutely did. We verified that. We verified that over this weekend with you.
Yeah.
And it was a lad that verified it. I can't remember.
Well, you mentioned it because you'd heard that as well, hadn't you?
Yeah.
You know, so
It's 100% because I remember Pete Springate catching it at 20 odd pound.
yeah.
And
But you don't know exactly when it went in there or how long it had been.
no.
in there for. Yeah.
So did you weigh it then, Rich, when you, or did you wait till the boys come in the morning? And weigh it?
No. Jeff Dams, Wendy Dams, we weighed it together.
Right.
On Nash scales.
Yeah.
45, 12 ounces.
Hell of a carp.
Second biggest in the country.
I tell you what, mate. I tell you what. When you look at the film, that carp was out of water for 15 minutes in my arms. That's how strong I used to be. You know, we were talking about my strength earlier. You hold 45 pound of carp in your hands for 15 minutes. And then you want to do arm wrestling after that.
I mean, that's a big jump up as well, isn't it? Because I mean, you know, nowadays you can see other people catch fish that size, but to see that size, then
you know, Damian hit on it earlier, and also you have. Since I've been back, I mean, I think I said it earlier on. Head and shoulders, everything in fishing today is waist high above me.
yeah.
What people are doing today is I could only dream about. I never thought fishing would be like this at all.
And then you had the opportunity then as well. You could have claimed the British record then as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, British Record Fish Committee were after me. Len Arbery was part of that committee at the time, and they said that that's a genuine 45 pound over the record. And some of the people disagreed with Chris Yates' fish. That's down to them. As far as I'm concerned, Chris Yates caught that fish at 51.8. All right, I had a bit of spawn in it, so what? Does that mean because the fish has got spawn, you don't count it? All right. I mean, I've caught 10 30s off this lake I'm fishing. 8 of them had spawning. I've only had 2 genuine 30s off there.
Yeah,
And they all count.
yeah, it's impossible. That is. Did Chris get in contact with you at any point?
Do you know what? I honestly can't remember, but I wouldn't take that record. If it had been someone I didn't like, I might have done. But not with Chris Yates. No, he's too genuine.
Yeah, it would have been easy to have done that. Did you find after you caught that fish? Because I can remember being sat in like the kitchen at home and like seeing that picture, just reading that in the Angling Times and thinking, well, do you think after that that's when people Yateley really become, you know, the lake to fish for that big one then?
I think I highlighted the place. It became one of the top waters to fish. It still is today.
You ended up winning Angling Times Angler of the Year.
Yeah, also won a Drellin Cup outright. You know, I think mine's the only carp angling name on there. They got a plinth, and I think mine's the only carp angling name on there.
To win an award like that for catching one fish at the time, and that fish was so far ahead of everything else at that time. What was the next biggest fish around? Do you think it?
Under 45?
Yeah, in the country at that time.
Nothing approaching it. There was
No.
41, 40, 42 max.
Yeah, it was. It was a big.
Kevin
deal,
Clifford's fish was just on the 40 pound mark. There was a geezer up north somewhere that was catching the same fish. That was just hovering over the 40 pound mark.
That's Erewhon, wasn't it? Pinky and Perky.
That's it, yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
were just hovering over the £40 mark, if I remember.
Yeah. I think there was a big one caught by a geezer called Richard Lloyd around the 91, 92, and I think that was £46, something like that.
Yeah, but that was a long time after.
Yeah, it was after you, but
I mean, mine was 84.
yeah. So
I can remember Nick Pete and people at catch, but that was after that fish as well, wasn't
Bazil,
it?
wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. All of a sudden after that, you just see more and more pictures of
Yeah.
it. So it sort of it took off after
I
that.
mean, when you think about that fish, the history of that fish, I mean, even when the last person caught it, it was still in immaculate condition.
It was.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It was well handled throughout its years.
yeah, well looked after that. Carl.
But
Absolutely.
it sort of stayed around the same weight for most of its life, didn't it? Did it get to 50 or just under?
I think geezer called Peter caught it at £49.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's another good angler that's not really known. Listen, when I was fishing them lakes, there were other top anglers like myself, as good as. But the only difference, as I said earlier, I had a 10% little more. If they'd done something, I'd do it more. And plus, I used to get in the lakes more than what they did. I mean, I remember I got my skin diving gear on. I got actual tanks on and everything. And I had a mask that I'd not had before. And it was in the car park lake. I've never actually told this on film before. And it was just before dark. I got the tank on my back. I'm going to go out there all night.
All right.
And I was going to... this has not been told before, this story, not even to friends, right? This is true. I was going to go out there and I was going to go where Jock White was and trick his eye. And I was going to put it around my belt and see if he could haul me in. All right, that's the truth. This is honest. Anyway, I've got in, and because it's a new mask that I've got, it didn't quite fit properly. And as I've got under the water started coming into my mask and my bottle went. Because it was getting dark, my bottle went. I wasn't going to go out there.
Yeah.
I can swim, but not with a tank on and a load of belt weights, you know, let it hold it down. So I didn't go. But that's true, and I've never told that to an audience ever. But
I mean, you caught it quick as well, didn't you? That fish. I mean, how long did you start in there in the September? It wasn't very long until you actually caught it. You set out to fish it during that period.
I mean, to be fair, Tricky Dicky fished it with me a couple of times. He caught fish straight away. I think he had that. I can't remember which way it is round, to be honest. But I've had the 29 that I had, or the 23 that I had, and he was fishing on the point. That's when he said that I'd had the 23 when he heard the big fish up there, and that's when I decided, this is where the luck comes in. I decided that fish, to get to the thing, ain't going to come past here, because people fish here regular, tench fishermen, all types of fishermen, because the point is wore down. Lots of people fish there, and I believed, rightly so, didn't know at the time, that fish would avoid that area. So fishing this side of the bar would be a no-no. Cast the other side of it. That's then. This is now. It's different.
Yeah.
You know, the skills I had then are like the skills that you lads have got today, in a different way.
Yeah. But it was a quick. It was. I mean, that was.
Yeah, it didn't take me long. I think it was
campaign.
6 weeks.
Yeah.
I think the campaign didn't last more than 6 weeks.
So did the love of Yateley kind of continue after that, or because what was it like 91 when you went back there again to fish for the other two
Listen,
fish?
Yateley was a big learning curve for every angler that fished there, and they were all good anglers as well. I mean, before I caught all these big fish, I was fishing on. I'd already caught the 45, and I was fishing on the car park lake. And lots of rumours went round. I mean, I fished a Cops Lake for a 50, but what they'd seen was the parrot laying on its side. And if you look at the parrot laying on its side, which I did, it does look 50, but when it writes itself, it's only 35.
Right, yeah.
When I say only, don't be judgmental about that. And when I'm quickly going to jump ahead because it's going to take a minute, this one. When I saw it, I thought, oh, bloody hell, there it is. There's a group of fish around it. So I went back, float rod, worm, dig a worm up, fuck it. Get a worm on the hook. So now I had a decision to make here. One, there's a swim right next door, right? Landing it, or landing it, hook and hold. I thought, what do I do? I had a split decision to make this. I thought, fuck it. Landing it there, dive in, swim out with it, and then play it from the bank. Right. Now don't forget, I'm thinking it's £50. So I'm waiting, the fish are milling around, and all of a sudden it went sort of still. And this is true. This is not a Chris Yates story. This is true. It just went calm, right? So I load the fucking worm down, and all of a sudden it righted itself. And I could see it in slow motion, just go, I went, wallop! Well, fuck off then. And it wouldn't move. It just sat there. Oh, mate. My landing net's over there. And so now I've got the rod in my hand and I'm pulling the line. And in the end, it decided it would move out. Yeah. So it's going out very, like big fish do. Yeah. So I goes in after it. And then I'm tugging. And all of a sudden, the branch started moving. And somehow, it spat the hook out onto a branch. If I'd have took that landing net with me, that would have been another 35 under my belt.
What was that? So that was between catching Bazil and going back and fishing.
That was after Bazil, in between the other two.
Yeah. So what made you go back and have a proper go for Heather and Jumbo? Right.
Okay. I went back on the. I was fishing the car park. Like I went down there because people were telling me about 50. And yes, it did look 50 when it was on its side. So you can't discredit them for that. Right. So once I knew it was 35, once I knew what fish it was, I thought, right, back on the car park lake. So other top hangers there. So Rod Hutchinson taught me how to use snide rods, and I was a fucking good snider, without a doubt. I never got caught with a snide. So one particular fish, there was a picture here somewhere, Toby. One particular fish, 24 pound, I think it was, and Keith Sullivan's fishing next door. Bailiff, and it don't matter who you are, you come. This is what's different today as well. I've had people come to my swim offering a cup of tea. They say no. Back in my day, if you didn't get offered a cup of tea, you weren't welcome. Everybody got offered a cup of tea. If you didn't get offered a cup of tea, they didn't want you there. Anyway, it's different today, so I don't offer them no more. If you don't want it, if you want a cup of tea with me now, people, you ask, because I'm not going to make it. Anyway.
This is what he's learned in the last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so, even Stokes, when he first come on the lake, cup of tea, and for him, go, oh, no, we'll get round there. But he did come round in the end and come round and have a cup of tea, so fair play, Tom. Right, so listen. Yeah, so I've got the rod haul. Now, the thing is with rod hauls, they got zips. But unlike most people, I've got a little bit up here when it comes to zips. You know the door things that protect your door from little plastic things? Slide that on the old zip, like, free run, nice. No snaggy zips. So I've got them on each zip at the top. The rod haul zip cast out, in half, in a rod haul, it's even tied, right? In a Kevin Nash order, to be fair. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that, but there you are. And so it's in half in the rod haul. Anyway, Bailiff comes along. It's been there for about a day. No fucking problems. Bailiff comes along. Cup of tea, mate. Fucking what mistake. Cup of tea, yeah. Here you go, mate. So we've drunk that cup of tea. I ain't even interested in that. I didn't even forgot about it. Well, I haven't, but it's there. Anyway, thanks a lot, Ritchie. Off he walks. He ain't got, well, how far is that away? 10, 15 feet. 15 feet away. The rod haul was going like that. Oh, fuck, mate, here we go. I've got the rod. Keith, get my other rod in. I'm looking at the base, looking at him, I'm all over the place. I've got a bloody carp on the end here and I don't know what I'm doing. So eventually I got the rod out, put it together, like, look, Bailiff's gone. He hadn't even looked round, so he hadn't heard no commotion. He's reeled the rod in, let the fish 24 pounds something. That was my first snide.
Right.
It's not that one, is it?
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Do you know, Rich Stewart said the name of that fish on topography, and I've forgotten the name of it, actually.
Yeah, well, I can't remember. Hey, listen, that fish didn't have a name when I caught it.
Yeah.
None of the fish I caught had names.
Well, you always refer to the 45, isn't it? It's never Bazil, is it?
No, not when I caught it. There was no name. And when they call it Bazil, what the fucking hell would you call it Bazil for? 40 tails. That's why they call it that. So I'm told. I don't know. But anyway, in the same year, I mean, I was mobile. I mean, I would move at a drop of a hat. And as I said, very few carp anglers had float rods. I always had one with me. Anyway, I found a big fish up on the bar. You know where we went to Yateley, where Little Legs was fishing? Right there. I mean, it's all overgrown now, but then it was wide open. So I've seen this, it's called the Baby Orange now, but it was no name on it in my day. So I've seen this fish, gone back, got me float rod, bit of bait out, wet the float out, sitting there. Anyway, Keith Sullivan comes around. Anyway, hello, Keith, all right, mate. So I'm talking away, like, I said, your float's gone. I just struck it immediately, without a doubt. Anyway, I'm playing, I thought, this ain't right. Anyway, it was foul locked. I don't know what it weighed, I just unlocked it and put it back. I've been watching the float, I probably wouldn't have struck right there and then.
How many people would have claimed that?
I don't know, back in my day, it was different, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know about now. I mean, listen, on some of the pop-ups I've been using, I've caught 2 fish at bulk and have been looked through the nostrils. Now, what were they doing? Were they trying to eat the bait or smell it? I don't know what they were doing. But they were actually looked through the nostrils. They weren't hurt. I don't think they were. I mean, I looked at them, let them go, but I still counted them.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're smelling the bait, it's as good as eating it, isn't it, to be fair? I mean, it's like when you're eating food, you smell it first, don't you?
Well, that's an interesting theory, isn't it? Yeah, maybe.
So did you move on to the Pad Lake then, did you?
Yeah.
Didn't you decide in 91 that you were going to get on there at the start of the season and catch that quite quickly?
Yeah,
and
I thought it would be over.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
now listen, you mentioned Pizza earlier on. These were good anglers that I was up against. Pizza, and it was a horrible name for him because I used to suffer with spots. You ever called me Pizza when I was young, mate? You'd get smacked. But I used to call him Pizza because he had spots. I said I wouldn't have that. Anyway, he was fishing on the Pad Lake as well, and I decided I'd go and fish there because someone told me about this 40 in there. I hadn't seen it, and I decided, look, it's got to be in this area here, whatever. There's a map. I mean, it should be on a slide there. We're talking about this fish. There's a map where it shows the Pad Lake and the Carp Lake, and I'm fishing between the two. All right. There's a slide there of a map somewhere, Toby. It needs to be on the thing so I can.
Yeah, we'll put it up afterwards.
Okay, right. So basically, I'm fishing between the two lakes. Ever's in one, Jumbo's in the other.
Yeah.
Right. This is how it goes. Kevin Maddox comes on. Right. Now, before I caught Jumbo, I was telling Mailing, Pizza, Jock White, any angler that come past me, it was just there. One cocky sod said, why don't you catch it? I said, well, I've caught this one, I'll catch that one. Right. Now listen, this is true. When you get the map up, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. There's a bar there. I know exactly where she is, but I want this one first. I put my effort in this. I can't be going from one to the other because that ain't going to work. So basically, Kevin Maddox come on, and he's the only one that took notice, and he fished there. Right, now the path between us was about the distance between you and I. Mailing decided we'd have a fire. So what's he do? I'm sitting in my bivvy and I'm facing that way. And he's coming down with a bundle of wood. Puts it down in between me and Maddox's bivvy. Lights it up. And to be fair, Maddox, because he was a proper straight-laced sort of angler, but he joined in. And we was all having he weren't drinking. We was having a bit of singing and dance about like. And he ain't going to catch her tonight, mate, no way. You know what I mean? Anyway, he come on the Pad Lake, which again, that's why you observe everybody. He fished on the other bank on a bar that I knew was there, but I didn't ever put bait on it until he caught the 25. Boom. Bait on there at all times. I caught the same fish. Then I caught a 35. And then I moved because a geezer who wasn't a known angler came and fished at the top of the lake where the frogs were spawning. And that night, he had 7 or 8 runs. I can't remember exactly. And I thought, right, now I've got 2 places where that carp's going to be. 1 is on that bar. 2 is where them frogs are. So I moved my kit around the lake.
Did you work that out? I mean, did you? How did you? The frogs are spawning. I mean, was it something you were seeing a lot of frogs spawning in the water?
There's a reason. This geezer weren't no Royal Atchison.
Yeah.
There's a reason this geezer had 6 or 7 runs in a night. That's because the fucking carp were there in numbers. And they were there for one reason only, for the frog spawn, without doubt. And the reason I know that is because Chris Seeger at Redmire, he'd caught fish on tapioca. And he believed, which I do, when he fished it, not at Redmire, at other lakes, he believed that the fish thought it was frog spawn. And I believe that theory. Yeah. And that's why this geezer had 6 or 7 runs. I can't remember exactly, and I thought, well, that's a space to be. So I moved my gear around on the next session. And Dave, if you're watching this, I didn't live on Yateley. I was there 3 days a week, just to put you straight. So you were wrong, sorry. Anyway, so I moved my gear around. I've got a bang on the island. On the bar. Bang on the... I've got no snides out here, by the way. These are just 2 rods. One up the side where the frogs are. Next thing you know, I don't know how long it was, but all of a sudden, like, slack little bite, tense. And it ain't done nothing. It's coming towards me, but I ain't bullying it. I don't bully any fish. And all of a sudden, like, it's gone, whoa, I thought, shit! And it's got behind this tree. So, obviously, because people, once I'm into a fish, you get a gathering. Kevin, I can't think of his last name, got up a tree. Where the fuck he got the stones from, I don't know. I've got 8 pound and 6 pound hook link on here. 8 pound main line, 6 pound. He's throwing rocks down. Where he got them from, I don't know. I said, leave it out, you break me line. So then Keith Sullivan turned up, who's a very good friend of mine at the time, and he's a fit bugger. I said, Keith, get the lie low, mate. I can't go in, it's too cold for me. Can you paddle round? Yeah, all right then, mate. So he's gone around.
We got the footage there, haven't we, Toe? We got a bit of video footage. Of
Oh,
that.
have you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's put that on then.
This is on the Yately Yahoo crew video,
Yeah, this is basically
which
what happened.
everybody owned. So Keith had to get in. I mean, it's pretty cut. So sorry, this was in March 91, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Keith had caught the fish the previous season, hadn't he? And
No.
who?
No, that was Northampton, Tony Moore.
Tony Moore
Called it
caught
at 38. I'll come off the lake then.
Yeah. And then you went on to the car park lake, didn't you? Why you did you move over there, didn't you, for a while?
Yeah, that's. I think that's when I caught the snide.
Yeah.
And I think that's when I found out the other fish.
But this, so you hooked the fish, and we just watching the video that so the fish.
I can't get near it.
No, I know. I mean, there were a lot of people there, weren't there? So you'd hooked it and it gone round the side of the bush.
And I want
and
Damian
Keith
to take
Sutherland-
note of this landing net. It's too late now.
Yeah, you look pretty excited there, Rich, don't you?
Yeah, I know it's 40. It ain't waited yet, but I know it's 40.
You had this video, Damo, didn't you? Yeah, Yahoo crew
I've watched it. I haven't got
with
it.
the annoying music.
Yeah, I know. I'm
I've
glad
watched
you're not
about
playing the music.
50,000
Muted
times.
that, don't worry.
There's the bivvy that Damon pointed out.
Look
I
at this.
camouflage that myself.
Yeah.
And you're clapping your hands, going.
I know it's 40. I know it is.
Yeah. Even though he's just got more energy, hasn't he? He's just so. He's just caught a big fish, but.
You wouldn't think I've caught it, would you? Everybody else is taking it, except for me. I know.
Can you remember what?
I know it's 40 now.
But you,
I can tell you what Jock White says now. What am I going to do? Photograph feds here or photograph fish?
But you also said as well that when Tony Moore caught it,
It's 38.
it was £38, and you thought, thank God, that's I don't want to catch it that way anyway. It
No, I
had
went-
to be over £40, didn't it?
Yeah. Look, that sounds horrible. It really does. I mean, it does sound.
Yeah, but you wanted to catch a £40,
Yeah.
Rich.
I mean, I ain't there to catch 30. I mean, listen, It sounds horrible, but listen, I was disappointed with the 37
Yeah.
because I thought it was 40 that back in the crayfish pool, right? And it was a disappointment. I was pleased Tony Moore caught it at 38. That made me pull off and go somewhere else until it was 40.
Yeah.
I don't want to catch a 35. I had a load of them. I mean, I'm a big fish man. I wanted to catch a bigger fish than that. I wanted to catch
That's all
4.
right, isn't it?
Listen, I created history back in the day, catching 340s, then catching 4. And that's all I want to do. Catch more 40s than anybody else.
So I mean, it was a blessing for you when Tony caught it that way. It gave you.
I know, it sounds bloody horrible. It really
No,
does.
but
but
it-
yes, it was. Because I
You
pulled
wouldn't have
off.
caught it. Yeah.
And then I went back and called it at 40, yeah.
And while you were
And
there,
basically, as I've said, you've got the 2 lakes there. I said River was there, Jumbo was there, right? And I'm going to catch this one and then I'm going to catch that one. Right. Kevin Mellick's fish behind me. That's where she was. That's where she is. I've fished the island before and there's a tent spot out there. There's only 2 places this fish is going to be at the end of the year. That's either where I said she'll be or when I get in tent feeding, she'll go from there to there. Nowhere else. All the other anglers are fishing above these 2 spots, so I ain't got a problem with anyone else fishing. If I'd have come round off the Pad Lake and fished where she was, there's swims right beside me. Anybody in the world could have cast out to the same distance and caught it. No skill whatsoever. So I had to go right the way around the lake so that no one knew where I was fishing. They knew I was fishing on the tent spot because my boy, every time I hooked one, that's a tent here, you can have that. I was just waiting for her. It took me about 3 or 4 casts to get the bait exactly where I wanted it. And then I went round, because it's only a handful out. It's only a good chuck out, right? It's an underarm flick, it ain't over. But this was an overarm 60-yarder. And it took me, as I said, 3 or 4 casts to get it there. And then that sat there. And then all the while I'm baiting up 10 yard, 10 yard, 10. I'm striking. As soon as I ask the 10, I'll get to my boy.
were you just sorry? Were you fishing to any sort of? So you were fishing. There was a.
I don't know
part-
what the depth was.
There was a part, but it was just so it was you wanted to fish the area. It was just the
I knew
area
where
that
she
you saw
was.
it, so it didn't
There was
matter.
a break between 2 bars, wasn't it,
Yeah.
Rich?
It was
Yeah.
on the edge of
And it was basically where she was jumping was on the break.
Yeah.
But I didn't fish on the break, David. I don't think I.
Right.
I just felt bum, bum, bum,
Yeah.
and then smooth. Now that might have dropped into that break. I really don't
Right,
know.
okay.
And I'm not going to say,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm great and I'll fish that break. I don't know. But I knew she was there
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah.
But no one else was fishing there. So I knew I had the only chance.
Yeah.
And I swear there's no way that fish was going to go past these tents
Yeah.
when I got them feeding. because it's the biggest stimulant for any fish. Never mind what bait you got, I don't care. Is other fish feeding.
Right.
That's the biggest stimulant you'll ever. And I hope I ain't jumping ahead of myself here, but that was back in my day.
Yeah.
In your day, it might be a bit different, but back in my day, other fish feeding stimulated other fish to feed. There's no way she was going to get past these tents, and everybody else was fishing over here on the bars.
Yeah.
So I knew I'd have her.
Good plan.
Absolutely, 100%. That's where the luck comes in as well, because the skill was in the casting, but it ain't 120 yards, it's only 60 yards. But it took me 3 casts to get it exactly where I felt it would be right. That was the skill bit. The luck bit was I knew I was in the right area, but was it on the right spot?
Yeah.
That's the luck bit. The skill bit was knowing it would go from there to there. But as it happens, it didn't make it to there. It made it to my hook instead. And Tony Moore, right, if I'd have been fishing the other side, Tony Moore would have fished next to me. Because Tony Moore fished right next to me on the point, but he didn't have a clue where I was fishing. That's why I didn't move the rod. Because once he knew I was fishing out there, one of his rods would have gone out. Fucking good angler, mate. You can't afford to give chances to good anglers, because they will beat you, hands down.
And so when you had the bite and it was heavy, because you caught a load of tench that night, hadn't you? You've been catching loads of tench.
Yeah. Once I got them feeding, it was strike, give it to my son, because I knew it was a tench. Once I get her, bump, bump, that's it, it's mine.
Yeah.
And the first bite I got was ever. And that was on my left-hand rod, the long distance rod, all the other.
I like the story you said that boy came down to see you and you said you hadn't cooked a cooked breakfast for ages, and you were cooking up a cooked breakfast and you were just about to start eating it, and then you had the bite. You said it, and it was quite a finicky sort of bite, wasn't it, Heather?
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, she was
just
safe.
like another tench bite.
She was I can't remember exactly, but it weren't a carp bite, and it weren't a tench run. She was safe, and I think she just picked the bait up and didn't even know she was hooked until I struck. Because as soon as I struck, I knew, and I knew what it was as well. And Tony Moore was right there, and he knew. As soon as he seen me, he go, right, here we go. And next thing you know, the lilo's out, because I was sleeping. I didn't have a bed chair. I had lilo. And a tent that I camouflaged myself, and that's where Damian first saw the extended porch, which I use on a Tempest now as well. Yeah, that Damian gave me.
Look at that.
Oh, it was a beast, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can't hold fish like that anymore.
Yeah, but that was.
And again, I don't know when bloody that is.
Yeah, but it was such a big deal at that time. I mean, I remember
240s in 6 days.
I remember you catching the first one, and it was all over the Angling Times. And then, like the next week,
Well, I was so hot that Angling Times actually come out and photographed it.
It was right. It was coming out right then, and then the following week, you've caught that as well.
Well, even the week it was.
So you've got Big Carp there, haven't you? The cover picture of Big Carp that you put up before. But it was at that time to catch 2 40-pounders, and how many 40-pounders were in the country?
Yeah, but hang on, 2 typical waters, they ain't easy. And you had top anglers fishing alongside you all the way around the lake. Jock White on Edge Pizza, Tony Moore that caught the 38 already.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, it was big. So that article came out in June, July 91, but it was such a big story at that time.
It's massive, isn't it?
It was.
Yeah, massive.
It was. Yeah.
It's like somebody catching 2 50-pounders out of 2 different lakes, isn't it?
Well, and actually watching that video as well, because you didn't even see people winding carp in. Like, to see someone actually winding a 40-pound carp in there was just. And actually, the blue top there, the Hanslow angling top that you're wearing, that was as well known as a hat as well at that time, wasn't it? That was quite synonymous as well. But that was. Did you win anything for that as well, Rich?
Do you know what? I really can't remember.
No.
I mean, I think I won a Drennan Cup on them 2 fish. I'm not sure whether I won a Drennan Cup for the 45 or for them 2.
You won for the 45, and then I think weren't you specimen fishing for a couple of years, and you got into the final, didn't you? For the Drennan Cup. Didn't you come third?
A couple of times I've got on the Drennan Cup. Yeah. I won the Drennan Cup weekly badge quite regular.
Yeah.
Even catching barber, I went down the Evelyn at a 13-2, which was rare as rock and all shit down there at that time. I mean, now you can not catch them all day long, but they're a bit more in quantity.
Yeah.
I mean, I've just been on the Trent where there's 20-pounders, you know what I mean? But I didn't even get a bite yet.
Don't tell them all that, Rich.
Sorry?
They probably know that already, don't they? Yeah. But yeah, actually, while you're fishing Yateley, we better tell that duck story as well.
All right.
I've been waiting for this one. I enjoyed
It's
this
a
one.
pretty
It's
well-known
good.
story, isn't it? But it's a great story.
Right, this is true. Okay, now if I burst out laughing, I start crying. So you'll have to forgive me, but this is true. Terry Preverbridge, remember this. Right. And also, thank you, Annette, for what you've done for me back in the day. And Terry, thank you very much. Right, here we go. Right, I've turned up on the cops. And there's two swans beating the shit out of this white duck. Right. Now, these two swans think, so I've jumped in, separated them, got the white duck, took it back to me bivvy because it was a little bit beaten up. I didn't have my bivvy up, took it back to me tackle. Right. Put it down, set my gear up, and all the while it's getting better and better and better. Anyway, when it come back to life properly, anyway, a bait box about the size of that with me hook baits in. Anyway, I was getting some hook baits out to put on my rigs to go out the pub, just leave them stood up against the brolly. Anyway, I thought I'll give the duck one. Blah, blah, blah. Right, so the duck's quite content. Like, I set everything up nicely. We're meeting all the boys up pub. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so there's another lake beside the cops that's non-fishing. There's for them scooter things that you use, them water things that you use on the
Jet skis.
Jet skis. But I got permission to go through it because I said I was a head bailiff and can I have a key for the lock and all that malarkey, so I could drive around the cops. That's good thinking. That's good fishing. So I'm walking through this lovely lake and all of a sudden, I'll look round. It's a fucking duck. He's following me. I thought, all right, fair enough. I'll pick it up. I'll take it to the pub. So I've opened the door and all the lads are in there, right? I mean, there's about at least 8 or 9 people in there, at least, right? I've opened the door, put the duck down, I walked in behind him. What the fuck you got there, mate? I said, my mate. So anyway, look, I do old court when I'm telling stories sometimes, right? So I've got my pint of beer on the side like that. Duck's on the bar, right? But no one's telling me shit. I'm talking around, talking to everybody, and the duck's going, having a gobble out of my beer, right? So it goes about fucking 11:15. The duck's gone boss on the fucking floor.
He's had enough.
So I thought, oh shit, so I picked it up, it's all right. Took it, and then I left and I went back to the lake. Anyway, the next morning, I mean, it's not as funny as I thought it was going to be, but the next morning, I've cast out, obviously, nothing's happening, and I'm dozing off, like, and also I'm like, the fucking duck's happening on my bait box, it wants feeding. and it become my best friend. And I saved its life. And basically, it never forgot, because every time I went to that lake, mate, wherever that duck was on the lake, it went straight over. The first fucking thing it done, as soon as I get my hook bait out, on the bait box. And that's the story. If you like it, you like it.
It's a great story.
Thank you.
Actually, what's the story about window cleaning and dogs, actually, while you're at it as well? Then you were...
Oh, right. Dogs. People say they don't bite lie. Right. When I was young, my granddad used to, my dad left, my granddad used to look after me at weekends. And his first place was on a Saturday betting shop, then a pub called the White Hart. It had a turf wall around it. Had this fuck off dog on there. Big white Alsatian. All the time. And I used to go, I was only 7, 8. Anyway, my cousin had a girl's bike. I never had a bike. So my granddad was teaching me to ride it, you know. So anyway, I started riding it. Anyway, he took me to the pub one day with the bike. And the woman, she's come out and she said, would you like to go in the garden? I can't stand up, can I? But, so I've gone in the garden, I'll see the fucking dog. I thought, I know. The dog has just looked at me and thought, gotcha. I got it right like that. It's come straight through the bars, wallop, straight on me leg. Anyway, it actually bit through my trousers. And do you know what I got in compensation? 2 fucking shillings. Right, so then, it's now quite a few years later, I'm a young man now, got my own window cleaning around and everything. Anyway, this woman rings me up. Can you come and clean my windows? Yeah, no problem. Was you dressed? Yeah, boss. So I go round there. She's an old woman, right? I knock on the door. Whoa, fucking hell, what? Bounded against the door. So she's opened, shouted in the old bitty old girl, right? It was fucking grey outside. Oh, God.
You've got to hold this together, Rich. Yeah.
It's a small ladder. Right. He called a point. So I've got my arm. She's standing there. She's only a really little thing. You got a fucking grey eye. I said, does he fire? She said, no. So she walks off down the hall, and I was gone, what have I saying? Love your fucking dog biting my ass. I fucking threw the ladder down and run out of the house, and that was the end of that. I went back about an hour later. I said, I can't clean your windows with that dog there. And then, if someone tells you your dog don't fucking bite, don't believe them, because they do. I'm sure I bust down in Ireland, but that was so funny.
That was great. Oh, that was great. Oh dear, Rich. He likes a good story.
He
don't
does, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, he can tell a good
He's
story.
value for money.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. What I was going to say is, Rich, you know, with Richmond Park. So that was the last.
Okay.
That was the last 40-pounder that you caught. Who would have thought, you know, that would have been the end of that story? I mean, going into the, you know, catching that fish.
Well, that was SAS stuff.
Hmm.
That was proper hunting. Right, I've gone up there, bought a permit. Right, no problem. Now, on every other park at that time, no night fishing was written on the permit. But at Richmond Park, there weren't nothing written on the permit, so you could night fish. Right, the reason I went there is because a mate of mine caught the fish, but he wouldn't tell me where until he caught it a second time. And he caught it both at 40 pounds. And the fish was magnificent. I couldn't believe it was Richmond Park.
Mm.
So I've gone up there. I've got an SAS thing, right? It's only that high off the ground. It's got a hoop at the head end and a hoop at the feet end, and it's got a mesh as well, so the nets can't get in.
Yeah.
You can also use this bit of kit on the mountain. And what I had inside there was a lilo. Pumped the lilo up. Bosh, there's my bed. My dog on my chest. So we're there first night. Casting out towards the island. And there's loads of kids on drugs right up in the field, spooking the deer. And all of a sudden, like, someone's coming. Dog's rattling on my throat.
Mm.
So I unzip the hoop. Look at that. It's a Land Rover. All right. So I sit up. Dog's still on my lap now. This little shit arse gets out of the motor. Can't fish here, mate. I said, what are you about? I said, yeah. There's my permit. Can't say nothing about no night fishing. I said, if you want to do something, mate, go and chase them kids that are spooking all the deer. I said, I ain't packing up. Anyway, he went. I got back into bed. About an hour or so later, oh, fuck me, not again. This time it's different. So he got out of the motor and I got up. And I thought he was going to get at that, but nah. There was a geezer with him that couldn't get out the fucking motor. That's how big he was. He said, but you just know, you'll have to pack up so you will. Big paddy. I thought, all right, fair enough, yeah. So I said, how am I going to get my gear home? So they said, that's all right, we'll take it. So I give him, first of all, the paddy started, I said, don't touch my gear, mate, whoever you are. I said, I'll pack it up. They said, they'll take me home. So I took them to a wrong address round the corner, so I didn't know where I was. So I ain't no fool when it comes to being on a lake. So I've gone back there with a suit on and everything. Say, listen, I've gone into where the coppers are, right? I've gone in there and I said, listen, mate, I teach juniors. And I'm trying to teach them about the wildlife in Richmond Park. Can you give me all the documentation you got on the park, please? This is how important it got. John Seal was a Carp Society's barrister. In touch with me, he said, that's all right, we'll sue them. Don't worry about it. Right, so that's going on. So I'm going back and think, right, I've got to go there because I'm going to catch this fish. They ain't going to stop me. So Joey, who caught the fish, his brother, they used to come and see me. Right? My first hide was fern, but it died. So every night his brother would come over and throw fresh fern over the fence and I'd build my hide again. So that no people that knew what they're doing would see dead fern. Yeah. It was always fresh and I was behind it. That was the first swim. The second swim was behind a great big fallen oak. Right? You could never get above your knees in the day. You could only stand up at night. And when you talk about critical baiting, you can't get no more critical than this. There was a wall that divided the two lakes. And this particular night, I thought, that fish has got to come along this wall. So I'll crawl along the wall. I hand line my bait down, pulled the bait away from the lead, and then covered it in soot. You can't get better presentation than that anywhere in the world. That's got to go. Did it go? I was there 2 or 3 days. And then that was my time up in that swim, so I vacated that. Then I moved in another out-of-bounds area, and I moved right up, but I could be seen if I stand up again. And my rods were well back, so the tips were about 1.5 meters, 2 meters away from the actual water's edge. And I walked into the bushes for a wee, and I've come back, and one of the indicators had moved about 6 inches. So I picked it up and struck straight away. It's full of weed. And I was into something. And then in the end, it just come off wherever it was. So I don't know what it was. In another swim, I caught an 18-pound common. And then I was with my mate. And he wasn't a fisherman, but he enjoyed my company. And basically, some geezer had 5 dogs off the lead. And I had my staff there. And these dogs just come down, run all over the place. I was get these dogs out of it, otherwise I'll let mine go. Anyway, he went and got the old bill. Next thing you know, my mate said, the old bill will come. And I said, right, I'm going to piss off into the woods, like, you old court here. So I went up. Now, my dog, you asked Dougal, because Dougal knew my dog well. It's one of the best dogs he's ever seen trained. My dog would go like that. Sign language. I didn't have to say anything. I'd just point and she'd go. So I'm behind this big oak tree. She's sitting beside me, and this cop was thinking by my mate, said, what's this about a pit bull? And that's when I think, pit bull? I said, hang on, and I come out. Wait, the dog never moved. I've come out. Cop still can't see the dog. Now, most people, when they call their dogs, they whistle. I don't. They can hear that from a long way off, and not many people call their dogs like. My dog would only come to me. She'd never go to anyone whistling. And we'd be, when I first got into Alton, barbecue. And I just happened to glance around and she was there looking at it. I went, stop punching. I didn't even look at her. She just went, and walked away. That's how good she was. You ask Dougal next time you see him. Right. So, the dog's behind the tree. I'm out saying, hey, listen, mate, I ain't got no pit bull. It's a Staffordshire Bull Terrier. And this geezer here in the back of your motor's got 5 dogs off the lead, chasing all over the place. So he went to say something. I said, you want to see something, mate? Wait. And I walked off about 10 yards. Just done that. A dog comes, sat up. So that's trained. That don't need a lead. That thing over there, that geezer in your mother, needs 5 leads. He's got 5 dogs there that are untrained. So that was the end of that. That was now, they don't like me. Now it's time to hide. Right, so what you've got the lake, and you've got a fence that goes out into the lake. You go round the fence, onto where you're not allowed to be. Right? And it's all covered in, what's them leaves that never die? I can't remember the name of them. Anyway, it'll cover me. I didn't know there was an iron fence there, and that's to stop the deer getting through this area. So I cut it all around it, built a hide, and I cut it all around and got my bivvy in there, which was that tent that we saw earlier. So basically, when I've come to go to the water's edge, there's a fucking fence there. But it ain't a fence, it's iron. So I've had to go home, right, get an hacksaw, come back and cut through all these 6 bars. And I bent them around the tree. Now I've got a gap. I can cast. You couldn't cast from the bank, you had to get into the lake. So I couldn't cast out in the daytime. It had to be at night. If I caught a fish in the day, I'd have to play it inside the camp.
Yeah.
Right. So to get there, I had to go round the lake, round the fence, back onto land, and then there was like a privet edge. It was brambles, but it was like a tunnel, which was about 10 yards. And I had to get all my gear through there once I'd made the thing. It was so camouflaged that I had a distance between you and I. A copper come past on horseback, didn't even know I was there. The first night, I got proper sniper glasses. I put the TV, I had a TV as well. I put the TV on, the radio on, low as what I would have it. I walked around the bivvy, can't hear, see nothing. Then I walked around the whole lake with my binoculars. I couldn't see nothing, so I knew I was safe. Now, I had a push bike, which I used to throw in the lake every night and come out in the morning. Right? And I used to fish the same spot in the middle of the island, and the tufties would dive on it, the ducks would dive on it. It didn't bother me. In the daytime, I come out, get my bike out of the lake, pull it up against the thing. There's a picture of me somewhere, and I'm sitting there with a cup of tea. Right? The police are all over the place. There's a lot more to this story, but it's just too much. The police are looking for me all over the place, but they don't know where I am. So anyway, it's now getting late in the season. I think it was the 15th, and my bike's gone now. This geezer in the Land Rover, I'd obviously thrown it in one night, and the handlebars are sticking out, and he's seen it and picked it up because he used to come round every morning.
Right.
So the bike was gone. So now I've got no bike. Anyway, I lost a fish there. I don't know what fish it was. I never even got a chance. It was just a run. I got out struck and it was off. So I knew I was in a good area. The other part about it, me and Tevye Bridge at moonlight walked from his house with a dinghy, and I went out there with a machine to go around the lake in a moonlit night. If anyone's going to see me, they're going to see me right now, but it didn't happen. So I'm now on March the 15th. Well, it might have been the 14th, I'm not 100% sure. But I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden, old Bill, right beside me, he said, do you know Ritchie McDonald? No, mate. He said, well, he's fishing here somewhere. I said, I ain't seen anybody here, mate. I'm on my own. He never asked me permit. If he had done, I would have been banked to rights. So the next thing you know, I mean, obviously, I ain't offering him a cup of tea because I've only got a flask. Just to make a flask of tea with me bivvy and come out. And we're chatting away there, and all of a sudden, bang, and I know straight away. As soon as I picked up, here we go. Dun, dun, dun. And anyway, he was taken aback. When I actually netted, he said, Jesus Christ. And he went, never be, yeah. So basically, I weighed it up, it's 40 pounds something, or 40, I can't remember exactly what it is. It's written down somewhere. Anyway, I've run Chris Ball up, because my mate, he weren't a carp fisherman, he weren't no good with a camera, he weren't no good bringing him up. So I run Chris Ball up. I said, Chris, I've caught the 40. Oh, now, if you know Chris Ball, you know what kind of a character he is. He's so, I don't know how to describe him. He's so enthusiastic about everything. I said, look, Chris, I've got the old bill here. I said, can you come and photograph it? He said, yeah, of course I can. I said, whatever you do, Chris, do not call me Ritchie when you come, if the old bill are there. So the old bill's still there. I said, I'm just waiting for the photographer, mate. Anyway, I don't know what happened there because Chris, well done, Ritchie, blah. And you know how loud he is. And now, whether this old bill heard him or not, I don't know. He either done one or two things, I was solid, or he deserves it. I don't know. And that basically was the end of that to a point. I had to get all my gear out.
Have you got the picture of Ritchie and Chris?
Well, there you go. I mean, what a fish.
You're looking at him thinking, why didn't you just keep your mouth shut? What a fish.
I don't know who took that photograph. I don't know whether Chris put it on a self-timer or what he done. But, yeah. I mean, you can see how happy I am. You know what I mean? I mean, look at that fish.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was. Hell of a fish.
And that wasn't the end of it. I mean, and you can see how this is March the 15th. It's packing up time. I've got to get my gear out of here. And I've got a house full. Honestly. Now, this young lad, Edward, he used to come and see me every day after school. He went to school in Sheen. He was only about 13 or 14. And we talked about fishing until it was time for me to get back in. And then he'd go home. So don't forget, we're talking about nights that getting dark early. So he'd be from school, a little chat, and then home. So it's now time to go. I need him to keep an eye. I can't be walking out of there with gear on my back. Anybody sees me in this, I don't know what you call it, you're not supposed to be there. And people, you know, Richmond, people don't like people in Richmond, mate. And especially if they see you with a load of gear on your back, they think, what's he up to? So I needed him to see me out. And my gear's all in there, packed up. I'm just waiting for, hopefully, he will turn up today. He's got to. It's now March the 15th. And it's bastard snowing. And I ain't knowing it's snowing. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, Edward turns up. I'm sorry I don't know your last name, Edward, and I've wrote about you. I've spoke about you, and please get in touch with us. I'd love to see you again, because what you've done for me, mate, is basically a little bit of what much more Damian's done for me, but you come up with Damian standards of what you've done for me, because I didn't get caught, thanks to you. Anyway, this is how it went. It's like a big light at the end of a tunnel coming towards me. And he's got a big smile. I said, well, I've done it. I said, but I need your help. Yeah, I don't want to get this kid 13 and 14. He's fucking streetwise. He said, I bet you need to get your gear out, don't you? I said, yeah, I do. I said, what I need you to do is tell me when there's no one about and I can come out and bring a bit by bit out. Not only that, I had to go and get my Volvo from my house, get it into the car park before dark. Because you can go in with a push bike, but you can't drive in the dark in Richmond Park.
Right.
And also, another time when I was there, and no human being other than Rorty are allowed in the park on a shoot, on a coal. And of course, I'm sitting there, bang, 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 they're shooting deer everywhere. I'm just sitting there, yeah, fuck you, like, you know, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, it turns up, so I start filling the gear out. And I'm on my hands and knees with gear on my back, and I'm underneath these brambles, which, as I say, is like a tunnel. It's about that high, which is about a metre and a bit off the floor. But it is a tunnel all through the metre, 2 or 3 metres, whatever long it was. And I'm saying, oh, fucking hell, come on, Ed. All right, Richie, come out now. That's only one hit. I've got to go back at least 6 or 7 times. And every time there's someone about. And all these dog walking people, you've got to come where I am, haven't you? Why don't you go somewhere else? And it was snowing. And anyway, we got the gear out. I went and got the car. Everything was great. Bang. Thank you very much. And that was it. That was basically the end of me. That's when I started going downhill after that. Because then
You had a big gap then, Rich. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? And it's gone all the way round and then back to here again.
yeah, it's a special place now. You know.
Yeah.
I've had 30 years in hell, and Damian's brought me out of hell.
And you've got the chance now to be able to sort of relive, more experiences, in the future as well now.
Yeah,
Similar to that.
Yeah, thanks to Damian and Korda and other people that Damian's already mentioned, Jag, Mainline, especially young Stevie.
Everybody knows, Rich. Everybody knows how grateful you are.
Thank you.
And it's just great to have you back. I mean, 2 years ago, I was talking about guests on the show. His name came up. No,
That's right.
Ritchie no. Look at him now.
Completely different person.
Totally different person. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Absolute not just as as a fan of yours, but as a friend now as well. It's been great getting to know him, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. It's like it's been good watching Rich develop and change, and just a new person. He's very humble. He's just he's a nice fella, and I hope everybody sees that. They can see it.
Well,
I think they do.
Rich, I met you for the first time this weekend, mate. Obviously at the party, seen your moves and that as well. I'd heard I'd heard everything, mate. But from meeting you a couple of minutes, mate, you're just friendly, lovely to be around, mate. It's a pleasure to meet you. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Toby.
No, thank you.
You've got
Thank you, Toby, as well, for being kind with the camera.
No, you made a big impact. Just before we finish, I better say it's my last podcast, and and this has been one of the best ones. I mean, this might have been the best podcast, and it's been. I just want to thank everybody for all their messages, and we've had a good 2 years at this.
It's been a hell of a journey, isn't it, mate? I remember when you're like this, Rich, when this all started, I think Dad said Simon up to me at uni, and I was a student. I hadn't eaten a hot meal in about 2 weeks. So I went, come on, we'll go out for dinner and we'll have something to eat. And we were friends very quickly after that, because he bought me a burger and chips. I won't forget that dinner, actually.
No, normally he goes, I
Back the old pockets, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know.
You got to get this one, mate.
But we said so, didn't we? We looked at all the big podcasts, didn't we? All our favourite podcasts, and we said we're gonna do something. We're gonna do something really good.
Thank you.
And like everybody's sort of taken to it, and I just want to thank everybody for
Simon, we want to say thank you to you.
Thank you, Simon.
So you and Tobe have done a really good job in bringing the podcast to life. You're working here for quite a while. It was really good to get to know you working downstairs, and then obviously we had to give Toby a job because, but Toby's done a fantastic job in getting all this sorted out. So between you've delivered a show, a product, if you like, which has set a standard. And there wasn't any decent carp fishing, I don't think, podcasts until you guys started this one. So from me and Dan, we want to say thank you. You've done a fantastic job, and Don't be a stranger, Si.
I'm not going to be a stranger. It's been an absolute pleasure.
You're
Yeah,
very
mate.
welcome.
Like I said, I'll say it once more, mate. Really enjoyed it. It's been a wicked. We've had loads of ups and downs, mate, haven't we? And it's been a proper. I think journey is the best word for it, mate. At times, it's definitely
Being
felt
emotional.
Like it. Emotional's the right word. When I've been sitting here at 9 o'clock and Simon arrives at 8:30 like everyone else, but won't
You
get
don't
to
get it, though,
he won't get to the studio till 12.
No, it has. It's definitely. It's just been a journey, and there are just so many memories and emotions with this. And walking out of the studio for the last time today is.
Well, I don't think it'll be the last time, Simon. Come on.
Well, you never know, but it's. And thank you for having faith in me and us to do this as well.
You're welcome. We wish you every success in the future, Si, whatever you choose to do.
Thanks, mate.
And may you long continue to be my friend.
You too.
Absolutely love it.
Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers.
The Thinking Tackle Podcast.